included ancillary assaults in the far south and the far north. Little coordination was imposed on one commander-in-chief in Canada or another in Boston, or with their naval counterparts. Subordinate generals were permitted, even encouraged, to offer their views directly to policymakers in London. Swayed by loyalist exiles and vindictive crown officials in the colonies, king and cabinet continued to overestimate the breadth and depth of loyal support. No coherent plan obtained to woo the tens of thousands who straddled the fence in America, or to protect those who rejected insurrection, but risked severe retaliation from the rebels. Finally, Germain, like the best of kings he served, could neither grasp the coherence and appeal of revolutionary ideals, nor comprehend the historical headwinds against which Britain now tacked. The American secretary's lack of genius sufficient for works of mere imagination had been acknowledged ironically. That irony would haunt the rest of his days. For now, in a private letter to Howe, he praised the cordiality and harmony which subsists between you, Clinton, and Burgoyne. He added, "We want some good news to encourage us to go with the immense expense attending this war. The providing of armies at such a distance is a most difficult undertaking. I do the best I can, and then we must trust to Providence for success." Chapter 7. They fought, bled, and died like Englishmen. Norfolk, Virginia, December 1775. John Murray, the 4th Earl of Dunmore and the Royal Governor of Virginia, had few rivals as the most detested British official in North America. Now 45, he was a short, pugnacious Scot, whose father had been arrested for treason in the 1745 Jacobite Rising. Young John subsequently chose to serve the English crown as a soldier, and was permitted to inherit the title after his father's death in 1756. His estates in Perthshire provided £3,000 annually, but the 4th Earl had accumulated both 11 children and expensive tastes. He hired the eminent artist Joshua Reynolds to paint his portrait in tam-o'-shanter and Highland tartans. He also built a summer house with an enormous stone cupola shaped like a pineapple, later derided as the most bizarre building in Scotland. Finding himself in financial straits, Dunmore sought to enlarge his fortune abroad. Appointed governor of New York in 1770, he had no sooner arrived than London reassigned him to Virginia, a disappointment that sent him stumbling through Manhattan streets in a drunken rage, roaring, "Damn Virginia, I'd asked for New York." One loyalist reflected, "Was there ever such a blockhead?" Virginians later caricatured Dunmore as an inebriated, arrogant philanderer, but he brought to Williamsburg one of America's largest libraries, an art collection, and assorted musical instruments as evidence of his refinement. He also brought an unquenchable appetite for land, claiming vast tracts between Lake Champlain and what would become Indiana. His popularity surged briefly in 1774 after he launched a punitive military expedition against Shawnee Indians, inconvenient to white Virginians, who also coveted western acreage. But revolutionary upheaval soon unhorsed him. Ever since John Rolfe, husband of a young Indian woman named Pocahontas, renamed Rebecca after her conversion to Christianity, learned to cure native tobacco in the early 17th century. The crop had dominated Virginia's economy. The 35,000 tons exported annually from the colony by the early 1770s had brought wealth, but also more than £1 million in debt, nearly equal to that of the other colonies combined, and often incurred by tidewater planners living beyond their means. Agents for Glasgow and London merchant houses now controlled most of the tobacco yield. Resentment against British imperial constrictions combined with other colonial grievances and was compounded by anxiety over the loss of local autonomy. Rebel leaders persuaded Virginians that rebellion would enhance their opportunities and status, the historian Alan Taylor later wrote, while also safeguarding political liberties threatened by an overbearing mother country. Planter aristocrats like the Washingtons, Lees, and Randolphs helped lead the uprising, but only by common consent. Moreover, evangelical churches, notably the Baptists and Methodists, were promised elevated standing by disestablishing the elitist Anglican Church, favored by Crown loyalists. When in May 1774, Dunmore dissolved the fractious Virginia Assembly, the House of Burgesses delegates simply moved down the street from the Capitol to reconvene in the Apollo Room of the Raleigh Tavern, subsequently forming the Virginia Convention to oversee colonial affairs. Anger deepened. Resistance grew general. The colony became a leader in boycotting British goods and in summoning the Continental Congress to Philadelphia. Courts closed, militia companies drilled. The Virginia Gazette published the names of loyalists considered hostile to liberty. Some were ordered into Western exile or to face the confiscation of their estates. Lower-class men who did not own property saw the break from Britain as a chance to gain land and become slaveholders, the historian Michael Cranish would write. Baffled by Virginians' blind and unreasoning fury, Dunmore brooded in his palace. He peppered London with complaints and with unreliable appraisals of colonial politics, receiving little guidance in return. In April 1775, even before learning of events in Lexington and Concord, he ordered a Marine detachment to confiscate gunpowder from the public magazine in Williamsburg, on grounds that the Negroes might have seized upon it. Rebel drums beat and militia shirtmen, so named for the distinctive hunting garb, threatened to seize upon or massacre me, he told Whitehall. After reimbursing the rebels £330 for the powder he had impounded, in early June he fled with his family in the dark of night for refuge, first aboard the Magdalen, then on the Fowey, and eventually on the Eelbeck, an unrigged merchant tub he renamed for himself. With his wife and children dispatched to Britain, Dunmore's dominion was reduced to a gaggle of loyalist merchants, clerks, and scrofulous sailors. Still, with just a few hundred more troops, he wrote London in August, I could reduce the colony to submission. The Gazette would accuse him of crimes that would even have disgraced the noted pirate Blackbeard. Most of his felonies involved what were derided as chicken-stealing expeditions against coastal plantations, although he also impounded a Norfolk printing press from a seditious publisher who dared suggest that Catholic blood ran through Dunmore's veins. But then the Earl decided to become an emancipator. Roughly 500,000 Americans were black, some 20% of the population, and 9 in 10 of those blacks were slaves. In southern colonies, the proportion of blacks to whites was much higher. 40% of Virginia's 500,000 people were of African descent, often from cultures with military traditions, and white fear of slave revolts was a prominent reason for keeping colonial militias in fighting trim. Many white masters were reluctant to allow missionaries to convert their chattel for fear that radical Christian notions would make them even less docile. Political turmoil in America gave some slaves hope, and for months, runaway blacks had sought protection from the regulars in a belief that British views on slavery differed markedly from those of Southern planters. In truth, although slavery had begun to disappear in England and Wales, Britain's colonial economy was built on a scaffold of bondage. Among many examples, the almost 200,000 slaves in Jamaica outnumbered whites 15-1, and an uprising in 1760 had been suppressed by shooting several hundred blacks. The slave trade, carried largely in British ships, had never been more prosperous than in the years just before the American Rebellion, and Britain would remain the world's foremost slave-trading nation into the 19th century. Dunmore's initial muttering to London in the early summer about emancipation was largely a bluff. He recognized that bound labor was critical to the white commonwealth he governed. The king's government was unenthusiastic about wrecking colonial economies or encouraging slave revolts that might infect the West Indies. But by mid-fall, Dunmore was desperate to regain the initiative in Virginia. Reinforced with a few dozen 14th-foot soldiers who'd arrived from St. Augustine, he launched several aggressive tidewater raids, capturing or destroying 77 rebel guns without the smallest opposition, as a British captain wrote General Howe on November 1st. Which is proof that it would not require a very large force to subdue this colony. Raising the king's standard, unable to find British national colors, Dunmore settled for a regimental banner. He administered loyalty oaths to those who pinned on stripes of red cloth as a badge of true allegiance to His Sacred Majesty George III. The price of red fabric rose in Norfolk stores, reflecting demand. On November 7th, using his confiscated printing press, Dunmore declared martial law and issued a proclamation. I do hereby further declare all indented servants, Negroes or others, appertaining to rebels, free, that are able and willing to bear arms, they joining His Majesty's troops as soon as may be. Liberation applied only to the able-bodied slaves of his foes. There would be no deliverance for his own 57 slaves, abandoned in Williamsburg when he fled and for whom he would claim compensation from the government, nor would Loyalists' chattel be freed. The governor intended to crush a rebellion, not reconfigure the social order. Still, eager blacks found their way into his ranks. Fitted by the British with linen or sail canvas shirts, often with the motto "Liberty to Slaves" across their chests, runaways with names like Sampson, Pompey, and Glasgow were formed into an Ethiopian regiment, under white officers. Maryland Patriots tried to bar correspondence with Virginia in a futile effort to prevent news of Dunmore's gambit from spreading north. A Philadelphian wrote, "The flame runs like wildfire through the slaves." British sailors and cutters raided riverside plantations in Negro-catching forays. On November 14th, Dunmore personally led a detachment of Ethiopians, regulars, Marines, and 20 Scottish clerks in a rout of Virginia shirtmen at Kemp's Landing, southeast of Norfolk. The Americans loosed a volley or two before fleeing, their leaders reportedly whipping up their horses, except for those too drunk to ride. The small victory was good for recruiting both white loyalists, Dunmore boasted that 3,000 men had joined him, and black runaways, who he reported are flocking in. The governor triumphantly marched into Norfolk on November 23rd. Many Tidewater loyalists publicly revealed their sympathies, and some avowed patriots retreated to the safer ground of neutrality. This pink-cheeked time server, as the historian Simon Schama called Dunmore, had become the patriarch of a great black exodus. Thomas Jefferson would later claim that from Virginia alone, tens of thousands of slaves escaped servitude during the war, a number likely inflated but suggestive of white anxiety. "With our little corps, I think we have done wonders," Dunmore wrote Howe on November 30th. "Had I but a few more men here, I would immediately march to Williamsburg, by which I should soon compel the whole colony to submit." Norfolk possessed a fine harbor that could supply your army and navy with every necessary of life, if properly protected. His senior naval officer added in a dispatch from the Otter on December 2nd that the Americans, from their being such cowards and cold weather coming on, were expected to remain quiet through the winter. That was unlikely. Dunmore had miscalculated. Rather than cowing white Southerners and pressuring slave owners to remain loyal, he would unify Virginians as never before. An American letter written on December 6th and subsequently published in a London newspaper captured the prevailing sentiment. Hell itself could not have vomited anything more black than his design of emancipating our slaves. The proclamation backfired throughout the South, even though many runaways from Georgia to Mount Vernon eventually made their way to coastal waters, wherever British men of war appeared. Rumors spread that slaves who murdered their masters would be entitled to their estates. The lawyer Patrick Henry, whose recent demand, "Give me liberty or give me death," clearly did not countenance black banditti, circulated copies of Dunmore's announcement in order to inflame white slave owners. For many, a war about political rights now became an existential struggle to prevent the social fabric from unraveling. Even Piedmont yeomen, whose slave holdings were limited to renting a field hand or two, took offense. Edward Rutledge, a prominent South Carolina politician, wrote in December that arming freed slaves tended more effectually to work an eternal separation between Great Britain and the colonies than any other expedient which could possibly have been thought of. The Virginia Gazette urged slaves to obey your masters and expect a better condition in the next world. Another more sinister article warned, "Whether we suffer or not, if you desert us, you most certainly will." A British official in Annapolis wrote, "This measure of emancipating the Negroes has excited a universal ferment, and will, I apprehend, greatly strengthen the general Confederacy." Devil Dunmore was vilified as that ignoramus Negro thief. "Had the British searched the world for a person that best fitted to ruin their cause," wrote Richard Henry Lee, "they could not have found a more complete agent than Lord Dunmore." No slave master was more incensed than General Washington. "That arch traitor to the rights of humanity, Lord Dunmore, should be instantly crushed, if it takes the force of the whole colony to do it," he wrote. In another outburst from Cambridge, Washington told Lee, "Nothing less than depriving him of life or liberty will secure peace in Virginia. Otherwise, the governor will become the most formidable enemy America has." A chance to confront the Negro thief soon occurred 12 miles south of Norfolk, at Great Bridge on the rutted road from Carolina. Here, two-wheeled carts brought cypress shingles and barreled turpentine from the Great Dismal Swamp, and drovers guided their flocks and herds to Tidewater slaughterhouses. A hamlet of 20 structures dominated by a church stood near the south branch of the Elizabeth River, which was spanned by a trestle bridge 40 yards long and approached by long plank causeways through the marshlands. 9/10 of the people are Tories, one Virginian reported. who are the poorest, miserable wretches I ever saw. Just north of this settlement, Dunmore, exhibiting what a later commentator called his characteristic unwisdom, had built an earthen fort with 2 4-pounders to command the bridge, and a wooden stockade to house a garrison of 100 regulars and Ethiopians. He named the fort for himself, but rebel shirtmen called it the Hog Pen. By Friday, December 8th, more than 700 militiamen had gathered a quarter-mile south of the Hog Pen. A zigzag breastwork, 7 feet high with fire steps and gun loopholes, served as their redoubt. Their numbers included the 2nd Virginia Regiment, commanded by Colonel William Woodford, a French and Indian War veteran. A Culpeper Minute Company carried a flag displaying a coiled rattlesnake and the motto, "Don't tread on me." In their ranks marched a rangy 20-year-old lieutenant named John Marshall, who one day would be Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. The Western riflemen typically wore deerskin trousers and leaf-dyed hunting shirts, with a buck's tail affixed to the hat and a scalping knife sheathed on the belt. Many had "Liberty or Death" printed in large white script over their hearts, although one young rifleman admitted to preferring "Liberty or Wounded." Skirmishers and raiding parties from both sides had exchanged pot shots for a week, burning isolated houses to discourage snipers. Some rebel officers wanted to execute captured slaves, but agreed to leave their fate to the convention in Williamsburg. Dunmore, who remained aboard his floating headquarters near Norfolk, may have been duped by an American deserter who claimed that the rebels had fewer than 300 men. He may also have learned, correctly, that more rebels were en route from Williamsburg in North Carolina. The governor dispatched additional regulars to Great Bridge, along with British sailors and Loyalist volunteers, bringing the force there to perhaps 400. With more impetuous unwisdom, he also ordered the garrison to leave the secure fort and attack the American fortifications before they could be reinforced. At first light on Saturday, December 9th, reveille drums woke the American camp, only to be answered with a snicker of musketry from the northern causeway approaching the bridge. The firing at first seemed like our usual sport, an exchange of a few morning guns, one Virginian wrote. But moments later, Colonel Woodford's adjutant called, "Boys, stand to your arms." Bullets whistled overhead, and sentries spotted redcoats replacing planks missing from the bridge stringers. British gunners muscled the 2 4-pounders from inside the fort and lobbed several rounds toward the American lines. The damp morning thickened with shouts and smoke and the booming cannonade. Lieutenant Edward Travis led an American skirmish line of 80 militiamen to the breastwork, 160 yards below the bridge, while Woodford deployed his main force around the church a quarter-mile to the south. Through smoke and morning haze, grenadiers abruptly appeared on the causeway, 6 abreast in bearskin caps and red coats with buff facings. With bayonets glinting and 2 drums beating time, they tramped in parade order across the bridge, shoes clapping the wooden planks. At the head of the column was a tall, homely captain named Charles Fordyce, who had written a friend a week earlier that a couple of thousand men would settle everything here in the course of this winter. On this morning, at this place, Captain Fordyce had not a couple thousand, but 120 regulars, trailed at a safe distance by a scruffy battalion of Marines, sailors, volunteers, and liberty to slaves Ethiopians. Within 50 yards of the breastwork, Fordyce waved his hat in a gesture of encouragement and was heard to cry, "The day is our own!" Those were his last coherent words. On order, Travis's men rose up from behind their barricade, took aim, and fired. Lead and flame leaped from the top of the parapet to gall the British column. Fordyce fell with a bullet in the knee. Blotting at the wound with a handkerchief pulled from his cuff, he rose, hobbled forward, and fell again, a few paces from the rebel barrier. 14 bullets would be counted in his corpse. More gunshots came from the American left, where Culpeper riflemen, Lieutenant Marshall among them, had flanked the bridge along a marsh hummock, and now enfiladed the enemy column with crossfire. Volley upon volley blistered the grenadier ranks. "For God's sake," a voice shrieked, "do not murder us!" The rear guard turned and pelted for the fort. Gunners spiked their 4-pounders by hammering nails into the touch-holes. Then they ran, too. Grenadiers dragged wounded comrades across the bridge, glancing over their shoulders. Shirtmen were said to favor scalping. "We retreated with much fewer brave fellows than we took out," a midshipman from the Otter later wrote. Breathless bodies lay scattered before the breastwork like bloody throw rugs. "They fought, bled, and died like Englishmen," reported Captain Richard Kidder Meade of the 2nd Virginia. 10 and 12 bullets through many. Limbs broke in 2 or 3 places, brains turning out. Good God, what a sight! The entire action from reveille to retreat had lasted half an hour, an absurd, ridiculous, and unnecessary attack, a surviving British officer wrote home. 33 captured Loyalists and re-enslaved Ethiopians were handcuffed, black to white, for the march to Williamsburg jail cells. Woodford agreed to return the British dead and wounded under a truce flag. A list recorded the casualties by infirmity. Ball lodged in the leg, no fracture, or ball lodged in the bowels, judged mortal. 1 corporal was reportedly still alive despite 17 wounds. American losses amounted to 1 man nicked in the finger. That night at 7 p.m., after loading the wounded into wagons and carts, the British garrison crept from the fort and trudged toward Norfolk, 5 hours north. On Sunday morning, Shertman found the hog pen empty but for a few axes, 29 spades, 11 pairs of shoes, a pair of snuff boxes, and dead grenadiers, now stiff and stripped of their coats and waistcoats. Dunmore's report to London would list 17 killed and 49 wounded, but that excluded blacks and Loyalists, who brought the total casualties to more than 100. His lordship, one British officer wrote, has much to answer for. Norfolk might be a dirty little borough in Governor Dunmore's description, but it was Virginia's major port as well as the colony's biggest town, with 6,000 residents. Fine houses owned by ship captains and tobacco factors faced the waterfront, and brick warehouses crowded the wharves. Waters converged here, the James and Elizabeth Rivers. The Chesapeake Bay and beyond, Capes Henry and Charles, the briny deep. Before the war strangled much of the colony's trade, rum, sugar, and European finery, linens, chafing dishes, pewter porringers were hoisted from the holds of arriving ships, which then were loaded with timber, wheat, salt pork, and countless hogsheads of sweet-scented tobacco. Sailmakers patched canvas, shredded in rough crossings, and lighters with bubbling kettles of tar glided through the shallows, carrying carpenters hired to repair leaky merchantmen. An annual fair in Market Square featured bull baiting and a contest to see who could snatch a gold-laced cap from a greased pole. Fine fiddling might be heard at dances in Mason's Hall. The town was despised by many Virginians as a haven for British mercantilists and their Tory collaborators. Yet in better days, Norfolk had flourished. Those days were gone, and the town's worst days had now arrived. Upon hearing of the defeat at Great Bridge, Dunmore raved incoherently, threatening to hang the boy who brought the news. The bedraggled column of survivors shuffled through Norfolk's cobblestoned streets in the small hours of Sunday morning, December 10th. The wounded pleaded for water, and women with pitchers moved among them as the uninjured regulars and Ethiopians marched to the docks to be rowed out to half a dozen ships. Dunmore believed the town indefensible. Some Loyalist families soon followed, clutching a few treasured possessions, but much of the population, foreseeing trouble, fled inland or up tidewater creeks. Men dashed about trying to hire horses and wagons, or at least drays and wheelbarrows. House slaves piled beds, mahogany tables, chairs, and a bit of salt meat onto each conveyance, and off they went to Portsmouth or Suffolk, or even the Carolinas, abandoning those handsome homes on Church and Talbot streets. To bolster their spirits, some could be heard singing as they hurried down Princess Anne Road. The rebel force, swollen to almost 1,300, had moved toward Norfolk. Woodford yielded command to Colonel Robert Howe, a more senior officer who had brought reinforcements from North Carolina. By Thursday, December 14th, the rebels occupied the town, sniping at British vessels and arresting 100 suspected Loyalists for interrogation in Williamsburg. "We have taken up some of the Tories and coupled them to a Negro with handcuffs," one officer reported. "The most stupid kind we discharge." Dunmore was also reinforced with the arrival, on December 21st, of the Liverpool after a miserable 14-week passage from Britain that had reduced the 28-gun frigate to a single cask of fetid water. Scurvy plagued the ship and her companion, the ordnance brig Maria. But when Liverpool's Captain Henry Ballou demanded fresh provisions for his crews, rebel riflemen replied with more gunfire. American sentries paraded along the waterfront, yelled taunts from the docks, and seized a brig loaded with salt, the price of which had soared from 1 shilling per bushel to 15. "They have nothing more at heart than the utter destruction of this once most flourishing country," Dunmore wrote London. By December 31st, Both the year and British patience had expired. Captain Ballou sent Colonel Howe an odd ultimatum, that you will cause your sentinels in the town of Norfolk to avoid being seen. American jibes persisted. Every mark of insult, Ballou complained, including insolent sentries walking with their hats fixed on their bayonets for sure visibility from his quarterdeck. Ballou moored Kingfisher, Otter, and Liverpool, the three largest men of war, with their gun ports broadside to the waterfront. Jack pendants flew from the bowsprits to distinguish these vessels from merchantmen. Dunmore warned civilians loitering in Norfolk to get out. After a minatory rattle of drums, Liverpool fired the first 3 cannonballs at 3 p.m. on Monday, January 1st, demolishing a wharf shack used for a guardhouse.
Within moments, more than 100 guns lacerated the town, pummeling the warehouses and dockyards in an effort to chivvy snipers from their nests.
Dirty smoke draped the anchorage as boatloads of British troops rowed ashore to set more fires. Storerooms of pitch and turpentine blazed up, igniting large houses and humble shanties alike. By 10 p.m., a crimson glow hung like a halo over the waterfront. The wind favored their design, Colonels Howe and Woodford wrote in a joint dispatch to authorities in Williamsburg, and we believe the flames will become general. In a separate note, Howe described women and children running through a crowd of shot to get out of town. A few have, I hear, been killed. Does it not call for vengeance, both from God and man? A British midshipman wrote in the early hours of January 2nd, the town is still burning, as it will be for 3 or 4 days. That was quite true, for vengeful shirtmen had picked up where British incendiaries left off, burning, looting, and filling their canteens with alcohol pinched from grog shops. Keep up the jig became a rallying cry for those determined to punish a Tory town and blame it on the enemy. A witness reported militiamen drinking rum and crying out, "Let us make hay while the sun shines." Unrestrained by their officers, Howe and Woodford had been disingenuous, if not dishonest, in blaming only the British for the conflagration. They plundered warehouses and residences, selling booty on the streets. A young soldier in Hampton wrote his mother, "At night the fire was so great the clouds above the town appeared as red and bright as they do in an evening at sunsetting." At length the flames subsided. Colonel Howe reported that Norfolk is in a very ruinous condition. But vengeance had not yet run its course. Paraphrasing the Roman war cry that baneful Carthage must be destroyed, Thomas Jefferson had declared, "Delenda est Norfolk." The Virginia Convention agreed and ordered the remains of Norfolk to be burnt, a major told his wife. We expect to see the blaze soon. Officers banged on doors, ordering all remaining residents within a mile of the water to evacuate. Shirtmen soon rampaged through the town again, setting blazes to structures still standing on Bermuda, Catherine, and Church Streets. The detested town of Norfolk is no more, a midshipman wrote. The dirty little borough, now reduced to ash and skeletal chimneys, had suffered greater damage than would befall any town in America during the Revolution. An investigative commission the following year found that of 1,331 structures destroyed in and near Norfolk, the British had demolished 32 before evacuating the town, then burned 19 more during the January 1st bombardment. Militia troops burned 863 in early January and another 416 in the subsequent razing ordered by the convention. But that accounting remained secret for 60 years and then was buried in a legislative journal that stayed hidden for another century, as the historian John E. Selby would note.
Blaming the Redcoats for wanton destruction was convenient, and like ruined Falmouth in Maine or Charlestown in Massachusetts, Norfolk became a vivid emblem of British cruelty.
Never can true reconcilement grow, the Virginia Gazette declared, where wounds of deadly hate have pierced so deep. The war had become both brutal and continental, from Montreal to southern Virginia, and would grow nastier and spread farther. Dunmore's actions drew Virginia into the insurrection full bore. In mid-January, the Virginia Convention enlarged the 2 existing militia regiments and then created 7 more, most of them commanded by officers who had served with Washington during the French War. All 9 Virginia regiments would be mustered into the new Continental Army, which Washington was forming into a national force outside Boston, as ordered by Congress. The convention, in an act of independence, also declared Virginia ports open for trade to any nation except Britain, Ireland, and the British West Indies. Virginians got on with hunting their runaways. A notice in the Gazette offered a reward for a servant boy named Bartholomew Archibald, about 18 years of age, about 5 feet 6 inches high, of a dark complexion pitted with smallpox, very slim made. I am apt to think he will pass for a free man. Captured renegados who had served Dunmore were publicly flogged, occasionally after having an ear severed. Some were sold to sugar plantations in the West Indies, or sent to work the lead mines in Fincastle County, digging ore for rebel bullets. One account reported that some blacks caught bearing arms for the British had their severed heads impaled on poles at crossroads. Owners were compensated for their losses. By triggering Norfolk's immolation, Dunmore had ruined his friends and deprived himself of sanctuary. American contempt for the governor only intensified. He was accused in the press of keeping 2 enslaved girls as bedmakers, and it was said that he had barreled up some dead bodies of the smallpox and sent them on shore to spread disease. Banished from both Williamsburg and Norfolk, he took refuge with a hodgepodge cluster of 90 vessels at Tucker's Mill Point, a malarial spit on the west bank of the Elizabeth River. A 6-foot breastwork in a ditch 300 yards long protected a 4-acre encampment where several wells were sunk for fresh water. But rebel riflemen lurked on the perimeter, and jail fever, typhus, spread through both the Royal Navy crews and the refugees trapped in what was derisively called the King's 4 Acres. Grave mounds began to sprout on the riverbank. First a few, then a few score, and eventually a few hundred, half of them reportedly belonging to freed slaves. Moreover, Dunmore reported, there was not a ship in the fleet that did not throw 1, 2, or 3 or more dead overboard every night. Otter became a virtual ghost ship. Dunmore sent armed boats to forage for food along the coast with little success, even as additional runaways slipped into the camp each day. Bread and salt meat supplies began to dwindle. Sickness grew epidemic. And soon enough, the governor knew, he would have to lead his wandering tribe elsewhere. Dunmore poured out his troubles in an endless letter to London. I wish to God it had been possible to have spared some troops for this colony, he wrote. I am now morally certain had I had 500 men here 6 weeks ago, the rebels would not have been able to raise any number that could possibly have opposed my march to any part of the colony. Instead, the fate befallen the proud royal colony of Virginia is a mortification. God only knows, he added, what I have suffered. Chapter 8. The Paths of Glory. Quebec, December 3, 1775, to January 1, 1776. A lowering sky the color of slag hung over Pointe-aux-Trembles at 10 a.m. on Sunday, December 3rd. Although it was cold enough to split stone, as the habitants said, the sight of canvas sails gliding down the St. Lawrence brought Colonel Benedict Arnold and his troops tromping through foot-deep snow from their flint cobble farmhouses to the river's edge. The brig Gaspé, the schooner Mary, and several smaller vessels, all seized from the British as they tried to flee Montreal a fortnight earlier, rounded a point on the north bank, nosing through patches of ice, then hove to and dropped their anchors. Cheers echoed through the aspens as a skiff from the little flotilla scraped onto the beach, and Brigadier General Richard Montgomery stepped ashore, ready to complete the conquest of Quebec. 300 soldiers came with him, mostly New Yorkers in captured British uniforms. They brought the combined American invasion force to just under 1,000, half the number Arnold had estimated would be needed to overwhelm Fortress Quebec. Many of Montgomery's New Englanders, including the Green Mountain Boys, had bolted south after Montreal's surrender. They have such an intemperate desire to return home, General Schuyler told Congress in a note from Ticonderoga, that nothing can equal it. If short of manpower, Montgomery brought ample munitions and winter garb confiscated from enemy stocks. Cannons and mortars, sealskin moccasins, red cloth caps trimmed in fur, and underjackets with corduroy sleeves, full-skirted, hooded white overcoats, and more new uniforms from Britain that had been intended for the 26th and 7th Regiments. 40 more barrels of gunpowder, 2 tons, would shortly follow from Montreal. Later that afternoon, Arnold's men paraded before the St. Nicholas Chapel, their new moccasins stuffed with hay for extra warmth. Arnold had led them to Canada, but Montgomery would lead them home, eventually, and they took his measure as he took theirs. He is a gentle, polite man, tall and slender in his make, bald on top of his head, wrote one lieutenant. A rifleman thought him well-limbed, tall and handsome, though his face was much pockmarked. He made us a short but energetic and elegant speech, a private added, praising the soldiers' fortitude in the Maine wilderness under the intrepid Arnold, whom Montgomery deemed active, intelligent, and enterprising. The men offered a few huzzas from our freezing bodies and dispersed to find a blazing hearth. General Montgomery was born to command, a Pennsylvania rifleman concluded. His recent successes give us the highest confidence in him. Arnold had hired a fleet of brightly colored habitant sleighs, and on Monday many of the American officers trotted east for 20 miles in a serpentine column, the horses' bells jingling merrily until they reached the snow-entombed plains of Abraham. Their companies followed on foot or in bateau with the heavy luggage. Quebec City loomed in the distance, the white-clad spires, battlements, and pitched roofs glistening as though carved from crystal. As planned, Arnold swung north with a vanguard of riflemen to the suburb of St. Roch. His troops occupied buildings that stretched from the sprawling Intendant's Palace, within rifle shot of Quebec's battlements, to a convent and hospital along the St. Charles River, a tributary of the St. Lawrence. Soon after placing his headquarters in Menou's Tavern, a mile west of the city, Arnold scratched out a letter to Washington. He and Montgomery were making all possible preparations to attack the city, which has a wretched motley garrison of disaffected seamen, marines, and inhabitants. The walls in a ruinous situation and cannot hold out long. Montgomery had dispersed his New Yorkers across the plains and placed his own headquarters in Holland House, a high-peaked French chateau on a hillock 2 miles southwest of Quebec's St. John Gate. "I wish it were well over, with all my heart," he wrote Janet on December 5th. "I shan't forget your beaver blanket if I get safe out of this affair, nor your mother's marten skins." In the same sitting he wrote a long dispatch to Schuyler. "The works of Quebec are extremely extensive, and very incapable of being defended," he declared. Yet laying siege to the town hardly seemed feasible, given the small American numbers and the lack of heavy guns. His biggest cannons were 12-pounders, compared to several 32-pounders inside the fortress. Having concluded that a direct assault would be necessary, he envisioned a feint toward the upper town around the St. John and St. Louis gates, and a main assault on the lower town, fronting the St. Lawrence. Informers had revealed that Governor Carleton, after eluding capture on the river, is now in town and puts on the show of defense. Montgomery continued, "I shall be very sorry to be reduced to this mode of attack because I know the melancholy consequences. But the approaching severe season and the weakness of the garrison, together with the nature of the works, pointed out too strong to be passed by. Fortune often baffles the sanguine expectations of poor mortals. I am not intoxicated with the favors I have received at her hands, but I do think there is a fair prospect of success." Arnold and his men were impressive, he added. They evinced a style of discipline among them much superior to what I have been used to seeing this campaign. Still, I would not wish to see less than 10,000 men ordered here from the colonies to hold Quebec once the town was captured, since Britain no doubt would send reinforcements in the spring to take it back. In closing, he wrote, "The Canadians will be our friends as long as we are able to maintain our ground, but they must not be depended on." Even as he refined his storming plan, Montgomery held a wan hope that bombarding Quebec with fire pills, as his men called their cannonballs, might provoke Carleton into giving battle on open ground outside the walls. In 1759, the illustrious General James Wolfe had considered 8 different attack plans here before successfully luring General Louis-Joseph de Montcalm and his French army onto the plains of Abraham. There, in 15 minutes, on September 13th, with what one admiring British historian called the most perfect volley ever fired on the battlefield, the regulars blew apart Montcalm, his legions, and Versailles' claim to New France. But Montgomery also knew that Carleton had served in that campaign as Wolfe's quartermaster. The governor was undoubtedly aware that British security this winter lay within Quebec's fortifications, however imperfect. Montcalm had faced starvation in 1759, while Carleton's larders were now full. Wolfe's artillery that summer had wrecked much of the lower town with an estimated 40,000 cannonballs, far more than the paltry stock of fire pills available to American gunners. Moreover, the French commander had been provoked into attacking because the British were waging a savage war of terror in Quebec against what Wolfe called Canadian vermin, razing mills, churches, barns, and an estimated 1,400 farmhouses. Their depredations included rape, plunder, scalped habitants, and murdered prisoners. "It is war of the worst shape," a British officer had written his wife. 16 years later, American invaders, could hardly carry out such a campaign and hope to win Canadian fealty. Wolfe's success was a lucky hit, or rather a series of hits, Montgomery told his father-in-law in a letter. All sober and scientific calculation was against him. In an effort to undermine enemy morale, the Americans now allowed peasants to pass into Quebec City with exaggerated reports of a besieging force that exceeded 4,000. Habitants also reported that the Bostonnais seemed insensible of cold and were musket-proof because they were wearing armor. The French toile, linen, had somehow been perverted to toile, sheet metal. In a direct attempt at intimidation, on Wednesday, December 6th, Montgomery sent another lurid American ultimatum to the British garrison. Should you persist in an unwarrantable defense, the consequences be on your head, he warned. If supplies were destroyed rather than surrendered, by heavens, there will be no mercy. The note was carried through the gate by an old woman, only to be tweezed by a drummer with fire tongs and tossed into the hearth on Carleton's order. Copies tied to rebel arrows and fired over the wall met with similar disdain. A more direct answer came on Friday when Montgomery rode from Holland House to confer with Arnold at Manou's Tavern. Moments after he alighted and walked inside, British cannonballs smashed his parked sleigh and decapitated his horse. No sooner had the Americans cinched the cordon around Quebec than disgruntlement crept into their ranks. Brutal cold and British cannonading proved dispiriting. The $1 bounty Montgomery paid each man hardly bought their sufferance for long. Soldiers afflicted with pleurisy, pneumonia, and other ailments filled the convent hospital on the St. Charles, 3/4 of a mile from the city walls. The men began to be very much beat out and begin to declare that they will go home, the surveyor John Pierce told his diary on December 13th. After an incessant barrage the following day and evening, he added, "At night we had one man killed. He belonged to the artillery train and was shot through his belly and had one of his arms shot off. And all his inwards lay on the platform." British 9-pounders riddled the cupola of the Intendant's Palace, flushing Arnold's snipers. 7 American soldiers were whipped for theft after plundering Canadian houses of food, heirlooms, cutlery, and mattresses. And, Pierce recorded, the huts used for barracks were infested with lice, itch, jaundice, crabs, bedbugs, and an unknown sight of fleas. None of these vexations compared to the calamity first noticed in the American regiments on December 6th. "The smallpox is all around us," a private wrote, "and there is great danger of its spreading in the army." By December 9th, rumors of the disease had even reached British ears inside Quebec. "The smallpox does havoc among them," Thomas Ainsley, a customs collector and militia captain, reported in his diary. "'Tis a deadly infection in Yankee veins." Deadly indeed. An English writer later described smallpox as the most terrible of all the ministers of death. Transmitted by human vectors rather than by insects or contaminated water, the variola virus typically caused influenza-like symptoms 12 days after exposure. 3 or 4 days later, the first sores erupted, often in the mouth and throat, before spreading to the palms, soles, face, torso, forearms, nostrils, and eyes. By the 4th week, mortality might range from 15 to 60%. Survivors, like Washington and Montgomery, were scarred for life, and sometimes blinded, though perpetually immune. Pocked young men were much prized by military recruiters. Smallpox ravaged Alexander the Great's army in India in 327 BC, and eventually became endemic in Europe, killing 400,000 Europeans annually by the 18th century. In addition to countless low-born victims, royal fatalities included Peter II of Russia, Louis I of Spain, and Louis XV of France. Transmitted by Portuguese and Spanish conquistadors to the New World, the speckled monster contributed to the collapse of the Aztec and Inca empires, while decimating other indigenous tribes. The standard treatments of bleeding and purging were ineffective, as were such exotic regimens as opening the pustules with a golden needle, painting a victim's room red to expel bad humors, and drinking concoctions made from horse manure or jackass fat. Vaccination using cowpox to tame the disease would not be adopted until the end of the 18th century, but inoculation had been practiced for centuries in Asia and Africa, and in 1672 it was introduced to Europe from Persia via Istanbul. Pus swabbed from a smallpox sore was deliberately introduced into an open incision on a healthy patient's arm or thigh. The consequent eruption usually was milder and far less lethal than natural infection, although the procedure was risky and could trigger fresh epidemics if those newly inoculated were not isolated. After successful experiments on prisoners and orphans, the British Army inoculated many troops during the 7 Years' War. The disease, if hardly eradicated, rarely became epidemic among the regulars. Frederick the Great likewise inoculated his Prussian legions. First introduced in America during the Boston smallpox epidemic of 1721, the practice of inoculation was legally restricted in New England because of medical uncertainties and a theological conviction, as the historian Elizabeth A. Fenn would write, that it displayed a distrust in God's overruling care. Few New Englanders had acquired immunity, and colonists elsewhere often could not afford the 3-pound to 5-pound cost of inoculation. Insurrection in America coincided with a smallpox epidemic that would claim more than 100,000 lives across the continent from 1775 to 1782. When the disease appeared in the camps outside Quebec, suspicion immediately fell on Carleton. British commanders at Fort Pitt in 1763 had allegedly approved sending blankets from a smallpox hospital to marauding Indians, so urging infected habitants to wander into American lines seemed plausible. One Pennsylvanian serving with Arnold would claim that the smallpox introduced into our cantonments by the indecorous, yet fascinating arts of the enemy had already begun its ravages. Upon getting reports from Canada, Jefferson later alleged that this disorder was sent into our army designedly by the commanding officer in Quebec. Perhaps more likely was the incidental exposure of Arnold's men upon reaching the St. Lawrence in mid-November. The disease was endemic in Montreal and Quebec. Regardless of the cause, by late December, smallpox was spreading among the Americans at an alarming rate. Arnold's surgeon, Isaac Center, was an inexperienced 22-year-old who had not finished his apprenticeship. His failure to immediately isolate all smallpox patients proved lamentable. Contrary to orders, some men secretly inoculated themselves, often using pus inserted with a pine needle under the fingernail or into a dirty incision hidden beneath sleeves or trousers. Although a smallpox ward was established 3 miles from the St. Charles Hospital, the quarantine was fitfully enforced. Jeremiah Greenman of Rhode Island, still only 17, told his diary of the inevitable consequence. Some of our company dieth with ye smallpox. A French writer once observed that in the new colonies the Spanish start by building a church, the English a tavern, and the French a fort. When the adventurous Samuel de Champlain dropped anchor on July 3, 1608, 700 miles up the St. Lawrence from the Atlantic Ocean, at a place known to local Indians as Quebec, where the water is narrow, he promptly began fortifying the site to withstand a siege. Only 8 of his original 28 colonists remained alive the following spring, but more settlers arrived, and a miniature European fortress soon took shape, with a palisade, a ditch, a drawbridge, and bastions mounting cannons. Over the next 150 years, those defenses were expanded, demolished, allowed to deteriorate, then expanded again. Stone and masonry replaced cedar and dirt. Redoubts and ramparts were added, as well as an enormous barracks, magazines, and guns with interlocking fields of fire. Government buildings and ecclesiastical compounds lined the squares and meandering streets of the upper town, while warehouses, docks, and squat houses crowded the lower town, tucked under the cliffs along the river landing. From Cape Diamond, a massive promontory glittering with quartz crystals that loomed 330 feet above the St. Lawrence. The fortress revetments, palisades, and walls eventually extended in a 2-mile arc around the city to a bluff overlooking the St. Charles. A few repairs had been made in the past 30 years, and swallows now nested in the crumbling masonry. After the conquest, a British engineer warned that Quebec's fortifications were of bad materials and of very bad condition. A vigorous bombardment could breach the walls in 2 days. None of the 3 main gates was especially strong, though the outer wall stood 30 to 60 feet high with 6 bastions. Segments lacked a protective glacis and dry moat, permitting attackers to creep close. Ramparts to the west remained vulnerable to enfilading fire because the Plains of Abraham rose higher than even Cape Diamond. In 1769, Carleton had requested construction of a true citadel to give stability and permanency to the British dominion over this province. Plans were drafted and redrafted, but little was done, despite urgent pleas to London. The defenses continued to deteriorate. Gunners test firing a garrison cannon in October triggered a rock slide that damaged a house in Champlain Street. A month later, the appearance of Arnold's crowbait invaders caused panic when sentries had trouble finding the keys to lock the St. John Gate. If privately doubtful of the city's ability to withstand an American assault, in public Carleton evinced a calm, determined confidence. By day he issued orders from the copper-roofed Chateau St. Louis, with its 7 chimneys, elegant porte-cochere, and a rear balcony overlooking the lower town. At night he crossed the street to sleep fully uniformed in a command post within the secure Récollet monastery. Spies and deserters told him of sickness and dissension in enemy ranks. He hoped that much of Arnold's force would leave Canada on January 1st, when their enlistments expired. Informers also told him of dissension within the walls, Grumbletonians, Captain Ainsley called them. In short order, Carleton purged the town of all useless, disloyal, and treacherous persons, including pacifists and seditious tradesmen, who were ordered to leave by December 1st, under pain of being treated as rebels or spies. A sullen band passed out of the gates with little less than our necessary clothing, as one exile complained. But the banishment bolstered Carleton's authority. Cabals then ceased, a British officer reported. As Montgomery had suspected, the governor had no intention of being lured from his fortress. If the city could hold out for 6 months, until the ice on the St. Lawrence broke up in May, heavy reinforcements would most likely come from Britain. The town, which included 3,200 women and children, was short of firewood and forage, and no substantial medical supplies had been sent from England in more than a decade. The recently arrived storeship Elizabeth, expected to bring artillery munitions, instead proved to be laden with twine and paper. But Quebec's storerooms held almost 2,000 barrels of flour, 8,000 bushels of wheat, 33 tons of rice, and 406 firkins, 11 tons, of butter. Also in November, the frigate Lizard had brought firelocks, clothing, and equipment for several thousand men, plus 20,000 pounds in cash. Carleton's 1,800 defenders were barely half the 3,000 needed to properly defend Quebec's long walls. They included just over 300 regulars, plus 3 dozen Marines. Hundreds of others remained unreliable, if not treacherous. Many showed little martial aptitude, despite marching about, as a witness complained, with a Highland piper making a most horrid noise with his bagpipes, by incessantly skirling Lochaber no more. Recruits just arrived from Newfoundland were described as Irish fishermen, totally unacquainted with the use of arms. Undaunted, Carleton organized 4 brigades with daily musket drills and cannoneering lessons from the fortress bombardier. Frenchmen willing to take up arms were offered a shilling and a pint of porter. Several hundred British sailors and merchant seamen agreed to form a Royal Navy battalion after their ships were hauled into cul-de-sac, adjacent to the lower town, and hove over against King's War for the winter. Each new tar turned private received £3, a greatcoat with red cuffs, and a full landsman's uniform. Sailmakers were put to work sewing sandbags for the crumbling walls, and carpenters hired in the Canadian Maritimes built gun platforms and steel barricades. Perhaps most vital to Quebec's defense was the arrival of a pudding-faced Hebridean brawler who quickly put starch into both the garrison and Governor Carleton. Lieutenant Colonel Allan Maclean, described by one admiring officer as beloved, dreaded, and indefatigable, had fought at Culloden in the 1745 Jacobite Rising, then fled to Holland until an amnesty allowed his return to Britain. Since then he had served the Crown faithfully on various European and Caribbean battlefields, as well as here at Wolfe's side in 1759. The King himself, the previous spring, had approved sending Maclean back to America to raise the Royal Highland Emigrants, a new regiment of loyal Scots, many of them veterans who had settled in the New World. In November, Maclean had slipped into Quebec with 220 of these men wearing scarlet jackets, dark tartan kilts, and raccoon pelt sporrans, ready to defend Quebec in the 4th siege of the city's history. He, too, slept dressed for action in the Récollet monastery. With each passing day, the defenses grew stouter. Thousands of spars were stripped from merchant ships, or salvaged in lumber yards to build new blockhouses and loopholed palisades. Waterfront windows in the lower town were planked up or converted to gun ports, and more barriers on Mountain Hill Street blocked access to the upper town from the river. Workmen attached lanterns to long poles above the bastions, so that even a dog could be distinguished in the great ditch in the darkest night, as a British engineer later explained. Some 140 cannons now bristled from the battlements, including naval guns hoisted from the Lizard and the Hunter, and manhandled uphill to protect the city's flanks with canister, tin cylinders packed with iron balls, and grape shot. A few rebel balls smacked the town, toppling the odd chimney, but As Captain Ainsley noted, their shot had no more effect upon our walls than peas would have against a plank. The cold weather turned colder. One's senses are benumbed, Ainsley told his diary. It is employment enough to preserve one's nose. No ungloved hand dared touch metal. An unfortunate sentinel was led to the guardhouse after his eyelids froze shut. Carleton ordered paths shoveled after each snowfall to permit quick movement to the gun platforms. Every man in Quebec, regardless of station, was also required to help clear drifts from the outer walls. The great cathedral bells would ring only in case of attack, summoning defenders to the grand parade where sergeants wearing distinctive green coats, recently stitched by the town's tailors, would deploy them as needed. Sentries on their rounds at night were to stop calling, "All is well." And under orders issued on December 23rd, the entire garrison would sleep fully clothed, ready for combat. General Montgomery had reportedly sworn that he would dine in Quebec on Christmas or in hell. But instead he spent the holy day inspecting his soldiers and pondering his attack plans. After reviewing Captain Daniel Morgan's assembled riflemen, he reminded them that they stood poised to rescue a province from the British yoke, win it for our country, and obtain for ourselves immortal honor. The men cheered as usual. The commander's engaging oratory was sensible and concise, Private George Morrison observed. Another American wrote, "The fire of patriotism kindled in our breasts, and we resolved to follow wherever he should lead." Not every man felt that way about Benedict Arnold, and on December 26th, Montgomery sat at his writing table in Holland House to tell Schuyler of his worries. 3 companies of Colonel Arnold's detachment are very averse to attacking Quebec, he reported. Feuds and personal resentment toward Arnold, the usual enmities of small men that he seemed to accumulate, had festered to the verge of mutiny. "This dangerous party threatens the ruin of our affairs," Montgomery wrote. "I shall, at any rate, be obliged to change my plan of attack, being too weak to put that in execution I had formerly determined on. Many enlistments would expire in less than a week," he noted, "and I must try every means to prevent their departure. Some officers have offered to stay, provided they may join some other corps. This is resentment against Arnold, and will hurt him so much that I do not think I can consent to it." Montgomery urged Schuyler to strain every nerve, to send reinforcements when the Lake Champlain ice melted in the spring, or risk losing what had been won. The expedition also needed money. He had barely £500 left. The continental dollars issued by Congress had depreciated and will not be received by the Canadian inhabitants. Finally, he added, "Having so early reported to you my determination to return home, I take it for granted measures are taken to supply my place. If this business should terminate in a blockade, I shall think myself at liberty to return. However, if possible, I shall first make an effort for the reduction of the town." Other worries also nagged at him. Sickness and desertion had reduced the American assault force to 800 fit men, plus what he called a few ragamuffin Canadians. A disaffected priest was willing to give absolution to renegade Catholics in exchange for a $60 monthly salary and the promise of a bishop's mitre. Defenders would outnumber attackers almost 2 to 1. A trickle of American deserters had bolted into the city. One had been hoisted by rope over the wall so that British sentries did not have to open the gate. They had almost certainly disclosed Montgomery's storming plan, forcing him to amend his attack again. After considering a combined assault on the upper town by scaling the walls near the Cape Diamond bastion, he now reverted to his original scheme of striking the more vulnerable lower town, which, though fortified, lay outside the city walls. 2 columns led by Montgomery and Arnold would approach from opposite directions on a stormy night. 2 smaller diversionary forces would feint toward Cape Diamond and the St. John Gate. If the narrow, heavily defended Mountain Hill Street leading to the upper town could not be forced, Montgomery hoped that Carleton, pressured by civilian merchants, would surrender Quebec rather than let the warehouses, dockyards, and shipping be destroyed. A proposal to seize women, children, and priests in the lower town to use as human shields was considered and rejected, according to Rifleman John Joseph Henry. Montgomery's appeal to patriotic pride seemed in recent days to have tamped down the mutinous talk. He had also suggested that the sacked city would afford ample plunder. Regardless, the 3 disgruntled companies finally fell in line, agreeing to attack when the order came. "Amongst our men," John Pierce wrote in his diary, "there is great searchings of heart." Montgomery tried to remain buoyant. Although he had rebuked Janet in an earlier note, "Write no more of those whining letters. I don't want anything to lower my spirits." Now, he told her, I think myself the most fortunate of men. To his brother-in-law he wrote of the impending attack, "'Tis worth the experiment. Audaces fortuna juvat. Fortune favors the bold." Though he tempted fortune by adding, "Should we fail, I don't see any fatal consequences, which are likely to attend it." It was said that in preparing for his own attack on Quebec 16 years earlier, General Wolfe, who would die in the assault, recited Thomas Gray's Elegy Written in a Country Churchyard, with its prescient line, "The paths of glory lead but to the grave." For his part, General Montcalm wrote an affecting final letter to his wife before riding his black horse onto the plains of Abraham. "The moment when I shall see you again will be the finest of my life," he told her. "Goodbye, my heart." Now in the American camps, each man prepared for battle in his own fashion. Many settled their debts and washed their clothes. Wood smoke from drying racks perfumed shirts and breeches. They finished sharpening pikes and building scaling ladders. "Got all in readiness with our ladders, spears, and so forth, with hearts undaunted," wrote Jeremiah Greenman, the Rhode Islander who had taken up soldiering to make a man of himself. Because so many wore scavenged British uniforms, each man was to fasten recognition emblems to his hat, a hemlock sprig and a scrap of paper with "Liberty or Death" scribbled on it. Montgomery's 20-year-old aide-de-camp, Captain John McPherson, sealed a just-in-case letter to his father in Philadelphia. "If you receive this, it will be the last this hand will ever write to you," young McPherson told him. "Heaven only knows what may be my fate. I experience no reluctance in this cause, to venture a life which I consider is only lent to be used when my country demands it." Captain Jacob Cheeseman, another aide, dressed with meticulous care, then slipped 5 gold coins into his pocket. That should suffice, he observed, to bury him with decency. As for Montgomery, he convened a final conference with his officers at Holland House on Saturday evening, December 30th. A vicious storm had begun to blow from the northeast, with heavy snow and frigid winds. Once again they reviewed the plan, 2 feints, then 2 converging attacks on the lower town. Dr. Center thought the general seemed extremely anxious, even despondent, as he paced back and forth, ear cocked to the keening night, which would cover their approaches to Quebec. Montgomery began composing yet another ultimatum for Carleton. "Embrace the opportunity I offer you," he wrote. But at length, in the small hours of Sunday morning as the storm intensified, he concluded that it was time to move out. 4 a.m. had come and gone, when an odd flicker of light to the west caught Captain Malcolm Fraser's watchful eye as he trudged between sentry posts along the ramparts. A Royal Highland emigrant who commanded the Upper Town Guard, Fraser squinted through the blowing snow across the plains of Abraham. Lanterns? Torches? Abruptly, 2 crimson rockets arced into the inky sky above the Cape Diamond bastion, followed by the dull pop of distant gunfire. Skidding on the slick cobbles, Fraser raced to the Récollet Monastery, bellowing, "Turn out! Turn out!" Carleton met him at the entrance and ordered a general alarm. Drums pounded, dogs barked. 5 rebel mortars and 2 small guns began to bombard the town from a battery in St. Roch. The cathedral bells pealed, echoed in a higher pitch by lesser bells from the Jesuit College, the Ursuline Convent, and Our Lady of Victory in the lower town. Nuns fell to their knees in the vault of the Hôtel Dieu, praying for deliverance. Men with firelocks and torches rushed down St. Louis Street. Militia sergeants in green, fusiliers in red coats with blue facings, and emigrants in tartan, their officers brandishing claymores and wicked dirks. Lighted lanterns on long poles were thrust from the battlements, brightening the shadows. 2 bands of intruders were spotted, one lurking below the Cape Diamond bastion, and the other near the St. John Gate, trying without success to set fire to the heavy doors. Both were quickly snuffed out as feints. Cannon fire drove them off while Carleton and Colonel McLean turned their attention to the lower town. Arnold had assembled almost 500 cutthroats with scaling ladders near the St. Charles Convent in St. Roch. Upon spotting the 2 rockets that signaled the diversionary attacks on the far side of Quebec, they set off in a lumbering column. Arnold with a 30-man vanguard, followed by gunners dragging a 6-pounder on a sled, and then Captain Morgan's rifle company leading the rest, their heads bent against the storm, gunlocks wrapped in coat skirts in a vain effort to keep them dry. As he approached the palace gate on Quebec's northern shoulder, Arnold swung into Dog Lane to follow the wall toward the lower town. The parapet overhead immediately erupted in muzzle flashes and ferocious musketry, raking the Americans with plunging fire from the Royal Navy Battalion, "We advanced as fast as we could, but was obliged to leave our field piece," a gunner later told his journal. The sled and 6-pounder were abandoned in a snowdrift. Hunched men instinctively narrowed their shoulders and hurried forward, unable to see anything above the high gray wall except that fatal winking. Some believed they had been betrayed, and indignant shouts could be heard, "We are sold!" An orderly sergeant sprawled flat, leaking blood. "I am a dead man," he murmured. "I wish you would turn me over." A comrade complied, flipping him face down in the snow to be trampled by the surging column. Captain Jonas Hubbard, who had survived Bunker Hill, would not survive Dog Lane. He, too, fell mortally wounded. "March on," he called. "March on." March on they did for 600 yards before the lane bent south into the dim labyrinth of the lower town. Ahead loomed the first barrier, a 10-foot wooden wall with musket loopholes. Arnold had no sooner ordered his men to prop ladders against the barricade than he crumpled to the ground. A bullet fragment had sliced through his left leg below the knee, lodging in the calf muscle above his heel. Bleeding badly and in excruciating pain, he shouted encouragement through gritted teeth while hobbling to the rear with help from 2 men, who carried him the final mile to Dr. Center's surgery table at the convent hospital. The column had lost its commander, but Captain Morgan, the gutful former teamster, scrambled up the ladder rungs and peered over the barrier, only to be greeted by a blast of gunfire. One ball pierced his cap, another grazed his cheek. After tumbling to the ground like a scorched rag, as one chronicler later wrote, his hair and beard singed, Morgan scaled the ladder again and vaulted to the far side. More riflemen followed in a melee of shouts and wild shooting. Confused by the redcoats worn by many attackers, the stunned defenders retreated through the street to a nearby house, where their captain, who was said to be in liquor, soon surrendered with dozens of others. Some threw down their guns, yelling, "Vive la liberté!" 300 yards on, a second barricade loomed across an area known as the Saut au Matelot, Sailor's Leap, where a sheer rock face rose on the right, unbroken but for the twisting defile that carried Mountain Hill Street to the upper town. The barrier's sally port appeared to be unguarded, but when Morgan urged the attack forward, an impromptu conclave of officers resisted, huddling in the shadows for discussion. The Holland House plan called for Arnold to rendezvous with Montgomery at this spot before advancing uphill. Not only had casualties reduced the column, but as many as 200 men had lost their way in the snowstorm and were wandering around the docks, sheds, and riverine warehouses. Wet firelocks needed to be dried, prisoners required careful watching. A strange tranquility settled over the lower town as the order was passed to each company, "Wait here for General Montgomery and his men." "I was overruled by hard reasoning," Morgan later said. "To these arguments I sacrificed my own opinion and lost the town." 2 miles southwest, Montgomery led his 300 New Yorkers along the St. Lawrence shoreline from Wolf's Cove. The tide had heaved great slabs of ice onto the narrow path, and they picked their way single file around Cape Diamond at 6 a.m., past the iron cleats used in warmer weather to moor river vessels to the embankment. Squinting through the blinding snow, they spied the first fortification on this side of the lower town, a 15-foot unguarded wooden palisade blocking the path. Carpenters with saws and axes quickly hacked a hole large enough for Montgomery to squeeze through, followed by his command staff and soldiers. 100 yards north, near the King's Wharf in the old forges, another barrier loomed at the edge of the industrial district called Pré de Vie. It, too, yielded after a few minutes of violent cutting and gashing. Pushing aside the splintered posts, Montgomery saw a 2-story blockhouse 50 yards ahead. He crept forward as others clambered through the gap behind him, including Captains Cheeseman and McPherson. No lighter sound could be heard from what was clearly a stronghold, with musket loopholes and closed firing ports on the second floor. An officer sent forward for a closer look detected no sign of enemies. Perhaps this building, too, had been abandoned. Montgomery drew his sword and advanced. Captain Adam Barnsfair, master of the merchant ship Fell, watched every move of the shadowy intruders through a spy hole in the blockhouse. 36 British and Canadian militiamen crowded the ground floor, silent as mice, while 9 sailors upstairs held lighted matches next to several small cannons packed with grape shot. At point-blank range, perhaps no more than 20 yards, Barnsfair gave the command, "Fire!" The ports flew open. Flames spurted from the muzzles, and detonations broke the early morning silence, echoing from Cape Diamond's hard flank. Shrieks and groans followed the discharge, a British witness reported. When the smoke cleared away, there was not a soul to be seen. At least, not a living soul. Grape hit Montgomery in both thighs and mortally through the face. He pitched over backward, knees drawn up, the sword flying from his hand. Behind him, Cheeseman fell, rose, and fell again for good, the burial gold still in his pocket. McPherson never moved. 10 other bodies would be found in the snow at Près-de-Vie. The survivors had plunged back through the barrier opening, dragging the wounded by their collars. Now the American attack came fully unstitched. As a sullen dawn lightened the eastern sky, scores of British reinforcements swarmed from the palace gate. Following the rebel blood trail down Dog Lane, they fell on the rear of Captain Henry Dearborn's company, which had mustered belatedly along the St. Charles before marching into the lower town in search of Arnold's column. Facing fire from behind and from the walls above, Dearborn's men scattered among the houses and shops. "We got bewildered," the captain later wrote. Ahead, in the Saule au Matelot, unaware of Montgomery's fate, yet sensing that the morning had taken an evil turn, Morgan tried to reorganize and advance toward the upper town. Too late. More regulars had manned the second barrier near Mountain Hill Street, bolting the sally port and driving Americans from an adjacent house with their bayonets. When a British lieutenant demanded his surrender, Morgan shot him in the head. But a murderous fire built as enemy soldiers and sailors filled the upper windows along the street. Americans sheltered in doorways, pricking dry powder into their firelock touch holes only to have the wet guns misfire again and again. Losses mounted among the Yankee officers. A bullet snipped 3 fingers from Lieutenant Archibald Steele's hand. Captain John Lamb, an artilleryman described by a superior as a restless genius and of bad temper, took grape shot in the left cheek, costing him an eye. Lieutenant John Humphreys, a Virginian in Morgan's company, pitched forward in the street with a mortal chest wound. A bullet through the heart killed Captain William Hendricks, a Pennsylvania Rifle Company commander whose mild and beautiful countenance had been much admired by his comrades. Men groaning with their wounds, women and children screaming and crying, John Pierce would tell his diary, a terrible scene to behold. A British 9-pounder heaved up from Lime Burner's Wharf at 9 a.m., convinced even the diehards that the battle was lost. The defiant roar of Morgan's voice in the Saule au Matelot faded, along with a few final gunshots. Eyes hollow, faces stained with powder, the Americans tossed their firelocks into the street and stepped out with raised hands. Captain Morgan, weeping in rage, surrendered his sword to a priest. "A glorious day for us," a British gunner wrote in his journal, "and as complete a little victory as ever was gained." Nuns with linen bandages bustled about in the chapel of the St. Charles Convent, tending to wounded rebels on straw pallets and praying for those beyond nursing. The nunnery occupied an elegant building dating to the last century and richly decorated with carved and gilt work, one officer recorded, with a complete rigged small ship hanging like a chandelier from the ceiling. Stoves and a great hearth helped revive the half-frozen casualties who continued staggering in on Sunday morning, including Captain Lamb, the gunner, who had been found unconscious and shoeless on a pile of wood shavings in a London town cooper shop, his left eye gone, his jaw mangled, and his shattered cheek wrapped in a black handkerchief. Young Dr. Center moved from pallet to pallet, probing, stitching, and occasionally sighing. With help from the nuns, he had plucked a bullet fragment from Arnold's calf, and now the colonel lay flat in his bed with a brace of loaded pistols and a sword at his side, listening for redcoats at the door and announcing all suggestions of evacuation. On Arnold's order, every bedridden patient still capable of pulling a trigger had been given a firelock. He was determined, Center observed, to kill as many as possible if they came into the room. Upon learning of Montgomery's repulse and death near Cape Diamond, Arnold scribbled a dispatch to Brigadier General David Wooster, now commanding a rear guard in Montreal. "I am exceedingly apprehensive," he wrote. Reports were unclear about whether his own column was still fighting. "They will either carry the lower town, be made prisoners, or be cut to pieces," he told Wooster. "It is impossible to say what our future operations will be until we know the fate of my detachment." Sentries outside piled up snow breastworks in hopes of slowing enemy bullets if the British attacked. But Carleton had no intention of risking his victory by chasing rebels through the drifts. There would be cash rewards for the most valiant defenders, and a knighthood for the governor. The bishop ordered a Te Deum sung, with hosannas of thanksgiving offered to various guardian angels, protective saints, and the Virgin. A priest denied last rites to a mortally wounded habitant who had fought with the Americans, until the dying man publicly repented his disloyalty. In Carleton's irrefutable phrase, the enemy had been repulsed with slaughter. By the governor's tally, American casualties on December 31st totaled 461, including 30 killed in action, 42 wounded, and 389 captured. More than 36 prisoners would die of disease or their wounds. British casualties amounted to 5 dead and 41 wounded. All the defenders who had been captured in the lower town were freed. American prisoners were prodded at bayonet point into the upper town, the enlisted men locked in a monastery and their officers consigned to cells in the seminary. "You can have no conception of what kind of men compose their officers," a British major wrote. Interrogations revealed that in civilian life, one major was a blacksmith, another a hatter. Of their captains, there was a butcher, a tanner, a shoemaker, a tavern keeper, etc., etc. Yet they all pretended to be gentlemen. With Carleton's indulgence, a half-dozen horse-drawn sleds flying a white flag were permitted to bring the prisoners' spare clothing through the palace gate. Yet privation and misery lay ahead. "Fortune was kind enough to save me from either starving or drowning, to bring me to this place to be made a prisoner, which I think to be no great favor," wrote the sardonic Lieutenant William Humphrey. On January 1st, he added, "Here I spent a very solitary New Year." Some Irish or English-born privates agreed to join the British Army in exchange for their freedom. Most of the prisoners awaited parole arrangements that could take months to secure. Those caught plotting escape were clapped in irons. "Nothing heard or seen, but playing at cards, swearing," Private John Melvin told his diary. "Some employ themselves in making wooden spoons." Disease followed them into the cells. "The most of us had the smallpox very hard. Our flesh seemed a mass of corruption," wrote Private Simon Phobes. "At the same time, we were almost covered with vermin. Our clothes were stiff with corrupted matter." Although a crippling attack of gout compounded the pain from his wounded leg, Arnold, now in command, traveled by sleigh ambulance to his new headquarters in Holland House and reimposed a blockade around the city. "Quebec remained an object of the highest importance," he wrote, although a proper siege would require 3,000 men with 5,000 needed for a renewed assault. Riflemen resumed their potshots at the battlements, and gunners once again lobbed cannonballs over the parapets. What they failed to win by force of arms, the Americans claimed by sheer effrontery. Rumors spread that Americans held the lower town, the bishop's house, and British powder magazines, that 600 defenders had been killed, that Montgomery had merely gone to fetch 20,000 Bostonnais reinforcements, and that Carleton had hanged 60 Canadians for treason. Arnold knew better. To Washington, he wrote that upwards of 100 officers and soldiers instantly set off for Montreal after the failed assault. Since most enlistments had now expired, it was with the greatest difficulty I could persuade the rest to make a stand. He was desperate for medical supplies, musket balls, troops, and gunpowder. The American stockpile in Canada was down to 4 tons. "Including as many sick and injured, our force at this time does not exceed 800 men," he wrote Worcester on January 2nd. "For God's sake, order as many men down as you can possibly spare." To his sister Hannah in Connecticut, he added, "That Providence which has carried me through so many dangers is still my protection." More sleds arrived in the upper town, but these bore American dead retrieved from the snow. Stiff as planks, many corpses were heaped in monstrous piles in a cold vault known as the Dead House, until a spring thaw would allow grave digging to resume. Carleton permitted prisoners to identify dead comrades like Lieutenant Samuel Cooper, who had written his wife shortly before the upcountry march through Maine. "The dangers we are to encounter I know not, but it shall never be said to my children, your father was a coward." Montgomery's body was found where he fell. A drummer boy scuffing through drifts in Pré de Vie also retrieved his sword, a short-bladed hanger with a silver bulldog's head on the ivory handle. A British officer gave the boy 7 shillings for the treasure. 13 years earlier, at the siege of Havana, Carleton had served as a colonel in one British regiment when Montgomery was a captain in another. For old time's sake, the governor asked his carpenters to make a genteel coffin of fur lined with flannel and draped in a black pall. On Wednesday, January 3rd, regulars from the 7th Foot, their arms reversed and black scarves knotted on their left elbows, led the cortege past the seminary cell windows, where American officers wept. A rocky defile near the St. Louis gate, powder magazines had been used as a Protestant cemetery in Quebec, and here the mortal remains of Richard Montgomery were interred with military honors. He would never know that the previous month Congress had promoted him to Major General. Nor would he know that his puling threats to resign had brought a rebuke from Washington. One Christmas Eve wrote Schuyler, "When is the time for brave men to exert themselves in the cause of liberty and their country, if this is not?" A defeated general is always wrong, an 18th century French commander once observed, and a dead one was especially at a loss. Perhaps the best this dead, defeated general could hope for was martyrdom. In that, Montgomery succeeded spectacularly. Poems and songs were composed in his honor, as if millions of seraphs clothed in robes of gold sang his praises, as an ode in the Virginia Gazette suggested. Orations, sermons, and theatrical productions followed. The London Evening Post, ever keen to embarrass Lord North, eulogized Montgomery on a page bordered with heavy black margins, and the Scots magazine compared him to the immortal wolf. Congress rejected a proposal to wear mourning crepe on the grounds that the general is already embalmed in the heart of every good American. With prodding from Benjamin Franklin, the personal sculptor of Louis XVI agreed to chisel a proper memorial, eventually shipped from Paris to New York in 9 packing cases. Streets, counties, towns, and children would be named for him, nor did the adulation soon fade. In June 1818, an American delegation arrived in Quebec, located and identified Montgomery's body, and took him home. 3 weeks later, Janet, by then 74 and still wearing widow's weeds, emerged at midday on the veranda of her estate overlooking the Hudson River below Albany. She watched with a telescope as the steamboat Richmond hove to, allowing her to gaze at the new mahogany casket borne on the weather deck. A military band played the Dead March from Handel's Saul. An honor guard fired a salute, and the boat resumed its journey south. "You may conceive my anguish," Janet wrote a niece. After lying in state in Manhattan City Hall, her husband was interred beside St. Paul's Chapel as harbor guns boomed in tribute. Montgomery had written his will at Crown Point in August 1775 before marching into Canada. He had divided his estate between Janet and his sister in Ireland. But in a practice common after battles, his effects at Quebec were inventoried at Holland House on January 3, 1776, and his personal kit then auctioned. Several officers, including Captain Aaron Burr, counted out a bag of coins worth £347, including Spanish milled dollars, gold half-joes, English crowns, Connecticut and Massachusetts shillings, and continental dollars, plus a string of Indian white wampum. His sheets went to the convent hospital. Dick, the Negro boy, got a pair of wool socks, and Montgomery's watch, London-made with a 22-carat case and a rare ruby cylinder escapement, was saved for Janet after Carleton returned it to the American camp. The rest was unpacked from a large black trunk and sold off, item by item, to the American officers. 2 volumes of Polybius, Johnson's Dictionary of the English Language, 2 blankets, a buffalo skin and a clothes brush, bought by Burr, 5 razors and a strop, spurs, gloves, 6 muslin cravats, 9 pairs of silk stockings, 2 cotton caps, a tortoiseshell comb. But easily the biggest buyer of Montgomery's wardrobe was Benedict Arnold. 3 ruffled shirts, 6 cambric stocks, 2 holland waistcoats, a silk neckcloth, a cashmere waistcoat, moccasins, a pair of Indian leggings. Also a dozen knives and forks, 6 silver tablespoons, 6 silver teaspoons, 5 tablecloths, 3 linen handkerchiefs, a powder box and muff, an old valise, and a pair of tea tongs purchased in Montreal. The kit guaranteed that General Montgomery would be with Arnold through the hard campaigning still to come. Arnold learned while recuperating that Congress had promoted him, too. "May heaven protect you, that you may long be an ornament to your country," Schuyler wrote the new brigadier general in January, "and sit down in an old age with the comfortable reflection that you have been a good citizen." He had already done the impossible. Now he would be asked to do even more. "I have no thoughts of leaving this proud town until I first enter it in triumph," Arnold wrote his sister on January 6th. "I am in the way of duty, and I know no fear." Part 2. Chapter 9. The ways of heaven are dark and intricate. Boston, January to February 1776. The new year brought boredom, sickness, and more misery to occupied Boston. The cold is so intense that the ink freezes in the pen whilst I write by the fireside. A lieutenant in the 40th Foot wrote to a friend on December 31st. Our little army has suffered severely from the dampness of the season and from living totally on salt provisions. General Howe warned London that he had only 3 weeks of fuel left for his garrison. Firewood had grown scarce, and Boston was burning 336 tons of coal a week, with stocks dwindling rapidly. Rebel pirates captured a British collier near Salem, and the Spanish River coal pits in Nova Scotia had flooded. Civilians in Boston were reduced to burning horse dung for heat. The government promised to send 3,000 blankets, coarse yet strong and well-milled, plus 50 iron stoves, and almost 5,000 tons of English coal, despite the outrageous cost of transatlantic shipping. Howe authorized the garrison to scavenge firewood as necessary. Countless trees had already been reduced to stumps, including a fine row of buttonwoods lining the street near the Old South Meeting House. Each regiment assigned a 20-man detail with saws, axes, and crowbars to dismantle selected fences, barns, wharves, sailing vessels, warehouses, and 100 dilapidated houses. The pulpit and pews from Old South were chopped up for kindling in a wanton, unprecedented, and impious manner, as church records noted, except for one beautifully carved deacon's box, which was salvaged as a hogsty. With only the sounding board and east galleries spared in Old South, the floor was covered with dirt and used as a riding ring by British dragoons. Books and manuscripts fed British stoves, and many officers agreed with Captain Glanville Evelyn, who told his father he hoped all of Boston burned, that we may be enabled to leave it. The regulars grew so indiscriminate in pulling down houses and fences without permission that Howe ordered an executioner to accompany his provost marshal on patrol, to hang upon the spot the first man he shall detect in the fact, without waiting for further proof by trial. To bolster morale through this hard winter, masquerade balls were occasionally held at Province House or the concert hall on Hanover Street. Lord Percy, now a major general, ordered his band to give serenades. "We have been better amused than could possibly be expected in our situation," one officer wrote. "England seems to have forgot us, and we endeavor to forget ourselves." Officers also organized the Society for Promoting Theatrical Amusements, a corps dramatique to raise money for widows and orphans. Boston had long banned all theatricals, including puppet shows, as conducive to immorality, impiety, and a contempt of religion. But Howe's strolling players, as they would later be known, delighted in lampooning such sensibilities. Young women were even permitted to play female roles, to the clucking disapproval of Boston matrons. Comedies like The Citizen and The Apprentice proved enormously popular, and the tragedy of Zara, adapted from a Voltaire drama, was performed several times. The actors found a fine playhouse in Faneuil Hall, a combined market and meeting hall on Dock Square with a slate roof, 18 compass-headed windows arranged in 2 rows across the brick facade, and a 38-pound grasshopper weather vane crowning the cupola. Long used by rebels as a venue from which to stir trouble, a victim from the Boston Massacre lay in state here. Faneuil Hall was now employed for more refined purposes. The building, Lieutenant William Fielding wrote a friend, is fitted up very elegantly for a theater. The strolling players considered themselves lucky to have a resident dramaturg in General Burgoyne, a companion of the great David Garrick, and a habitué of the Green Room at Drury Lane Theatre. Burgoyne's own first play, The Maid of the Oaks, written in June 1774, would be performed in London's West End, and later as a 5-act production at the Theatre Royal. Even the astringent Walpole, who called Burgoyne General Swagger, would pronounce The Heiress, written a decade later, to be the most genteel comedy in our language. In Boston, the general wrote a rhymed prologue for Zara, ridiculing minds diseased with Puritan prudery. Burgoyne had temporarily returned to England in December, but he'd left a parting gift for his comrades, an original farce titled The Blockade of Boston, featuring a bumbling rebel general who can't read but can speechify, and various illiterate Yankee caricatures, including a tailor-turned-soldier who stood guard with a measuring tape draped over his shoulders and a large pair of shears protruding from his pocket. The premiere was scheduled for Monday, January 8th, and Faneuil Hall was packed to the rafters in anticipation. The evening's first performance, The Busybody, a witty comedy about love and marriage by Susanna Centlivre, ended shortly after 8 p.m. to a long ovation. As the audience stood to stretch and chat, sets were changed and actors backstage slipped into new costumes. Then a hush fell over the theater as the curtain rose. A British orderly sergeant rushed onto the stage, bellowing, "Turn out! Turn out! They're hard at it, hammer and tongs!" Gales of laughter and pounding applause greeted him until he hollered, "If you won't believe me, by Jesus, you need only go to the door." An unmistakable popping noise drifted into the hall. We heard, one officer reported, a pretty smart firing of small arms. A shouted order carried from the box seats, "Officers, to your alarm posts." Men bolted up the aisles for the door. Lieutenant Fielding wrote, "Leaving the ladies in the house is a most terrible dilemma." A general scene of confusion ensued, according to an account sent to London. Some skipping over the orchestra, trampling on the fiddles, and in short, everyone making his most speedy retreat. The actors, who were all officers, calling for water to get the paint and smut off their faces. Major Francis Hutcheson described much fainting among the women. One officer was running to his corps in his petticoats, and another with his face blackened and in a Negro's dress. A mile to the north, Captain Thomas Knowlton, who 6 months earlier had fought so valiantly at the rail fence below Bunker Hill, led 130 raiders across the mill dam from Cobble Hill to Charlestown. A big moon was sheathed in heavy overcast, and the men hardly cast a shadow as they split into 2 detachments. Many carried wood chips soaked in brimstone and turpentine. 14 houses on Main Street that had escaped the flames of the June 17th bombardment were now used by British patrols, vagrants, and wood scavengers. General Putnam, aware of the festivities scheduled at Faneuil Hall that night, had ordered the raiders to burn the houses and capture the 30 redcoats, said to occupy them. Little went right for Knowlton's men, and even less for the British. Several American firebrands set their blazes too soon, alerting sentinels in the redoubt on the upper slopes of Bunker Hill, known grandly as the Citadel and occupied by 600 regulars. Alarm shots broke the silence, followed by shouts, men racing about, and a chaotic, sustained fusillade. Gun flashes sparkled across the hillside as British troops fired hundreds of rounds into the Mystic River at Charlestown Neck, and simply into the air. A hot and close fire on absolutely nothing at all, in one rebel's estimation. Across the Charles River, officers stampeded from Faneuil Hall, barking orders as the entire garrison scrambled to their gun batteries and alarm posts, much to the amusement of Putnam and his lieutenants, who watched from Cobble Hill as merry as you please, according to Chaplain Ebenezer David. Knowlton and his raiders returned on the run, all as hearty as bucks, David added. I only grieve to hear the foul language. They had killed 1 regular while capturing a sergeant, several privates, and a woman camp follower. 8 houses burned, and although they made a great light by one account, serene airs kept the fire from spreading as planned. We all turned out, went to our respective posts, and cursed the Yankees for spoiling our entertainments, Captain Evelyn wrote his cousin on January 15th. They deserve some credit for timing it so well. The blockade of Boston, postponed by the exigencies of war, would premiere to great acclaim later in the month. One of the thespians, Captain Francis Lord Rawdon, wrote home, I hope we shall soon have done with these scoundrels, for one only dirties one's fingers by meddling with them. Gossips would claim that General Howe had found his own winter entertainment, and her name was Elizabeth Lloyd Loring. Known to her friends as Betsy, the young Mrs. Loring and her loyalist husband Joshua had fled their home in Roxbury for refuge in Boston. He sold provisions to the garrison before later being appointed commissary of prisoners by Howe. Scandalmongers alleged that the position encouraged a cuckold's complicity, although little evidence supported this accusation or confirmed Betsy Loring's infidelity in Boston. Even so, it would be asserted that the General and Mrs. Loring shared an enthusiasm for gambling, if not other passions. Nothing seemed to engage his attention but the faro table, the playhouse, the dancing assembly, and Mrs. Loring, a loyalist New York judge, would complain. She came to be known privately to British officers as Delilah, Cleopatra, and especially the Sultana. Behind his back, the general was called the Chevalier. Their alleged liaison later inspired a memorable snatch of balderdash. Awake a row, Sir Billy, there's forage in the plain. I'll leave your little filly and open the campaign. Yet no campaign could be launched in midwinter, particularly given the perils facing the British Expeditionary Force. In a dispatch to his government on January 16th, Howe warned that the rebel army was not by any means to be despised, having in it many European soldiers, and all or most of the young men of spirit in the country. They will not retreat until they have tried their fortune in a battle and are defeated. He dared to wonder whether it might be better policy to withdraw entirely from the delinquent provinces and leave the colonists to war with each other for sovereignty. British authority in Boston was precarious, even though Howe tried to impose discipline with an iron hand. A Marine had been sentenced to 800 lashes for striking a lieutenant. A private in the 43rd Foot received 1,000 stripes for trading in stolen goods, and his accomplice wife got 100 plus 3 months in jail. Compounding Howe's worries, smallpox was spreading universally about the town. The disease killed the master of the Halifax, forcing the ship's crew into quarantine. Howe authorized inoculation both for unprotected soldiers and for civilians, despite Boston's historic aversion to the practice. Some residents with symptoms were expelled from the town. Other diseases also raged. A quarter of the rank and file was sick with one malady or another. "Our distresses accumulate every day," a regular wrote. "Our barracks are all hospitals, and so offensive is the stench of the wounds that the very air is infected with the smell." More trenches were dug for the dead on the common, at times so hastily that some of the graves are not dug deep enough, Howe complained. By strangling supplies of fresh food, rebel commanders hoped for a prodigious mortality to afflict the garrison. Scurvy had in fact grown sufficiently rampant that Howe increased the daily allocation of spruce beer to 3 pints per man. No makeshift anti-scorbutic could compensate for the dreadful diet fed 11,000 British mouths and more than 6,000 civilians. "The small quantities of provisions in store," Howe wrote London, "fill me with alarms." British suppliers had intended to stockpile enough food by late October to feed the army through the winter. Instead, Howe wrote Germain on January 15th, even with his soldiers eating little more than salt meat, he had been forced to put them on short rations. A commissary memorandum that day showed barely a month's supply of flour and bread remaining, plus 57 days of salt pork, 9 days of butter, no peas, and only enough rice for the sick wards. Howe complained that meat for hospital patients is frequently purloined. Royal Navy raiders sent to the shores of Long Island Sound brought back sheep, 100 cows, ducks, geese, and cheese. Howe also sent armed transports to St. Eustatius in the West Indies to buy salt meat, and 200 Marines sailed by convoy to load rice in Savannah. But that hardly sufficed. In a plaintive letter, Captain Evelyn asked his father to send a little beef, butter, or potatoes. Any of them would be extremely acceptable in these hard times. He hoped that accounts of privation may open the eyes of the people at home and convince them that this is a more serious matter than they apprehended. To further illustrate these hard times, Howe sent London elaborate charts showing that of 36 ships dispatched with provisions from Britain in October and November, fewer than half had reached Boston. Those that arrived tended to be terribly depleted by the journey. For example, of 550 Lincolnshire sheep sent out after careful deliberation over the fittest to undergo the voyage, only 40 came through it alive, despite a bounty of 2 shillings 6 offered the ship's masters for each animal delivered safely. The masters concluded that the sheep were too fat when put on board, and the pens too large, so that they were thrown upon one another by the violent motion of these ships. They crushed one another. Of 290 hogs shipped, a mere 74 survived, despite assurances by the livestock suppliers that there appears no doubt of these hardy animals getting over in good order. Animal carcasses hoisted through the hatches and heaved over the ship's sides left a sad trail from Old England to New England. Howe reported that the livestock met with worse fate than could have been suspected. A more vivid, if hyperbolic, account claimed that the English Channel is white with sheep which had been thrown overboard. Vegetables fared badly, too. Of 177 tons of potatoes shipped, nearly all were found to have rotted from excessive heat below decks, notwithstanding the shippers' pledge to store them gently in the hold so as not to bruise them. Hay and beans also were much damaged by heat and moisture. Among the provisions to arrive intact were sauerkraut, porter, 11 tons of vinegar, and ample quantities of rum. Ferocious autumn storms had bedevilled the storeships, driving some back to British ports and forcing others to beat for months in heavy seas across the North Atlantic. "The most severe weather I ever felt," reported Vice Admiral Schuldum, who arrived in Boston on December 30th as Admiral Graves's replacement after a passage that nearly sank the 50-gun Chatham. She would require weeks of repair before going to sea again. No less alarming was the number of ships blown far off course. Another of those fine charts that so disheartened London listed 16 troop transports and victualers bound for Massachusetts, but forced by stress of weather to Antigua, nearly 2,000 miles south of Boston. They included the Brownshaw, which sailed from Spithead with naval supplies on September 24th, but would arrive in Antigua 5 months later with her sails and rigging tore to pieces, and only 14 gallons of water on board. Enterprise, which sailed from Cork in September with 4 companies of the 55th Foot, lost her masts in a gale before limping into Antigua. Argo left Cork with 3 companies of the 46th Regiment, and eventually beat into Antigua with her hull, rigging, and sails much damaged. By early spring, more than 24 ships bound for Boston could instead be found in the West Indies, among them the Killingsworth, carrying 70 tons of flour and salt meat out of Portsmouth, Felicity, bearing coal, porter, and livestock from London, and the Earl of Suffolk, loaded with coal, sauerkraut, porter, and livestock from the Isle of Wight. Perhaps no voyage better illustrated the harrowing nature of the North Atlantic in winter than that of Orpheus, a 32-gun frigate that sailed from Portsmouth in the fall with Admiral Schuldham's convoy. Midshipman Bartholomew James, later an admiral, kept a journal during what was nearly his last ocean crossing. The first attack of the wind on the ship carried away our topsail sheets, clew lines, and bunt lines. The main clew garnets, bunt lines, and leech lines also broke immediately, and main topmast staysail, jib, and several other sails, with the topsails and courses blowing in pieces from the masts and yards. When the storm subsided, Schuldham's Chatham and others in the convoy had vanished. Sailors aboard Orpheus hoisted a new suit of sails and reeved new rigging just in time for another gale, which carried away our foremast 15 or 20 feet above the forecastle. The main topmast fell and wounded 9 men. Later that morning, the mainmast also went by the board, crushed down the booms, and stove the longboat and a large cutter all to pieces. Debris from the mizzen topmast knocked out 4 of the gunner's teeth and broke his right shoulder in 2 places. The heavy falls of snow totally prevented erecting jury masts, James wrote. Icy sails grew stiff as tin. Crewmen poured boiling water on frozen tackle and sheets and softened the cordage with clubs. The captain swung back to England 1,500 miles away, then turned again toward Boston when the monstrous seas subsided long enough to allow the crew to jury-rig new masts and spars. Nevertheless, James reported, the season was big with raging winds. Gale followed gale with more severity. A second suit of sails fluttered away in ribbons. Officers defiantly kept Christmas Day, which we celebrated with dishes and chairs lashed to the table. Orpheus rolled so deep and quick that the guns in the galley drew the ring-bolts from the side and broke loose, followed by 74 unsecured shot boxes skittering across the deck. By January 25th, the daily supply of fresh water was down to half a pint per man, and all hopes of ever seeing land again had vanished. But on Wednesday, January 31st, the ship, covered strangely with ice and such a wreck as hardly before ever was seen, dropped anchor at Halifax after a 93-day passage that was distressing beyond all description. Seamanship had won through, barely. 20 crewmen suffered frostbite, and dozens more were sick or injured. The following Sunday, Midshipman James noted, those who could still walk to church returned thanks to Almighty God. Months would pass before Orpheus would again be fit for duty, and her travails illuminated the Royal Navy's larger quandary on the North American station, as 1776 began. Although the squadron had grown modestly to 38 vessels, carrying almost 800 guns, foul weather, crew shortages, and relentless demands from London confounded first Graves and now Schuldham, who would call himself the football of fortune. In addition to protecting Dunmore and Virginia and the other floating governors along the American seaboard, the Navy was to conduct punitive raids, support the Army, escort merchantmen, send 5 ships to protect Nova Scotia, including the vital dockyard at Halifax, aid besieged Quebec, carry dispatches to all compass points, and enforce Parliament's trade ban by stationing men of war on approaches to the colonies from Maine to Florida. The tasks were too many, the seas too vast, the sails too few. 72 rebel schooners, brigs, and sloops, bearing names like Molly, Deborah, Eunice, and Rose, had been captured in the second half of 1775. Their impounded cargoes included lumber, whale oil, rum, salt, flour, and slaves, though no gunpowder or other munitions. Yet thousands of others came and went, using remote coves and large harbors, salt creeks and broad rivers. Philadelphia, the biggest American port, would feel little disruption from the Royal Navy through most of 1776. Worse yet, the Americans had formed their own cockleshell fleet to bedevil British mariners in New England waters. Almost a dozen merchant ships berthed at Marblehead, Plymouth, and Beverly were converted into men-of-war with gun carriages and short-range swivels, as well as topsails and flying jibs for pursuit or flight. Vessels that normally carried a crew of 10 or 12 now held 50, armed with cutlasses, spears, and other boarding weapons. Some flew flags depicting a pine tree on a white background with the motto, "An Appeal to Heaven." Although fitted with ancient cannons that Noah had in the ark, as one captain joked, and with galley chimneys that leak so badly the smoke serves for bedding, victual, drink, and choking, the marauders further complicated Howe's supply woes. By early spring, 55 British prizes would be taken, mostly victualers bound for Boston, like Unity carrying lumber and naval stores, and Industry, full of cordwood, turnips, potatoes, butter, and cheese. The greatest prize, however, was Nancy, a lightly armed 250-ton British ordnance brig that had separated from her convoy during an autumn storm while carrying munitions from Thames armories. For much of November, she repeatedly tried to work her way into Boston Harbor against gales and snow squalls, forced each time to claw far to the east for sea room to avoid foundering in shoal water. His Majesty's men-of-war crisscrossed Massachusetts Bay in a frantic search that dragged on for weeks. Twice, Nancy was found by frigates, first the Cerberus and then the Mercury, only to be parted during thick weather and darkness within a few leagues of Boston Light. On November 29th, tacking in patchy fog 20 miles from the harbor, Nancy lay back her sails and hoisted a set of signals for a schooner spied dead ahead and presumed to be a pilot boat sent to guide the brig to safety. The lee was in fact a converted merchantman, bristling with swivels and 4-pounders, and commanded by John Manley, an English-born veteran of the Royal Navy who had long sailed out of Boston as a commercial skipper. Manley answered the signal flags by sending across a longboat with a boarding party concealed on the thwarts and stern sheets. Not until brigands, brandishing pistols and cutlasses, scrambled over the gunwales did Nancy's master realize his error. A prize crew took the helm and sailed the brig into nearby Gloucester Harbor. For 2 days, stevedores hoisted cargo from Nancy's hold to the deck and then into wagons backed onto the wharf. An inventory revealed cargo valued at more than 20,000 pounds, 2,000 muskets, bayonets, steel ramrods, and cartridge boxes, more than 100,000 flints, 31 tons of musket shot, 10,000 iron balls for 6 and 12-pounders, plus 20,000 one-pound balls, 3,000 case shot, dozens of lanterns and frying pans, 150 camp kettles, over 100,000 nails and 20,000 spikes, 11 gun carriages, and 7 ammunition wagons, plus watch coats and harnesses for both horses and men to move field guns. Most impressive was a 13-inch brass mortar carefully lowered into a wagon bed and driven 40 miles southwest to Cambridge. There, before a gleeful crowd, General Putnam used a bottle of rum to christen the mortar Congress. On the barrel, the brass initials GR, George Rex, were amended with a chisel to GW, George Washington. Congress was deemed the noblest piece of ordnance ever landed in America, and rebels crowded close to pat it for good luck. A Boston loyalist lamented in a letter to his sister, "The ways of heaven are dark and intricate." Captain Manley's good fortune seems to stick to him, an American officer observed. In the subsequent weeks, sometimes flying a British flag for deception, the captain and his comrades captured 8 ships, including Concord, carrying coal and dry goods from Scotland, the Little Hannah loaded with rum, cocoa, and oranges from Antigua, and Betsy carrying forage from Virginia. "You no doubt have heard of Captain Manley," one admirer wrote, "because his name is famous, and as many towns contend for the honor of his birth as they did for that of Homer." In January, Washington appointed him Commodore of our little squadron plying Massachusetts Bay. The commanding general only wished that other skippers would emulate Manley's great vigilance and industry. Too many, he complained, showed a fondness to be on shore. Nancy's capture shocked the king's men in London. Lord Germain complained of the natural sloth of sea operations. Additional arms shipments to America would be delayed until better security could be adopted, even if that required further burdening the Navy. All ordnance vessels would be required to mount at least a dozen carriage guns, with 3 or more experienced gunners manning each one. The loss of the ordnance store ship, Lord Sandwich, First Lord of the Admiralty, wrote Germain, is a fatal event. The winter passed pleasantly enough at Vassal House in Cambridge. Washington's headquarters had been furnished with borrowed Chippendale chairs, yellow tableware, and at least 9 chamber pots. Adjutants, orderlies, and couriers came and went from the commanding general's office in the northeast corner on the ground floor, and many convivial meals were served in the adjacent dining room, with its fine view toward the Charles. The vassal larder benefited from provisions seized on those captured British victuallers, including turtle, loaf sugar, and porter, though Washington rejected a confiscated barrel of tea as politically unpalatable. But the Madeira flowed freely, often ordered in consignments of 100 bottles or more, and the table fairly groaned with lamb, mutton, veal, and beef, as well as wood ducks, partridges, eels, and smelt. The house had become even livelier in mid-December with the arrival of Martha Washington in a white coach and 4 adorned with the family crest, accompanied by 5 slaves wearing scarlet livery. Lady Washington had never been north of Alexandria, Virginia, but would henceforth share her husband's camp life for half of the war's 100 months. She provided intimacy for a man with few intimates, addressing him privately as "my love." They were very happy in each other, General Greene reported. In her presence, another observer noted, Washington throws off the hero and takes on the chatty, agreeable companion. Under 5 feet tall, with hazel eyes and a lovely smile, she reportedly tugged the general's collar when she wanted his attention, to bring his face to her level. Patsy, as he called her, was clearly both his match and his mate. He had ordered a curtained 4-poster bed before her arrival. After their marriage 16 years earlier, his first requisition from a London merchant had included 4 ounces of Spanish fly, an aphrodisiac made from crushed beetles, and now he arranged to buy her lemons, limes, oranges, and pickles from another captured cargo. "I confess I shudder every time I hear the sound of a gun," she wrote a friend on December 30th, "but I endeavor to keep my fears to myself as well as I can." Lady Washington brought him news from Mount Vernon to supplement the overseer's letters that gave His Excellency such pleasure. The corn crop had been good despite heavy autumn rain. Creekbed stone would be used to finish the chimney tops. The kitchen and storehouse roofs had been painted and the slave quarters repaired. A new vineyard had been planted. A nasty bull had fatally gored a draft horse. Because of Governor Dunmore's antics, the common people are most hellishly frightened, but most gentlemen were prepared to defend Mount Vernon and other Potomac plantations as needed. Across the American encampment, drums beat each morning at first light, and troops manned the lines in force to repel any surprise attack. After sunrise, they marched to prayers. Chaplains attended their souls. One sermon sought to prove theologically that Satan was a Tory, while sergeants and junior officers worked on their soldiering skills, from parade drill to fire discipline. British artillery peppered the rebel lines every day, to modest effect. By one tally, enemy guns fired more than 2,000 rounds in the 6 months after the burning of Charlestown, but killed only 7 Americans in Cambridge and a dozen in Roxbury. Shells arced overhead at night, moving like stars in the heavens, as a rebel fifer wrote. Mortar shells sometimes struck frozen ground and bounded up again. Others plopped into the marshes without detonating, to be dug out by Yankee scavengers eager to extract the powder. Washington often rode out with his spyglass to prospect and cobble hills, unmistakable in his blue silk moire sash. Little had changed in 6 months, except for the density of fortifications on both sides. Batteries, parapets, and redoubts extended for 20 miles, with breastworks 17 feet thick in places. Above Boston Neck, American troops had built a defensive wall along Lamb's Dam, originally constructed to prevent rising tides from flooding the marshes. More than 100 apple trees had been felled to make an abatis. For their part, the British had emplaced 20 guns at the Neck, plus a mortar battery, 6 howitzers, a blockhouse, and other defenses. I pity our good general who has a greater burden on his shoulders, and more difficulties to struggle with than I think should fall to the share of so good a man, James Warren wrote John Adams in December. I see he is fatigued and worried. Few knew just how fatigued and how worried. To Schuyler, Washington alluded to difficulties and troubles, such as I never expected, but they must be borne with. Perhaps only to his aide and confidant Joseph Reed, who had left Cambridge to return to his Philadelphia law practice, did the commanding general reveal his deepest anxieties. Could I have foreseen what I have and am likely to experience, he wrote, no consideration upon earth should have induced me to accept this command. On January 4th, he told Reed, For more than 2 months past, I have scarcely emerged from one difficulty before I have plunged into another. How it will end, God in His great goodness will direct. I distrust everything." 10 days later, he added, "We are now without any money in our treasury, powder in our magazines, arms in our stores. I have often thought how much happier I should have been if, instead of accepting a command under such circumstances, I had taken my musket upon my shoulder and entered the ranks, or retired to the back country and lived in a wigwam." For 2 months, Washington had struggled, as he told Hancock, to simultaneously disband one army and recruit another, within musket range of 20-odd British regiments. With thousands of enlistments expiring in December, he personally pleaded with Connecticut regiments to remain in camp at least until the new year, although most had not been paid in weeks. Instead, the vile poltroons, in General Sullivan's phrase, began to abscond even before their terms were up. After ordering one recalcitrant regiment to appear outside his quarters, the unbridled General Lee threatened to have riflemen fire on them, adding, "Men, I do not know what to call you. You are the worst of all creatures." Officers tried liquor, pleas, shame, and curses to keep the army intact. Nevertheless, by December 10th, as Greene wrote, Connecticut troops are going home in shoals, ignoring jeers from their erstwhile comrades. More departures by other New Englanders followed in what Washington denounced as a dirty mercenary spirit. He ordered weapons and ammunition seized from the exiting troops, but scores of muskets disappeared. A Virginia physician noted that revolutionary fervor had faded throughout the colonies. "We were once all fire," he wrote. "Now most of us are become inanimate and indifferent." As the final enlistments expired with the year, Greene wrote a friend on December 31st. "We never have been so weak as we shall be tomorrow when we dismiss the old troops." Of more than 36 second lieutenants authorized in the Rhode Island and New Hampshire regiments, not one agreed to reenlist. Washington's plan to form a professional army of 20,000 capable of confronting British regulars lay in tatters. But on Monday, January 1st, he put on a brave face to applaud soldiers who had agreed to join the new army, which in every point of view is entirely continental. A 13-gun salute echoed through the Cambridge camp at the raising on a tall staff of a new flag, the precise design of which was not recorded, but apparently included 13 alternating red and white stripes, with the superimposed crosses of St. George and St. Andrew in the upper left-hand corner. Confused British sentries initially assumed that the flag, which vaguely resembled their own, was a gesture of submission, if not surrender. Though still drawn largely from New England, this Continental Army was intended to embody national unity, or at least the illusion of unified purpose, military strength, and political respectability, both at home and abroad, as the historian John Chai would write. An illusion it was. Regimental returns on the evening of January 9th showed 8,212 men in the new army, of whom only 5,582 were present and fit for duty. "I find myself weaker than I had any idea of," Washington wrote. He could only guess how many Americans remained in the Northern Army in Canada, and had yet to hear of Montgomery's catastrophe at Quebec. Each regiment now received a numerical designation, starting with riflemen in the 1st Continental Regiment. Greene's 3 Rhode Island regiments were incorporated into the new 9th and 11 Continentals, but together they mustered only 700 men, less than half their authorized strength. So desperate was Washington for manpower that he reversed an earlier edict prohibiting free blacks from reenlisting, essentially daring skeptical white Southerners in Congress to overrule him. They did not, given his convictions that victory could depend on which side can arm the Negroes faster, and that black volunteers spurned by the American army might join the British. For now, slaves were barred from the ranks. Roughly 5,000 African Americans would eventually serve in the Continental Army, a more integrated national force than would exist for nearly 2 centuries. Washington also had no choice but to ask New England governors to send 5,000 militiamen for extended duty. They arrived in camp sullenly, to be dubbed the long-faced people by Continental veterans. After bitter debate in late December, Congress had directed Washington to evict the enemy from Boston, notwithstanding the town and the property in it may thereby be destroyed. Rarely did the aggressive commander-in-chief need prodding. On Tuesday, January 16th, He asked a council at Vassal House to endorse the indispensable necessity of making a bold attempt to conquer the ministerial troops in Boston before they can be reinforced in the spring. His generals unanimously agreed to a vigorous attempt. But how? Despite the Nancy windfall, nearly 2,000 soldiers in his feeble army lacked firelocks. Each regiment was given $500 to try to buy muskets in the countryside, though they were cautioned to avoid bidding against one another. A decent Brown Bess with a bayonet could bring $12. Of even greater concern, as Washington told Reed, our want of powder is inconceivable. In the 75 official letters he wrote during the first 2 months of 1776, Washington mentioned munitions, particularly gunpowder, which he called the thing, in half of them often in obsessive, pleading, fretful terms. Militia regiments arrived with so little gunpowder that 50 barrels were given to them from Continental magazines, leaving barely enough for 24 rounds per soldier, less than half the number typically carried by each regular. Washington wanted 400 barrels, 20 tons, for his infantry alone, plus an ample supply for artillery. But in mid-February he would have no more than 5 tons in stock, the same paltry amount he had found in Cambridge upon arriving the previous July. More hefty fines were levied for every missing cartridge, and Washington ordered any departing soldier who tried to carry off a single grain of ammunition to be pursued, brought back, and severely punished. But undisciplined shooting persisted, sometimes at redcoats, sometimes at geese. It is impossible to conceive upon what principle this strange itch for firing originates, Greene wrote. Other shortages mirrored those plaguing the British. We have suffered prodigiously for want of wood, Greene added. We have burnt up all the fences and cut down all the trees for a mile around the camp. The army would burn 8,000 cords in 6 months, and on particularly cold days the firewood demand equaled the timber from a 4-acre woodlot. Despite efforts by the Committee on Wood in Watertown to organize cutting expeditions, a number of regiments were forced to eat their provisions raw, and many soldiers shivered in their sleep. While 120 barracks were under construction in Cambridge and Roxbury, each man got 14 square feet of living space. A lumber shortage kept some in tents into January. Hunger in the ranks led to pilfering from nearby farms. The devil would now and then tell us that it was no harm sometimes to pull a few potatoes and cabbages, one private confessed. Cheek-by-jowl living led to sickness, regardless of the 8 pounds of hard soap allocated weekly to each company. Autumnal fevers became winter maladies: typhus, malaria, jaundice, respiratory infections. Men suffering from dysentery were treated with bleeding, purging, and pills of grated pepper, flour, and turpentine, and still they were said to melt away at the bowels. General orders in January required court-martialing soldiers discovered easing themselves except in latrine pits known as necessaries. Newspapers advertised nostrums and quack cures for various ailments, but legitimate drugs, as well as bandages and tourniquets, quickly ran short in both general and regimental hospitals. In December, the Cambridge pharmacy was down to a single pound of ipecac, used as both a cough syrup and a purgative. No malady worried Washington more than what some called the King of Terrors. Smallpox rages all over the town, he wrote Hancock. Howe's expulsion from Boston of more than 400 civilians suspected of infection, plus claims from British deserters that refugees dumped onto Pulling Point at the harbor entrance were contagious because of recent inoculation, led Washington to condemn a weapon of defense they are using against us. As in Quebec, no firm evidence existed of British efforts to wage biological warfare, but rumors circulated that they were even using the infected counterfeit currency to spread the disease. A British major publicly proposed a year later, dip arrows in smallpox and twang them at the American rebels. Refugees were quarantined, their effects smoked, and letters from Boston were doused with vinegar. If we escape the smallpox in this camp and the country round about, Washington wrote Reed, it will be miraculous. For now, the camp and the country round about settled into the rhythms of a winter siege and waited for spring. James Gray's store in Medford sold leather breeches, West Indies rum, and barrels of brown sugar. William Thompson in Brookline advertised cocoa by the cask, horsewhips, ink pots, sewing twine, and Tenerife wine. In Cambridge, at the Freemasons' Arms, one J. Keith offered fencing lessons so that gentlemen of the army may learn the polite accomplishment of the small sword and use of the broadsword according to the manner of the ancient gladiators of Rome. Mary Gray in Dorchester advertised a young Negro woman for sale, has had the smallpox. The usual wild rumors flitted from lip to ear that a tempest off Newfoundland had drowned 4,000 redcoats, and that Washington had given Howe a fortnight to quit Boston before the town would be reduced to ash. The King's bellicose speech to open Parliament was read aloud to shouts and jeers. Riflemen took shots at enemy ramparts. One British officer described them as the most fatal widow and orphan makers in the world. But most American troops stood idle. "We really are tired of inaction," wrote Stephen Moylan, the Armory's muster master general. He described General Putnam as still as hard as ever, crying out for powder. "Powder, ye gods, give us powder." Inaction, as usual, led some soldiers astray. "There was a man found dead in a room with a woman this morning," Private David Howe told his diary in February. "It is not known what killed him." The same week, Private Obadiah Brown reported, 2 soldiers drank 33 glasses of brandy and gin. 1 died. If most avoided trouble, few escaped homesickness. "When will the time come that we shall all sit down in our little room and eat a Sunday's dinner together?" Lieutenant Samuel Shaw wrote his family from Prospect Hill. "Perhaps soon, perhaps never." Shaw added, "A sense of what I owe to my country, my parents, and myself will induce me to behave in a suitable manner." "You told me that you intended to see me once a month." Sarah Hodgkins, age 24, wrote her husband Joseph, a cobbler from Lexington who had re-enlisted as a lieutenant for another year. "I don't think it is for want of a good will that you don't come home." She admitted missing him in bed these cold nights, and urged him to write, since that is all the way we have to converse together. It is much to my grief that it is so. Lois Peters told her husband, Captain Nathan Peters, that she had harvested 80 bushels of corn and sold the oxen for 10 pounds to keep their saddlery solvent. "Pray come home as soon as possible. A visit from you at any time would be agreeable." If he sent some cloth, she would sew him a shirt and take great pleasure in doing it. She signed her letter, "Your loving wife until dead." Good news, very good news, reached Washington's headquarters on Thursday, January 18th, when a bulky, bow-legged man with brilliant gray eyes rode into Cambridge after a 2-month absence. Only 25, he habitually wrapped his left hand in a silk handkerchief to conceal the stumps of 2 fingers amputated after the barrel of his fowling piece exploded in a hunting mishap on Noddle's Island 2 years earlier. Even as a boy working in a Boston bookbindery, he had impressed John Adams with his pleasing manners and inquisitive turn of mind. He was, the writer Washington Irving would observe, one of those providential characters which sprung up in emergencies, as if formed by and for the occasion. This surely was an emergency, and here was young Henry Knox to announce that against stiff odds he had transported, in midwinter by boat and by sled, 58 fine guns from Fort Ticonderoga and Crown Point, cannons and mortars, brass and iron. Those guns, momentarily parked 20 miles to the west on a muddy roadside in Framingham, were now his, and he was ready and eager to blow the British out of his hometown. But first, he had to have a uniform tailored, no simple task for a man who eventually weighed almost 300 pounds, since he had just learned of his new commission as a colonel in command of all Continental artillery. In an era of improbable ascents, Henry Knox's rise was among the least likely. At age 9, he had been forced to drop out of Boston Latin Grammar School when his father abandoned the family for the West Indies after his shipbuilding business collapsed. The boy went to work both in the bindery and as an autodidact, teaching himself passable French and studying Plutarch's Lives and Caesar's commentaries. At 18, he joined a military artillery company, training on brass 3-pounders under British tutelage and firing salutes for the King's birthday. As a witness to the Boston Massacre, he testified at the subsequent trials and soon after opened his London bookstore, peddling Bibles, law books, and almanacs in an effort, as he advertised, to exterminate ignorance and darkness. Knox himself was an attraction. He was affable without familiarity, dignified without parade, imposing without arrogance, one admirer wrote. Within 3 years, the shop had become a fashionable morning lounge for browsing British officers and well-heeled Bostonians alike, an emporium offering stationery, wallpaper, quills, flutes, Kaiser's pills, telescopes, cordial cephalic snuff, reading glasses, and Hill's never-failing cure for the bite of a mad dog. And books, 20 volumes of Voltaire, ecclesiastical histories, the 11-volume Complete History of England, treatises on shoeing horses and how to treat venereal disease with mercury, Tom Jones, Tristram Shandy, and various pirated Irish editions, which were cheaper than books published in England. A few weeks before the British marched to Lexington, Knox offered a shilling pamphlet on the dispute between Great Britain and the colonies by a precocious New York college student named Alexander Hamilton. In June 1774, he married a customer, Lucy Flucker, daughter of the colony's last royal secretary and sister of a British Army lieutenant. A fine chess player and a spirited gambler, she was described by one acquaintance as a young lady of high intellectual endowments, very fond of books. She would be Knox's equal in patriotic ardor and almost in girth. Her size is enormous, a Boston woman would later write. I am frightened when I look at her. Knox called her my charmer. She called him Harry. Together they had fled the town in late spring, abandoning Boston to the British and the shop to vandals. Knox would be paying off debts to his suppliers until the day he died. The American camp soon recognized his engineering and artillery skills, as well as his deep reading in military matters. He helped design the entrenchments and fortifications at Roxbury, then trained novice gunners. Though still a volunteer pending approval of his commission by Congress, he sufficiently impressed Washington with the way he shot the guns with his big maimed hands that he was entrusted with what many considered a fool's errand to Lake Champlain. Knox had left Cambridge on November 15th, traveling first to New York City, and then up the Hudson to Albany before reaching Ticonderoga on December 5th. In less than 2 weeks, he had selected a noble train of artillery weighing 60 tons, lowered the guns from the fortress walls, shipped them 30 miles south across Lake George, then used 500 fathoms of 3-inch rope, more than half a mile, to lash the barrels to 42 exceeding strong sleds. He wrote to Washington on December 17th, "It is not easy to conceive the difficulties we have had in getting them over the lake, owing to the advanced season of the year and contrary winds. Greater difficulties lay ahead. Let the touch holes and vents of all the mortars and cannons be turned downwards," he advised his drovers. The heaviest guns required 4 pairs of horses and an occasional brace of oxen. A timely snowfall permitted the expedition to advance the 26 miles to Saratoga, whips cracking, teamsters shouting, the sleds 200 yards apart and braked on slopes with block and tackle. The road was dreary, the darkness great, a drover's young son later recalled. Knox traveled ahead by sleigh and saddle horse to scout the route, hire pull teams, and buy provisions. A blizzard on Christmas as he approached Albany required him to dismount for a very fatiguing march of about 2 miles in snow 3 feet deep. He was, he admitted, almost perished with the cold. To Lucy he wrote, "My lovely and dearest friend, those people who love as you and I do never ought to part." The first gun sled reached Albany on January 4th. One 18-pounder broke through the ice while crossing the frozen Mohawk River just north of the city and was lost. Another broke through the Hudson and was fished out. Teamsters cut holes in the river ice to let water dissolve the snowpack and, upon refreezing, strengthen the ice. Just in case, each sled captain carried an axe to cut the team's traces so sinking guns would not drag the horses to the bottom. Crowds gathered on the east bank of the Hudson, cheering as each sled came across. The expedition turned south on the post road, then east to follow farm tracks and Indian trails across the Berkshires and Massachusetts. Delays slowed their progress. To wait out a thaw, to fix a broken sled, to fire a noisy 24-pounder called Old Sow for delighted townsfolk in Westfield, who toasted the demonstration with whiskey and hard cider. The steeper hills required drag chains, poles shoved under the runners, check ropes wrapped around tree trunks, and lead horses moved to the rear with rope stays and neck yokes to prevent runaway sleds. On January 10th, Knox told his diary that they had climbed mountains from which we might almost have seen all the kingdoms of the earth. A day later he added, "It appeared to me almost a miracle that people with heavy loads should be able to get up and down hills, as are here." After crossing the frozen Connecticut River at Springfield, Knox dumped the guns in Framingham for safekeeping, then cantered on to tell Washington what he had done. Knox had covered more than 700 miles since leaving Cambridge, nearly half of it lugging 120,000 pounds of dead metal. The return trip from Ticonderoga had taken 40 days, rather than the 15 he'd anticipated. The journey was a feat of endurance and pluck comparable to Arnold's Anabasis through Maine, and his was a hero's welcome at Vassal House. As he prepared for a uniform fitting and to take command of the 600 gunners in his regiment, he tallied his expedition expenses in an account book, £521, 15 shillings, and a few pence. One day Washington would say of Harry Knox, "There was no one whom I have loved more sincerely." Knox was at Washington's elbow at 10 a.m. on February 11th, a frigid Sunday, when they rode to Roxbury for another look at the lay of the land. Major General Ward, commanding the right wing of the Continental Army, greeted them in the colonnaded Loyalist mansion he had taken for his headquarters. Silver-studded mahogany doors led to an enormous entry hall with a tessellated floor, according to one description. Large mirrors and ebony frames stood between two grand staircases. Damascus satin upholstered a circular divan, and two cherubs carved from wood fluttered beneath a glass dome, their wings encircling a cut-glass chandelier. After a brief conference, the men left the house with a half-dozen other officers, spyglasses in hand, and headed 2 miles east to the swampy isthmus that led to Dorchester Heights. "I know the unhappy predicament I stand in," Washington had written the previous day in a long letter to Reed. "I know that much is expected of me. I know that without men, without arms, without ammunition, without anything fit for the accommodation of a soldier, that little is to be done, and which is mortifying. I know that I cannot stand justified to the world without exposing my own weakness and injuring the cause by declaring my wants." He longed for decisive battle, what he called the rumpus. With ample guns now available, perhaps a solution to the standoff in Boston could be found on this commanding ground south of town, despite the shortfall of Continental troops, small arms, and powder. 9 houses, most now vacant and ventilated by British fire, stood amid orchards and pastures on the wind-swept causeway leading to 2 craggy hills, glacial drumlins, that formed the heights. The summit offered a panoramic view of Boston, the harbor, and the British garrison at Castle William on an island to the east. Gage had intended to seize this high ground in June, but Bunker Hill persuaded him that British naval guns and field artillery could sweep the terrain without the fell cost of occupying it. At Ward's urging, Washington likewise, in the past 8 months, had considered shifting troops to Dorchester, only to demur for lack of firepower and fear of being trapped by British landing behind them on the approach to the heights. The commanding general and his retinue returned on Monday, leaving their horses half a mile from the isthmus to clamber along the rocky crest. This time, Washington carried an elaborate artillery chart labeled "The most important posts and rising ground," in the possession of the American and ministerial armies near and in Boston. Distances were calculated between 28 key locations, such as the 490 rods, 8,085 feet, from Dorchester Point to Castle William. The author of this chart, Lieutenant Colonel Rufus Putnam, a cousin of the irrepressible generals, had also written Washington a memorandum after his visit the previous day, with a proposal on how to fortify Dorchester Heights despite the ominous British gun batteries at Boston Neck and elsewhere. A covered way could be quickly erected across the isthmus, he urged, protecting engineers and artillerymen as they crossed to the high ground with Colonel Knox's guns. Putnam, a former millwright and self-taught surveyor who had traveled as far west as the Mississippi River, acknowledged that he had never read a word on the subject of fortification. But a parapet, tall as a man and just over 1,000 yards long, would suffice to shield the Dorchester cart path long enough to seize the heights. Because the ground was frozen 28 inches deep, cutting turf to stack as an earthen wall was impossible. Nothing short of timber will answer the purpose, along with hay bales and field stones salvaged from farm walls. He had recently visited a swamp 12 miles distant, where almost 100 tons of timber had already been cut and could be carted to Dorchester for 12 shillings a ton. Washington was impressed but unconvinced as he trotted back to Cambridge. At 10 a.m. on Friday, February 16th, he convened another war council, with half a dozen generals at Vassal House. A bombardment from the heights might probably destroy the town without doing much damage to the ministerial troops within it, he argued. Howe could simply order his men onto transport ships in the harbor and wait for the reinforcements from Britain that would arrive in the spring. Powder supplies were still so paltry that small arms must be our principal reliance. With the Charles finally frozen solid and able to support a continental attack across the ice into Boston, a stroke well aimed at this critical juncture might put a final end to the war. He doubted that Howe had many more than 5,000 troops fit for duty. Why not attack them head-on? He was wrong, even foolish, and his lieutenants saved him from himself. They correctly doubted his estimate of British strength. Although sickness ran high in the garrison, Howe in fact had close to 9,000 regulars, plus armed loyalists, and the naval squadron. The American force, including a new tranche of militiamen, hardly amounted to 13,000, many still unarmed. Far too few for a frontal attack against an entrenched enemy. Greene, who was confined to his sick room on Prospect Hill with jaundice, yellow as saffron, agreed in a letter that a successful attack would put a finishing stroke to the war. But even with 20,000 American troops, an assault would be horrible if it succeeded and still more horrible if it failed. Brigadier General Horatio Gates, the adjutant general and a former British officer who, like Washington, had survived the massacre of Braddock's expedition in 1755, worried that Howe's artillerists are as good as any in Europe. In short, the generals considered Washington's plan exceedingly doubtful. Better to continue stockpiling powder and prepare to take possession of Dorchester Hill with a view of drawing out the enemy. Washington could hardly conceal his exasperation. The War Council being almost unanimous, I must suppose to be right, he wrote Hancock. Perhaps the irksomeness of my situation might have inclined me to put more to the hazard than was consistent with prudence. Only to read did he yield to sarcasm. Behold, though we had been waiting all the year for this favorable event, the enterprise was thought too dangerous, he wrote in a trenchant letter nearly 3,000 words long. The enterprise, if it had been undertaken with resolution, must have succeeded. I am preparing to take post on Dorchester to try if the enemy will be so kind as to come out to us. He positioned extra sentinels around the heights to ensure that the British did not try to seize the high ground before he did. All correspondence into Boston was halted in an effort to avoid alerting the enemy to his plan. A small child permitted to enter the town to join his loyalist parents was first searched for hidden letters. Heavy sleds from Framingham began to creep toward Roxbury, along with wagons stacked high with swamp timber. The preparations increase, and something great is daily expected, Abigail Adams wrote John on February 21st. Something terrible it will be. I impatiently wait for, yet dread the day. Chapter 10. The Whipping Snake. Cork, Ireland, and Moores Creek, North Carolina, January to March 1776. War was good for Cork. Convoys bound for North America assembled in the Cove of Kinsale, or along the newly extended navigation wall in one of Europe's finest harbors. Red sandstone warehouses on the waterfront bulged, with flour, peas, and bread from East Anglia, shipped here and earmarked for Canada or Boston, or the new battlefront said to be opening soon in the American South. In late fall, 80,000 bullocks had plodded through the markets north of Blarney Lane and then to the city's abattoir, where carts day and night hauled away the slaughtered beef for packing in barrels made by 60 master coopers and 1,000 journeymen. So much preserved beef came from ox-slaying Cork, much of it intended for the Royal Navy and Army regiments abroad, that slaughterhouses used 400 barrels of salt a day, mostly imported from Portugal. In winter, herds of pigs fattened on potatoes ran through the streets toward a similar fate, and bumboats ferried barreled pork by the ton to the victuallers waiting offshore. Each British soldier deployed to America needed a half-ton of food every year to sustain him, and much of it would come through Cork, where the blessed St. Finbar had built his monastery on the braided River Lee in the 6th century. The city stank of blood and livestock excrement washed into the same Lee, but to the brokers, shippers, and army contractors who crowded Cork, nearly all of them British Protestants, the smell was of money. They lived on islands in the river, traveling above the squalid streets in sedan chairs led by link boys, and congregating in the evening at the fine new mansion house on Hammond's Marsh for claret, backgammon, and minuets. But the Irish Catholics, St. Patrick's vermin, prohibited from sitting in Parliament, joining trade guilds, holding military commissions, carrying swords, buying land, or practicing law, wartime prosperity was more elusive. Some made their way into the butter trade, packing salted firkins covered with cabbage leaves. Surging demand for wool to make army uniforms helped put idle looms back to work, although to protect the English cloth industry, the Irish could export their wool only to England, and no sheep could be shorn within 4 miles of the sea to prevent fleeces from being smuggled abroad. British Army recruiters often appeared in Cork, beating up for volunteers with bands and barrels of beer and jingling coin purses. For added firepower in America, London had ordered each regiment expanded to 677 men by adding 10 sergeants, 10 drummers, and 180 privates. Ireland seemed an obvious source of cannon fodder. A regular's pay of 8 pence a day, minus deductions for uniforms and provisions, had not increased in a century. But recruiting bounties of more than a guinea were now offered. As announced in mid-December, volunteers no longer had to enlist for life. They could resign at the end of the American War if they had served at least 3 years. Standards were low. Illiteracy in the ranks already ran to 2/3, and a recruit must only attest that he had no rupture nor ever was troubled with fits. Even so, recruiting remained abysmal. By late winter, Lord Barrington reported to Lord Germain that fewer than 1,000 men had been raised in Ireland and Britain together, despite accepting sots, men who spoke only Gaelic and petty rogues like the half-dozen men from Shrewsbury jail who would be inducted into the 46th Foot. A good Irish potato harvest and lack of enthusiasm for transatlantic travel to a pestilential climate suppressed enlistments in Cork and the other counties. Many Irishmen vowed never to pull trigger on the Americans, among whom they all have relations, according to an account from Cork.
Recruiting had even grown dangerous, with Irish thugs in Dublin and Cork huffing regulars at night by severing their Achilles tendons with razors or meat cleavers, the historian Don N. Hagist would write.
Sad work everywhere in recruiting, General Harvey, the adjutant general, had written in late December. In these damned times we must exert zeal. Germain, ever zealous, told the king that the ardor of the nation in this cause has not hitherto arisen to the pitch one could wish. Many British commanders believed that the Irish only brought trouble. Of 71 recruits enlisted by the 46th Foot in Ireland between Christmas and early February, 15 deserted immediately. They are the very scum of the earth, a recruiting officer complained, and do their utmost to desert the moment they are clothed. General Howe concurred. The Irish were certain to desert if put to hard work, he warned, and were not entitled to the smallest confidence as soldiers. Bustling Cork was even busier after being chosen as the launching point for the boldest British gambit of the American War to date, and perhaps the most ill-considered. Royal governors in the southern colonies had long pleaded for reinforcements to hearten the Loyalists, the so-called good Americans, and to splinter the rebellion geographically. Governor Campbell in South Carolina believed that 2,000 regulars would set matters right, there and in Georgia. Governor Dunmore in Virginia had vowed to restore order with 200 or 300 men, before failing miserably. But none was more relentless than Governor Josiah Martin in North Carolina, a Dublin-born former British Army officer. The colony's population had increased 6-fold since 1750 to 275,000, including many émigrés from Scotland, deeply loyal to the crown. But in May 1775, rebels chased the governor from his capital in New Bern to the sanctuary of a British man-of-war on the Cape Fear River below Wilmington. Even then, he told London that a small detachment of regulars, plus a generous consignment of arms, would allow him to marshal at least 15,000 loyalists in the back settlements, to reduce both North and South Carolina to obedience, to awe the colony of Virginia into submission, and to prevent rebel regiments from reinforcing New England. Martin's eagerness to avenge his humiliating rout from New Bern had a certain poignancy. Over the past 3 years, he had lost 3 children, most recently his eldest son, to what he called this most baneful climate. Before leaving office, Lord Dartmouth had been the first of the king's ministers to be beguiled by the vision of a cheap southern victory. The previous September, he had promised to send 10,000 stand-of-arms and 6 field pieces to Howe to enable you to assist Martin, while adding, "I must confess, I think he is much too sanguine. There is not much ground to hope anything considerable can be effected there." Yet nothing ventured, nothing gained. Howe was advised to send 1 battalion of troops to North Carolina under an able and intelligent officer, who would take command of a brigade dispatched to Cape Fear from Cork. "The appearance of a respectable force to the southward," Dartmouth wrote, "will have the effect to restore order and government in those 4 provinces." After quickly asserting British authority in the South and permitting the well-affected to regain control of their colonies, most of the regulars could join Howe in Boston or New York for the spring campaign. "I hope," Dartmouth added, "we are not deceived in the assurances that have been given." Lord North also embraced this hallucination, certain that a quiescent Loyalist majority needed little more than a galvanic spark to rise up. A small force from home would quickly turn the scale, the first minister had written King George in October, in an 11-page explanation of the Southern strategy that cited the very important advantages which may be expected. The large slave population and the need for European commodities made the Southern colonies vulnerable, North continued. Even if the rebellion was not promptly quashed, the houses, stores, etc. belonging to the insurgents may be plundered, their provisions may be destroyed. Ringleaders could be arrested, militias disarmed. Referring to himself in the third person, he added, Lord North looks upon it, therefore, as certain that a very considerable number of the people in those provinces wish for a speedy accommodation of the disputes with Great Britain. A measure of vigor and éclat will alarm the Americans and revive the spirits of our friends. George replied within 2 hours. Every means of distressing America, he wrote, must meet with my concurrence. By the next morning, the king had identified British regiments in Ireland and 2 artillery companies for the expedition. Loyalists in the Carolinas should be offered land grants and army pay to encourage fealty. The Admiralty was ordered to move enough ships to Cork to transport the regiments, along with the 60 tons of baggage, 60 women and 12 servants each could deploy. Trusted pilots familiar with the North Carolina coast must be hired while keeping this matter an impenetrable secret. With Germain's appointment as American Secretary, the expedition grew in size and ambition. 2 units intended for Quebec would be diverted south, bringing the force to 7 regiments, plus at least 20 field guns. Under Sir Peter Parker's command, men of war carrying 1,500 crewmen and mounting 200 guns were assigned to escort the troop transports and store ships. To the king's delight, a favored young general, Charles Earl Cornwallis, a member of the House of Lords, volunteered to join the expedition. Since the North Carolina operation would probably not be of long duration, Germain wrote, the assault force could also help crush rebels in Virginia or South Carolina, and then perhaps Savannah, before joining Howe as early in the spring as possible, leaving behind just enough force to secure the well-affected from danger. A modest show-the-flag mission to succor North Carolina Loyalists had become an immodest campaign of confused purpose, vaguely intended to subdue a region almost twice the size of the United Kingdom in a couple months by delivering, in the king's words, a severe blow to the rebels. The confusion could be seen when Barrington arrived at his War Office chambers one morning to find 5 regiments ordered away from Ireland in December, although I am not apprised where they are going. The Secretary at War subsequently suggested to the cabinet that in all military matters not to stir a step without full consultation of able military men. Befuddlement also arose over whether the Cape Fear River was too shallow for British warships, although English seamen had sailed those waters for over a century. Germain's orders to the expedition leaders on December 7th included 5 paragraphs, beginning with "if." The cardinal principle of concentrating military force had been abandoned by George and his ministers. So, too, had the pursuit of clear strategic goals while avoiding diversionary sideshows. Rebel strength, cohesion, and ruthlessness in the southern colonies were disregarded, loyalist fervor and competence exaggerated. British military resources, already stretched, would be stretched further. Governor Martin's original fatal euphoria, in the phrase of the British historian K.G. Davies, carried the day. Curiously, given ample time for reflection while confined to a British frigate on the Cape Fear River, the governor entertained second thoughts. In a whinging 17-paragraph dispatch to London, he conceded that trying to rally loyalists would only inflame the rebels, sacrifice the friends of government, and disgrace myself. The letter reached Germain in late November, too late to stop an expedition already in motion. Howe had his own doubts. In a long letter to London on January 16th, he questioned whether Governor Martin is not deceived in his expectations. Would it not have been better to secure New York first before turning south to designs of less importance? The rebels, Howe added, certainly knew of the expedition mounting in Cork. The impenetrable secret had been penetrated. But as instructed, he sent an able commander, Major General Henry Clinton, to North Carolina with a small detachment to await the squadron from Ireland. As he sailed south from Boston on January 20th, Clinton wrote, "Governors are sanguine, the malady is catching, and ministers are sometimes infected." Where are we going, how are we going, and what we are going about, nobody pretends to conjecture, wrote Captain James Murray of the 57th Foot, among the regiments waiting to sail from Cork. An expedition of only 2,600 men, he told a friend, would make but little impression on the continent of America. Murray sarcastically proposed shooting 7 Americans a week, exclusive of women and children, to teach them to defend their liberties. The Southern expedition required impeccable timing, but chaos plagued the mission from the start. December 1st, the original sailing date, came and went without the squadron leaving Cork, as did New Year's Day and the Queen's birthday in mid-January. Difficulties piled up. Delay followed delay. Ordnance storeships and bomb tenders were not loaded on the Thames until mid-December. Then a relentless east wind prevented them from reaching Portsmouth, much less sailing on to Ireland. Deal Castle ran aground in Plymouth and had to cut away her masts. Boreas was badly hurt after running aground while leaving Spithead. Delays kept Commodore Parker in Portsmouth until December 29th, and then an ill wind prevented his arrival in Cork for another week. The Marquis of Rockingham, a transport making for Cork's harbor with 3 companies of the 32nd Foot intended to replace troops bound for America, foundered off the southern coast of Ireland in a gale. The captain, crew, and 90 soldiers drowned. Misfortunes seldom come alone, Rear Admiral Sir Hugh Palliser, an Admiralty official, wrote Lord Sandwich in early January. Still more misfortunes followed. 7 transports were found to be incapable of stowing the flat-bottomed boats needed for amphibious landings. A Marine lieutenant aboard Siren shot dead the frigate's first lieutenant in a duel on January 18th. "We are certainly not in luck," General Harvey, the adjutant general, wrote in January, "either in America or in Europe." Yet luck, that handy scapegoat, was only part of it. The Cork expedition, coupled with difficulties in supplying Boston and preparations for the 1776 campaign season, fully revealed the American quagmire. "Some people begin to be astonished and staggered at the unexpected difficulties we are in," Admiral Palliser wrote Sandwich. "The demands for the small army now in America are so great as to be thought impossible to furnish. What will it be when we have another army there above 20,000 men? If Howe's host reached 35,000 troops and 4,000 horses later in the year, as anticipated, 37 tons of food and 38 tons of hay and oats would be required every day, almost entirely from Britain. Since an army that size would consume some 4,000 tons of meat a year, ox-slaying Cork would stay busy." Already the search for ships to move men and material had grown frantic. In early 1776, the Admiralty sought 88,000 tons of shipping. A typical troop transport might be 300 tons, but could only find 56,000. Every harbor in the kingdom was searched. Newspaper ads appealed for ships to lease. Diplomats and agents hired vessels in Amsterdam, Hamburg, and other foreign ports, paying ever higher freight costs. The Admiralty's Navy Board had to compete for tonnage not only with the civilian carrying trade, including slavers, but also with the Ordnance Board, which ran its own fleet. And of course more men of war were needed to protect sea routes and additional convoys. In a note penned on January 11th, the king had suggested converting colliers into warships. "Every means of obtaining a large force on float ought to be adopted," George wrote. A plea to General Howe urged a quick turnaround of vessels from North America because this country is so exhausted of ships. Heavy snow entombed Cork on Wednesday, January 31st. "We have been on the point of sailing every day for these 3 weeks past," Captain Murray wrote on February 1st. "Everything is conducted in such a harum-scarum, humble-jumble manner. No situation is more abominable than that of waiting from day to day." 7 regiments had been cooped up for nearly a month on more than 24 transports moored in the harbor. Living on 2/3 rations, each regular received a straw sack mattress, a pillow, a blanket, and a place of repose on one of the double-tiered wooden berths, with 6 soldiers wedged into each tier and sedated with 56 gills or 7 quarts of rum per week to be shared by the 6. Various storeships and men of war continued to beat into the Cove of Cork to complete the squadron. The Piggott Hospital ship, the Sibella storeship, the Levant Victualler, and Thunder, a vessel recently used for Arctic exploration but now carrying heavy mortars. The king grew impatient. In an unusually messy letter to Sandwich, with ink blotches, insertions, and words scratched out, he observed that every other department had been ready for the Southern expedition 3 weeks sooner than the Navy. Given American obstinacy, we must show that the English lion, when roused, has not only his wonted resolution, but has added the swiftness of the racehorse. Sandwich replied within hours, filling page after page with excuses and explanations. Your Majesty has been in some part misinformed, he wrote. The elements have warred against us most cruelly. Delays had been caused by contrary winds and accidents, and I am certain by nothing that human wisdom could guard against. On Monday, February 12th, Commodore Parker finally ordered signal flags hoisted aloft on his flagship, the Bristol. General Cornwallis joined him on the quarterdeck. Tars across the squadron turned their capstans to weigh anchor. Topmen unsheeted their sails, and 44 vessels glided past Dog's Nose and Roche's Point before swinging west beyond the old head of Kinsale for the open sea. By Parker's count, the expedition numbered 5 men of war, a tender, a storeship, 7 army victuallers, 3 ordnance ships, and 27 transports. The first storm struck that night, a screaming tempest from the southwest. By first light on Tuesday, 9 ships had vanished, mostly blown back to Cork or to refuges in southern England. Gale succeeded gale for days and then weeks, the worst weather ever known at sea, one officer asserted. The wind blew with relentless fury, another witness wrote, and no man could remain on deck except he was lashed fast. The victualler Thetis, leaking badly, put into Lisbon, while the bomb vessel Carcass, minus her mizzenmast, made Plymouth. At least one warship reportedly jettisoned her upper deck guns. Actaeon's skipper noted a prodigious sea that damaged the frigate's masts and swamped her decks. On March 7th, 24 days after leaving Cork, Parker reported that he was still off the Iberian coast, with only a third of his squadron intact. Among the ships gone missing were 2 frigates and 20 transports. On that same Thursday, Cornwallis laboriously wrote Germain from his cabin on the battered Bristol. Our voyage hitherto has been very unsuccessful, he reported. The wind has been almost always contrary. Until the 1st of this month, constant and most violent gales of wind. Cornwallis added, I fear there is no chance of our arrival on the American coast before the end of next month at soonest, and the assembling of the fleet off Cape Fear, where there is no port, may be a work of some time. Your lordship will make allowances for the motion of the ship when you are deciphering this scrawl. 3,000 miles across the Atlantic, Josiah Martin had peered seaward for weeks, seeking a glimpse of the war fleet that would restore him to his stately brick palace in New Bern. Yet from the taffrail of his man-of-war, Scorpion, little could be seen except the green water off Cape Fear and an occasional rebel rifleman darting along the shoreline, hoping for a clean shot at the royal governor. Now 38 of fitful health and erratic temperament, Martin was one of 23 children born to an Anglo-Irish planter whose 300 slaves provided sugar wealth in Antigua, one of more than a dozen island colonies that remained loyal to the crown. If mulish in his temper and tending much to ye vanity of dress and extravagance, as the elder Martin described young Josiah, the boy grew to be a successful, conscientious man by studying law in London, then joining the army during the last French war to serve in the West Indies and Canada. After resigning as a lieutenant colonel, he married a first cousin in New York and sought a higher calling. Still dependent on his father, Martin called himself a sinking man catching at every hope of deliverance. He seemed to rise with his appointment as governor of North Carolina in 1771. He arrived in New Bern determined to bring enlightened government to America's 4th most populous colony, a formidable task for a man considered loyal but unwise, diligent but overbearing. In the past year, the sinking man had again found himself over his head as insurgency swept across North Carolina. Martin denounced the seditious in their evil purposes, wrote turgid pleas to London for a rod of chastisement to correct the rhetoric of revolution, then fled south from New Bern to the Cape Fear River after spiking the palace guns and burying other munitions in a cabbage bed. After briefly barricading himself inside dilapidated Fort Johnston near the river's mouth in mid-July, he had jumped to what he called the inglorious captivity of a British warship. Rebels burned the fort behind him. From his tiny ship's cabin, the governor was reduced to fulminating against the wicked and flagitious, while insurgents organized a provincial congress, chose militia officers, printed money, levied taxes, and routinely intercepted his correspondence with London and Boston. On January 3rd, Martin's despicable and mortifying fortunes abruptly brightened. An official dispatch from London informed him that an armada gathering at Cork would soon arrive on the coast to join forces with a British general sailing from Boston and those thousands of loyalists the governor had promised to muster in North Carolina. Giddy and impatient, expecting the squadron to loom on the horizon at any moment, Martin on January 10th called on loyal colonists to suppress a most daring, horrid, and unnatural rebellion by flocking to the royal standard with all possible secrecy. Tidewater planters, Piedmont farmers, and other volunteers were to march to Brunswick on the Cape Fear River by mid-February to rendezvous with the arriving expedition. An estimated 12,000 Highlanders lived in North Carolina, among them many who had fled after the failed Jacobite Rising of 1745. Having suffered the harsh consequences of opposing the British monarch once, few were inclined to do it again. Martin appointed Brigadier General Donald MacDonald, a 64-year-old veteran of both Culloden and Bunker Hill, to command his loyal militia, with authority to recruit troops by offering land, cash, and tax exemptions. By February 15th, the clans had gathered at Cross Creek, later renamed Fayetteville, 90 miles northwest of Wilmington. Clad in tartan, chattering in Gaelic, they were exotic foemen with their dirks, double-edged claymores, and feathered bonnets, but disappointing in their numbers and lethality. Only 1,400 had answered the call, and nearly two-thirds lacked firelocks. Among those who rallied was Allan MacDonald, who had emigrated from the Hebrides in 1774 with his wife Flora, a woman celebrated in song and saga for disguising Bonnie Prince Charlie as an Irish spinning maid and helping the young pretender escape to France after his claim to the British throne collapsed at Culloden. Some later insisted that Flora gave a fiery speech from a white charger to inspirit the ranks at Cross Creek, but mainly she seemed to fret. "There are troublous times ahead, I ween," she wrote a friend in February. "God will keep the right." With British colors improvised from camp equipage, General MacDonald began his march to the sea on February 19th. Swamps, incessant rain, swollen streams, and desertions impeded the column. Two loyalist companies peeled away for home, and other men vanished into the woods after declaring that their courage was not war-proof. The column plodded on, ripping down farm fences and bullying through orchards. MacDonald offered clemency to rebels who surrendered. When none submitted, he warned, "It is my duty to conquer." For weeks, North Carolina patriots had feverishly prepared to give battle, collecting weapons, impounding wagons, and putting all river pilots into protective custody. Wheelwrights and blacksmiths repaired gun carriages. Recalcitrant loyalists were arrested or pressed into work gangs to build fortifications. Militia troops and Minutemen assembled and, after swearing fidelity to the United Colonies, set out to block the enemy's eastward advance with support from a Continental regiment. 18 miles above Wilmington, 800 militiamen from New Bern under Colonel Richard Caswell pitched camp on Monday, February 26th, just west of Moores Creek, a dark, twisting mire 40 feet wide and 5 feet deep. The men had gobbled down bacon and cornmeal and were cleaning their firelocks when a loyalist courier appeared under a truce flag with yet another surrender demand. The Highlanders had drawn within 6 miles, advancing on Negro Head Point Road. Belatedly realizing that an attack could pin him against the creek, Caswell ordered his men to the east bank. After the troops crossed a timber bridge, a rear guard removed the planks and greased the exposed stringers with tallow and soft soap. 50 yards beyond the waterline, the men joined another 150 comrades entrenched behind a low mud wall. They did not have long to wait. Desertion had whittled the loyalist force to perhaps under 1,000, many still without muskets. In a dreary rain on Monday evening, General MacDonald convened a war council, announced that he was too spent to continue, and stumbled off to his tent, so indisposed that he could not stir from his bed or even give the least advice, a witness reported. His deputy, Lieutenant Colonel Donald MacLeod, at 1 a.m. on Tuesday, resumed the march through swampland in a night described as the darkest that could be seen. 5 hours later, stupefied with exhaustion and cold, the marchers came upon dying campfires in the abandoned rebel camp west of Moores Creek. After predictable confusion, the Highlanders drew their blades, shouted "King George" and broadswords, and with 3 cheers made for the maimed bridge in the early morning light. Drums beat, pipes skirled. A rebel described the approaching enemy's banners and plumes waving in the breeze, and all marching in good order but with a quick step. An assault force of 80 Highlanders surged forward, gripping the sharkskin handles of their claymores and using the points to steady themselves as they shuffled across the slippery stringers. Climbing up the far bank a few paces from the rebel earthworks, Colonel McLeod waggled his sword and bellowed for his men to follow. 1,000 American muskets and rifles answered. The searing blast blew McLeod from his feet, and then from this earth. 9 bullets and 24 swan shot would be counted in his corpse. The Highlander front ranks tumbled with him and were quickly blanketed in gray smoke as the roar of rebel fire carried down the creek banks. One American militiaman later said he felt as calm as if shooting squirrels. 2 small Dutch field pieces named Old Mother Covington and her daughter barked and barked again, sweeping the near bank, the far bank, and the bridge, blowing clansmen into the creek below. Dragged under by their heavy kilts, the bodies drifted on the current like tartan water lilies. Highland fire flew high, then grew silent. Hundreds of Loyalists turned and scattered into the woods or ran for the supply wagons. Horses slashed loose from their harnesses galloped away, 2 or 3 men clinging to each. The skirmish had lasted 3 minutes. 2 rebels were injured, 1 mortally. 70 Loyalists were dead or wounded, but hundreds more were soon captured in the swamps. General MacDonald surrendered his sword from his sickbed. Others morosely gave up dirks that had been handed down for generations. From squalid local jails, more than 800 Loyalist rank and file would be paroled upon swearing not to take up arms again against the United Colonies. Some 30 officers jammed the tiny cell in Halifax near the Virginia border, including Allan MacDonald, Flora's husband. Most eventually were marched off to prisons in Pennsylvania and Maryland, their families in some instances forced into hiding while their farms were pillaged. Booty captured at Cross Creek and other strongholds included 1,500 firelocks, an arsenal of bladed weapons, 13 wagons, 2 large medicine chests, and General MacDonald's muster rolls with the names of all the Loyalists he had enlisted. An informant also gave up the Loyalist treasury, according to the historian Hugh F. Rankin, 15,000 pounds in gold coins, hidden in a chest under a stable floor. Civil war had erupted in the American South, but this brief, furious scrap left the rebels ascendant and confident. Thus has most happily terminated a very dangerous insurrection, wrote Brigadier General James Moore, commander of Continental troops in the colony. This, we think, the Pennsylvania Evening Post added, will effectually put a stop to Toryism in North Carolina. Governor Martin remained defiant, if not delusional. He had chosen the precise morning of the Moores Creek battle to demand for His Majesty's service 1,000 barrels of flour from Wilmington. A quick rebel reply informed him it is not in our power to comply, and indelicately noted that Loyalist forces to the west were now surrounded by 3 armies. Martin denounced the gasconading of rebels, but legal proceedings would soon confiscate his 10,000 acres in eastern North Carolina, which were sold at auction along with the carriages, horses, and books, an estate valued at almost 7,000 pounds he had abandoned in New Bern. After checking once again to confirm that no British squadron from Cork could be seen approaching Cape Fear, Martin wrote Germain in March, "I regret this unfortunate delay the more sincerely because it has contravened a plan and purpose of mine. Had reinforcements arrived in early February, success had most certainly crowned my endeavors." Even while admitting that he was a wretched man, not of Neptune's element, in the 10th month of confinement on board ship, Martin insisted that London need not feel pessimistic. Blithely, he assured Germain, "The little check the Loyalists here have received I do not conceive, my lord, will have any extensive ill consequence." On Tuesday, March 12th, the Mercury, a sleek, 6th-rate man-of-war accompanied by the sloop Falcon and 2 transports carrying a pair of light infantry companies, carefully skirted the white breakers on Frying Pan Shoals before dropping anchor in the mouth of the Cape Fear. Major General Clinton, after a gale-battered 7-week voyage from Boston, was perplexed to find neither an army of Highland Loyalists nor a British fleet. As Clinton's secretary wrote, they had come to North Carolina big with expectation that everything was going swimmingly in our favor. A disheartening shipboard conference with Governor Martin soon revealed otherwise. As the son and brother-in-law of admirals, Henry Clinton appreciated the uncertainties of expeditionary warfare. Sooner or later, presumably, the squadron from Cork would arrive with the troops he was to command, even though prospects for a successful campaign in North Carolina now seemed dim. Clinton, by nature, expected the worst, from both people and fate, and as the British general would serve longer than any other in the American War, including eventually 4 years as commander-in-chief, he would find his expectations fully realized again and again. Now 45, with an ebbing hairline, cleft chin, and large blue eyes, he had known America intimately since the age of 13, when his father, after decades of sea duty, became Royal Governor of New York. Young Henry returned to England from Manhattan at age 19 to get on with an army career. That profession had now led him back to America and to this place, the Cape Fear River, for his first independent command, even if no one was here to be commanded. The war dismayed him. He blamed Britain as much as America for the fraternal bloodletting. A most unaccountable madness seems to have seized both countries, he wrote. His task was to help halt the madness by force of arms. He would always be an enigma to his few friends, to his many adversaries, and to history. Fluent in French, an assiduous reader, and a talented violinist with a passion for Haydn, he was often contrarian in his military thinking. In studying Caesar's commentaries, he was drawn not to the Romans but to the barbarians, who avoided battle, refusing to be gulled into an uneven fight. In combat, he usually sought to turn a flank rather than attack frontally. He had suggested as much before Bunker Hill, to no avail. "There is nothing I dread so much," he said, "as these brave generals." Keenly aware of America's size and the temper of her people, he had advocated a strategy of naval blockade rather than a land war, again to no avail. Rational, dignified, and brainy, he also could be tetchy, insecure, and obsessive, a shy bitch, as he called himself. His skills as a planner and as an incisive military thinker were often undercut by his lack of tact. "Perhaps I speak too freely," he had mused in December, and by perpetual friction with his equals and superiors. Furies were at work on his psyche, his biographer William B. Wilcox would write. The man's inadequacy becomes an appreciable force in the working of destiny. Clinton had never completely recovered from wounds sustained while fighting the French in 1762. After walking several miles from the battlefield to a medical tent, he wrote, "I was hacked by an ignorant German surgeon." He suffered an even greater blow a decade later, when the young wife he adored died, giving birth to their 5th child. That loss left him unbalanced, if not temporarily deranged. 2 years of depression, lifted only after he was sent to observe the Russian army, then fighting Turks in the Balkans. Traveling on the Danube by canoe, revived by a sense of professional purpose, he returned to Britain, placed his children in the care of his dead wife's family, and sailed for Boston to become Howe's deputy upon General Gage's recall. Friction soon built between a restless subordinate inclined to give bold advice and a superior inclined to ignore it. Billeted in John Hancock's house, Clinton had supervised the regulars posted on Bunker Hill after the battle, sometimes living with them under canvas. "I like this sort of life best," he wrote. "The society is good, and at night I have a concert at which I am received as a performer." But as he wrote Burgoyne, he grew almost tired of being a subordinate. Howe was plainly relieved to ship him south. Clinton had hardly left Boston when he began brooding over his imprecise instructions and lack of firepower. "This business I feel the weight of," he wrote. "It does not crush me, but it is rather too much merely to steady me." Now there was little to do but wait for the Cork expedition to find its way. Living on oysters, cabbage, and fish, Clinton occasionally slipped ashore to study the local flora and fauna, writing with a naturalist's enthusiasm about magnolia, jasmine, wild honeysuckle, and even such thunder and such rain. He could be as gullible about mythological southern beasts as royal governors were about loyalist legions. Among other extraordinary things, we have the whipping snake, which meets you in the road and lashes you most unmercifully, he wrote a colleague in Boston. "We are told that 2 or 3 of them will kill a horse." But mostly the long weeks on the Carolina coast allowed him time to ponder how, in his phrase, to gain the hearts and subdue the minds of America. British affairs in the southern colonies had tumbled with stinging defeats in Virginia and North Carolina, and fading fortunes in South Carolina and Georgia. Every southern governor was afloat. Not one dared set foot in his own capital. Clinton could see that American loyalists were not simply waiting for British regulars to appear, as Germain and others in London believed. On the contrary, they required assurance that a protective force would remain to shield them from rebel retaliation. Shuttling British troops around to put spine in the loyalists is chimerical, false, Clinton wrote. Even if the Cork Brigade arrived intact, it would be so small that I must ever have one foot in my ships. Clinton stared at the blue horizon, waiting and thinking. How could a civil war be won if the friends of the crown had already lost in some colonies? How could hearts be gained, minds subdued, and fence straddlers assured that Britain would enforce order and security? In a dispatch to Germain, he warned that affairs in the South had lately much changed for the worse. Avenging Moore's Creek would be impossible given the rebel strength and the lack of British horses to haul cannons inland. Reports from the South Carolina uplands indicated that the well-affected there had been defeated and dispersed. Attacking Charleston would be very difficult and would do little to win back the larger province. He believed that a show of force in the Chesapeake before rejoining Howe for a concentrated campaign to secure New York was the wisest course. Further maneuvers in the South at this time would only serve to inflame minds and sacrifice your friends to the rage and fury of the multitude. Clinton had heard nothing from Howe, no orders, no advice, no news. Before settling on a course, he would await the arrival of the Cork expedition. He intended to greet the squadron with a large consignment of rum he had purchased in Virginia during his voyage from Boston. Commodore Parker and General Cornwallis undoubtedly had thoughts about what to do next. Together they would decide how to subdue the rage and fury of the multitude. Together, they would come up with a plan. Chapter 11. City of Our Solemnities. Boston, March 1776. At 11 p.m. on Saturday, March 2nd, 20 American guns intended to distract and distress the British in Boston opened fire from Roxbury, Cobble Hill, and Lechmere Point, near Charlestown. The house this instant shakes with the roar of cannon, Abigail Adams wrote John from Braintree. No sleep for me tonight. A few shells landed near Faneuil Hall, but the bombardment did little damage. The British answered each shot with 2 of their own. Hardly had the gunplay begun than 4 American mortars burst from being overcharged or badly bedded on frozen ground. Among the casualties after only 3 rounds was Congress, the 13-inch brass mortar captured in late November aboard the Nancy. Continental troops manned their lines an hour before dawn in hopes that the bombardment would provoke a British sally that never came. The cannonade resumed Sunday night, again with little effect, except to further fray civilian nerves. Mrs. Adams described the rattling of the windows, the jar of the house, the continual roar of 24-pounders. She told John, "I went to bed after 12, but got no rest. The cannon continued firing, and my heart beat pace with them all night." The seizure of Dorchester Heights was planned for Monday night, and Vassal House bustled with couriers, adjutants, and aides-de-camp swaggering in and out. Every man's conduct will be marked and rewarded or punished accordingly. And cowardice in a most exemplary manner, Washington told his army in general orders. 1 fire well aimed does more execution than a dozen at long shot. Each regiment was to send all picks, shovels, and other tools to the quartermaster general in Cambridge for distribution to entrenching gangs. In every redoubt, spears were to be examined, cleaned, and collected in their proper places. Men without muskets would receive lances. Troops were positively forbid playing of cards and other games of chance at this time of public distress. Hundreds of axemen began clear-cutting orchards, then sharpening branches and tree trunks for abatis and barricades on the high ground. With 2,000 casualties expected, hand barrows were positioned to wheel the wounded from the battlefield. Barracks on Prospect Hill and at Harvard College became hospital wards. 24 regimental surgeons met at Brown's Tavern for their assignments. Among them, they counted only 6 sets of amputation instruments, 6 cases of lancets, 2 more of surgical knives, 859 bandages, 24 tourniquets, and but few medicines. A front-page advertisement in the New England Chronicle sought nurses for the hospitals in Cambridge and Roxbury, as well as sage, rags, honey, beeswax, thread, and herbs of all kinds. Washington's irksome gunpowder reserve was barely adequate, perhaps 8 tons. He had borrowed more than 4 tons from Connecticut, which then sent along 2 more and a few muskets refurbished with newly straightened barrels. In late February, Rhode Island had risked sending another 3,600 pounds of powder in open carts rather than wait for covered wagons. Lieutenant Colonel Rufus Putnam, the self-taught engineer who drafted plans to install a covered way across the isthmus leading to Dorchester Heights, had another brainstorm. Fortifications to protect soldiers and gun batteries on the heights could not be excavated in frozen ground. So after consulting a borrowed volume of the Field Engineer, the British technical manual, Putnam proposed building chandeliers, nailed timber frames that could be filled with fascines, bundled sticks, and gabions, wicker baskets packed with stones and gravel. The defenses would at least shield troops from enemy small arms and grape shot. "We trust," a young Connecticut lieutenant wrote his family on March 4th, "that we are fighting the Lord's battle." A third consecutive evening cannonade erupted on Monday. Henry Knox counted 157 shot and shell fired by American gunners to mask the curious noises in Dorchester. "Our shells raked the houses terribly, and the cries of poor women and children frequently reached our ears," an American lieutenant wrote. British guns answered with heavy counter-battery fire, unwittingly contributing to their own ignorance. Soon after candlelight came on a most terrible bombardment and cannonade on both sides, a Boston selectman told his diary, as if heaven and earth were engaged. Soldiers counted as many as 7 projectiles simultaneously tracing red parabolas across the sky. "Sheets of fire seemed to come from our batteries," a British major wrote his father. "Some of the shells crossed one another in the air and then bursting looked beautiful." An American 18-pound ball fired from Roxbury slammed into a guardhouse manned by the 22nd Foot, wounding 4 regulars and killing another, having his legs and thighs broke in a shocking manner, a lieutenant reported. Under a brilliant full moon favored by mild airs hinting at spring, 800 armed men heaved forward onto the isthmus. Some 280 carts and wagons followed, axles creaking under the weight of entrenching tools, hay bales and chandeliers. Teamsters whispered into their oxen's ears, keeping their whips silent as instructed. The men quickly stacked baled hay to assemble Putnam's blind up the ascending lane. Barrels with hoops well nailed also crowded the wagon beds, filled with sand and stones and positioned on the brow of the hill. They would be rolled down the slope to crush, or at least dishearten, any regulars intent on climbing to the crest. Behind the oxen came another 1,200 men in a working party commanded by Brigadier General John Thomas. Now 51, a plain, sociable, sensible, good old man in one comrade's assessment, Thomas was a Massachusetts physician with more combat experience, including 8 campaigns in the French wars, than virtually any American officer. "His merits in the military way have surprised us all," James Warren had told John Adams. Shoving and hoisting, heaving and grunting, the men positioned the chandeliers, each weighed several hundred pounds, then sent the wagon teams back to Roxbury to haul more timber and hay, gabions and abatis stakes. Dray horses dragged up Knox's guns, which were then muscled onto wooden platforms. 6 works thrown up this night at different places on the hills and high ground, wrote another engineer, Major Jeduthan Baldwin. A very great work for one night. At 4 a.m. on Tuesday, March 5th, 3,000 additional men climbed the heights to man the fortifications and relieve the fagged, sweating excavators. The whole procession moved on in solemn silence, an Army doctor wrote. Planners had recalled the failure to position rested reinforcements in advance at Bunker Hill. Washington, who was up, down, and around the heights all evening, inspecting, cajoling, encouraging, reminded the men that the Boston Massacre had occurred precisely 6 years earlier. "Remember the 5th of March, he told them, and avenge the death of your brethren." The word spread through the ranks, and the men steeled themselves as the sky brightened in the east. Tickets had sold briskly for the masked ball planned by British officers in the concert hall on Monday, March 11th. "We hear 10 capital cooks are already employed in preparing supper for the masquerade, which is to be the most brilliant thing ever seen in America," a Loyalist newspaper noted in late February. Revelers were assured that by the 5th of March, a number of different masks will be prepared and sold by almost all the milliners and mantua makers in town. Alas, there would be no ball, no supper, no brilliant thing. For more than a week, informants had warned Howe of danger afoot, of entrenching tools collected and fascines bundled. "Deserters say they intend to bombard the town from Dorchester," Major Stephen Kemble, the British Deputy Adjutant General and General Gage's brother-in-law, noted on February 29th. But as yet, no sign of their works. Meandering, fretful conversations about possible intervention led to nothing, and by sunrise on Tuesday, March 5th, it was too late. British officers, clutching their spyglasses, pounded up to the rooftops, mouths agape. "A most astounding night's work," an engineer told his diary with professional admiration. "Must have employed from 15 to 20,000 men." The rebels, another officer wrote, raised the forts with an expedition equal to that of a genie belonging to Aladdin's wonderful lamp. Plunging fire could now scour the anchorage, the docks, and the town. Gun ports on the men of war flew open, and British shore batteries swiveled toward Dorchester. Soon a cannonade unlike any ever known in Boston blistered the hillsides. Balls bounded and rebounded across the terrain. More than 700 would be collected by rebel scavengers on Wednesday morning. Some struck home. A Connecticut officer wrote of a young lieutenant in Roxbury hit in the thigh and soon clapped onto a surgeon's table for amputation. He did not bleed to excess, yet his pain was so exquisite, occasioned by the bone being shivered to pieces quite to his hip joint, that he died about 9 o'clock in the morning. Another soldier described a comrade's skull dashed open by a cannonball. I saw a piece of the skin of his head with the hair on it, which was light brown, beginning to be sprinkled with white hairs. But most shots failed to reach the American works, despite British efforts to elevate their barrels by sinking the rear wheels of gun carriages into the ground. After an unsuccessful fire of about 2 hours, General Sullivan wrote John Adams. They grew weary of it and desisted. The works would have to be carried by infantry assault. Warmer temperatures in recent days had cleared ice from the Charles and the harbor. In a quick, snappish conference at Province House, General Percy, who had led the rescue force on Battle Road 11 months earlier, was ordered to attack with 2,400 men. By midday, 5 regiments had marched across Long Wharf and onto the transports Success, Venus, Sea Venture, Spy, and Good Intent. Later in the day, light infantry, grenadiers, and 2 more regiments joined them. Each regular carried a blanket, rum, and water in a canteen and 60 rounds, although they were forbidden to load their muskets. The assault would rely on the bayonet to prevent confusion among our own men from irregular firing. Howe had not forgotten the fratricidal carnage at Bunker Hill. One eager commander confined to his bed by gout intended to be trundled into battle on a litter borne by 6 men. A Connecticut soldier watching from the high ground described dense columns of troops moving down the main street to the wharf and embarking on board the ships, which moved down the harbor and formed in a kind of crescent. Spectators crowded hilltops and roofs. A British engineer scribbled in his diary, "The fate of this whole army and the town is at stake, not to say the fate of America." Washington agreed. This was precisely the rumpus he'd yearned for. Anticipating a British lunge toward Dorchester, he had organized a counterstrike. 2 floating batteries and 45 bateaux, each capable of carrying 80 men, were positioned up the Charles River. Under General Putnam, 4,000 troops in Cambridge stood ready to make an amphibious assault on Boston, while much of Howe's army was beating toward the heights. General Sullivan would land at the Powder House on the west edge of town before capturing the batteries around Beacon Hill. General Greene would land at Barton's Point, seize Copp's Hill, and also fling open the gates at Boston Neck to permit Continentals from Roxbury to swarm through. Lookouts were posted on Washington's order, with the best glasses you can procure to follow enemy movements. A pennant atop Prospect Hill would launch the counterattack. That signal never came. Delays in loading Percy's troops and artillery at Long Wharf caused Howe to postpone the Dorchester sally until the morning tide on Wednesday, March 6th. The transports anchored for the night near Castle William, where a few rebel balls from the Dorchester guns plumped the water without effect. By early Tuesday evening, rain and hail from the south lashed regulars and Continentals alike. Gale winds, a hurricane, one diarist insisted, blew down rail fences and sheds and drove 3 British transports aground. "What I suffered this night I shall ever bear in mind," wrote Lieutenant Isaac Bangs, a Continental surgeon, after cowering with comrades in an apple orchard. The tempest persisted into Wednesday morning, churning so great a surf on the shore where the troops must have landed that it was impossible a boat could live, a British officer recorded. The transports tacked back to Long Wharf, to the immense disappointment of Washington, who had imagined that by Wednesday evening Dorchester's slopes would be plastered with dead redcoats. The storm, he wrote, was the most fortunate circumstance for them, and unfortunate for us. Howe recognized divine intercession when he saw it. Convening another war council at Province House, he lauded the honor of the troops in their willingness to fight, then announced the inevitable. The army would abandon Boston immediately. Rebel possession of Dorchester Heights was simply the last straw. British larders had less than 6 weeks of food remaining, including only 17 days of salt pork and 10 days of peas. The army was so very distressed that the Royal Navy had just loaned Howe a month's supply of provisions. Otherwise, Admiral Schuldem told the Admiralty the consequence must be fatal. To carry away 9,000 soldiers, along with their military equipment and 1,200 dependents, plus more than 1,000 loyalists, would require 28,000 tons of shipping. Schuldem had only 22,000 tons in Boston, some 78 vessels. That meant abandoning all but the most critical kit. "I am justly sensible," Howe told London, "how much more useful it would be to His Majesty's service if this army was in a situation to proceed immediately to New York." But food shortages and the danger of meeting a hostile reception required sailing first to the British base at Halifax, a 2-week voyage to the northeast. The Loyalists could be deposited there, and Howe also intended to retrain and reorganize his force. He would send home officers impaired with age and infirmities, promote worthy replacements, adapt uniforms and formations to North American combat, and hone the Army's light infantry and amphibious tactics. By Thursday, March 7th, news of the imminent departure had filtered through the ranks. No one was pleased by the prospect of months in Halifax, described by Edmund Burke as that nook of penury and cold, even though British charities would send tobacco, shoes, and wool caps to the troops, and each officer would get 10 gallons of rum as consolation. "Of all the miserable places I ever saw," one captain wrote, "Halifax is the worst." Another officer wrote home, "A cursed, cold, wintry place. Bad times, my friend." Carping grew virulent. "The soldiers think themselves betrayed," one officer wrote. "Fleet and army complain of each other, and both of the people at home." The Empire would soon possess not a single port on the Atlantic seaboard between Canada and Florida. The ignominy of being evicted from Boston stung every man proud of his uniform. Notwithstanding the loan of food, many Army officers blamed the Navy for their predicament. "Oh, the glory of the British Navy," one major complained bitterly, "flags flying with all the pomp of war, and the Yankee can spit in their face." Yet others detected a broader culpability. "Hope to God," a colonel wrote, "they will send us some generals worthy the command of a British army." Evacuation orders issued that Thursday choreographed the withdrawal. Each regiment was to bring its barracks furniture to a warehouse on King Street and collect 18 butts of porter, an anti-scorbutic at Cowper's Meeting House. All dram shops would be shuttered. Howe was determined to put a stop to drunkenness in the garrison, which has been too prevalent of late. Arson would be punished by immediate death and plunderers hanged on the spot. To thwart desertion, officers were to sleep in the barracks. The transports received fresh bedding on Friday, but useless luggage was to be dumped in the harbor. Each transport would get a month's provisions, including molasses, rice, and flour. 1,700 gallons of brandy were securely stowed. Howe also offered a 50-pound reward to anyone helping to convict vandals caught defacing portraits of the king and queen. Long Wharf would serve as the main embarkation pier. Sailors manhandled surplus naval supplies aboard the Adventure and the Francis, although a great pile of white pine trunks intended as masts for British warships had to be abandoned. Later in the war, they would refit a French fleet. Horse transports loaded with mounts and drays fell down to Castle William on March 10th to await the rest of the fleet. Some vessels were scuttled in the harbor for lack of crews. A brigantine, a sloop, a schooner, and 2 300-ton ships belonging to John Hancock. Every hour brought more hard choices about what to take and what to leave, burn, or smash. The commanding general's coach was tipped from the wharf and sank without a trace. The barrack master general's list of abandoned items included 1,107 blankets, 236 stoves, 582 iron pots, and 1,000 buckets, as well as 350 tons of hay, 79 horses, and 27 wagons. The commissary general's list included almost 8,000 bushels of wheat, 1,700 gallons of sour wine, and various provisions deemed unfit for His Majesty's troops to eat, including 32 firkins of rancid butter and half a ton of bad cheese. An artillery clerk's gorgeous script enumerated the ordnance left behind: 29 iron guns, 3,000 cannonballs, 27 gun carriages, and 34 wagons, although most of the wheels were salvaged. A block and tackle collapsed while loading a 13-inch iron mortar and bed weighing almost 6 tons. That piece and 2 identical mortars were pitched into the sea. A fourth was spiked and left in the mud. The British had commandeered 368 houses during their occupation of Boston, and clerks kept careful track of rent to be paid loyalist and neutral landlords, including £120 to the painter John Singleton Copley, who had moved to London in 1774. But as the evacuation gained momentum, indiscipline and panic took root. "All is uproar and confusion," a witness wrote from Boston. "Carts, trucks, wheelbarrows, hand-barrows, coaches, chaises are driving as if the very devil is after them. Selectman Timothy Newell told his diary, "Shops, stores, houses plundered, vessels cut to pieces, sugar and salt thrown into the rivers, which was greatly covered with hogsheads, barrels of flour, house furniture. A prodigious quantity of mahogany chairs and tables, some intact and others splintered with axes, littered the streets or bobbed across the harbor. An end-of-days rowdiness took hold. Despite Howe's demand for sobriety, Major Kemble noted in his diary on March 11th, many of our soldiers this day drunk. A scold with a crier's bell was sent through the town to again forbid inebriation. Most departing Loyalists were tradesmen and rustics, shopkeepers, artisans, mariners, yeomen. Howe also listed some 200 customs and government officials along with their families. Henry Knox's in-laws among them, plus 18 Anglican clergy and kin. The well-heeled who chose to leave that once happy country, as Chief Justice Peter Oliver wrote after boarding the Pacific, abandoned elegant houses with carved balustrades and wainscoted drawing rooms, fluted pilasters and tile hearths. Each family spent the week pairing a lifetime's accumulated possessions to a cartload or two, then bid against one another to hire draymen for the short trip to the docks. Nothing but hurry and confusion, a merchant wrote, every person striving to get out of this place. Marble tables, chimney clocks, Turkey carpets, and damask curtains had to be left behind, of course, but what of the ermine cape and pink silk overdress, the satin waistcoat and blue velvet doublet with slashed sleeves? Which to take, the crimson velvet morning gown or the brown broadcloth coat? The feather bed or the silver tureens? For these Americans, affluent or otherwise, the saddest day ever to come to Boston was at hand, as the author Esther Forbes would write. A final worship service was held at King's Chapel on March 10th, before the rector embarked, carrying both the communion service and the church registry of baptisms, marriages, and burials. Rebels composed taunts as Loyalists scuffed onto the docks. The Tories with their brats and wives have fled to save their wretched lives. More than 20 regiments were scheduled to board ship on Wednesday evening, March 13th, but a pernicious east wind kept the transports pinned within Boston Harbor. For several days, the wind quartered favorably for short spells, only to again swing from the east. Troops were ordered under arms in order to embark, Lieutenant John Barker of the King's Own told his diary on March 15th. But after waiting some time, returned to their quarters, the wind having shifted. Another lieutenant in the same regiment wrote his uncle, "An uncommon bad fate has attended our affairs here, from first to last. Delay made them edgy and vandalish. Our soldiers and sailors committed many irregularities for a day or two before we embarked by breaking into houses and destroying a good deal of valuable furniture," Major Francis Hutchison would write from the adventure. Armed gangs plundered more warehouses and stores along the waterfront and rooted through house cellars for liquor. The inhabitants are greatly terrified, the salt merchant John Rowe informed his diary. 2 regiments of foot with a few iron guns covered the final withdrawal, supported by grenadiers and light infantrymen. On March 15th, Howe warned Boston selectmen that he would burn the town if rebels impeded his retreat. To prevent the enemy from rushing their rear guard, British troops barricaded streets with old casks, tree limbs, and hogsheads filled with horse dung. A Marine lieutenant scattered crow's feet, 4-pointed iron devices designed to impale boots or hooves outside the gate at Boston Neck. A fair, if faint wind finally blew from the west on Sunday, March 17th. The army mustered under arms at 4 a.m. and marched to the wharves an hour later. Boatmen rowed each company to the transports in skiffs and flat-bottoms. Not a single word was heard from a soldier during the embarkation, wrote Lieutenant William Fielding, a Marine adjutant. Old officers remarked that they never saw an army so silent. Many seethed with humiliation, including Fielding. "I hope the rebels will get heartily thrashed," he added. "I would be content to lose a leg and an arm to see them totally defeated and their whole country laid waste." At 8 a.m., a signal recalled the final detachment from Bunker Hill. 2 officers pulled shut the obstructions at the foot of Long Wharf and climbed into the last boat. Anchors weighed, the fleet glided with great dignity past Castle William and the harbor entrance. Even now, splashes could be heard from barrels and superfluous furniture tossed overboard to make room below decks. "We are greatly crowded in the transports," Major Hutchison wrote. "I believe there never was 23 British regiments in such a situation as we are at present." Foot regiments filled 24 vessels with names like Baltic Merchant and America. 10 more carried dragoons and their horses, while a dozen ordnance ships and 15 victuallers joined the formation. When Howe and Admiral Schulden moved to the fore in Chatham, her 50 guns answered salutes from the other men of war. Hundreds of rebels could be seen silhouetted along the Dorchester ridge lines, cheering wildly. "We enjoy the unspeakable satisfaction," wrote the American surgeon James Thatcher, "of beholding their whole fleet under sail." But the fleet was not going far, not yet. Abruptly the sails drooped and anchors dropped in the Nantasket Roads Channel, just beyond the harbor islands. Before Schulden would venture into the North Atlantic, there were loads to shift, piles of loose baggage to stow, and water casks to fill. Howe also had unfinished business at Castle William, the 18-acre island compound where a British flag had flown since the previous century. At 8:30 p.m. on March 20th, 87 mines began to detonate beneath the corner bastions, batteries, brick breastworks, and outbuildings. Engineers then tossed burning faggots into the barracks and houses. Within minutes, a great ruby glow could be seen from Plymouth, more than 30 miles south, where it appeared that all Boston was burning. "The conflagration was the most pleasingly dreadful that I ever beheld," Judge Oliver wrote from the Pacific. "Sometimes it appeared like the eruption of Mount Etna." With Castle William reduced to a confused heap of rubbish, 9 more companies crowded into the transports. A customs commissioner described sharing a cabin with 36 others, men, women, and children, parents, masters, and mistresses, obliged to pig together on the floor, there being no berths. A loyalist aboard Centurion wrote, "No one here is free from the dreadful thought of famine. We have been for this week past put upon 2/3 of allowance." Howe passed the time on Chatham composing a gloomy dispatch to the government from which, he noted, he had received no orders since those dated October 22nd. "All my struggles to supply the army with provisions had come to naught," he wrote. "1,000 difficulties arose, and the rebels forced his hand, exposing the army to the greatest distresses by remaining in Boston or withdrawing from it under such straitened circumstances." He added, "The scene here at present wears a lowering aspect, there not being the least prospect of conciliating this continent until its armies have been roughly dealt with. Such an event will not be readily brought about." At last they were prepared. A red ensign appeared on Chatham's mizzen topmast head, with a blue ensign on her starboard mizzen shrouds. Anchors weighed again in a heavy swell. To the sound of billowing canvas, they crowded on sail and made for the open sea. It was a magnificent and beautiful sight, John Trumbull, the brigade major in Roxbury, wrote after watching the ships stand out. "We viewed this triumphant and glorious scene with exultation." The King's men would try to put a fine face on the departure by insisting that Howe had only shifted a position. "The army decamped," the London Gazette explained, "with the greatest order and regularity, and without the least interruption from the rebels." But that fooled no one. "The evacuation does dishonor to the British nation," the Duke of Manchester told the House of Lords. Walpole believed it proved the madness of all they were doing. Great abuse fell on Lord George Germain. For the King's troops, keen on revenge, as a captain observed, one miserable campaign had ended. But another campaign was certain to follow, with a fresh chance to even the score on a new battlefield. "Expect no more letters from Boston," an officer wrote as the town fell away off the stern. "We have quitted that place." Yet for New Englanders abandoning their homeland, an indelible sadness settled into the dim, dank holds. Few knew where they would go beyond Halifax, or whether they would ever see America again. John Wentworth, a Harvard classmate of John Adams's, who until the recent cataclysm had served for years as the royal governor of New Hampshire, would write, "My destination is quite uncertain. Like an old flapped hat thrown off the top of a house, I am tumbling over and over in the air." General Washington had not waited for the fleet to disappear over the horizon before claiming his prize. He orchestrated the entry into Boston as meticulously as Howe had organized his exit. The first 1,000 Continental troops into the town, he decreed, must be smallpox survivors. An informant had told him that the British had laid several schemes to infect his army, and so an immune vanguard would look for signs of pestilence. A flurry of orders forbade looting or digging after hidden treasures in Charlestown, or using the odious epithets of Tory or any other indecent language, it being ungenerous, unmanly, and unsoldierlike. Wary of British perfidy, something is meditating, Washington warned. He dispatched a dozen agents to interrogate all such persons as are unknown along the docks and beaches about whether Howe intended to double back into Boston. "Distrust is the mother of security," an American commander wrote. Behind beating drums and a junior officer carrying a standard, Colonel Ebenezer Learned and 500 soldiers proudly wearing their pock scars tiptoed through the crow's feet to force the Roxbury Gate late on Sunday morning, March 17th. General Putnam, who had crossed the Charles with several regiments to land at Sewell's Point, now proclaimed the town liberated in the name of the 13 United Colonies of North America. After noting that British sentries on Bunker Hill seemed oddly inert, General Sullivan rode across Charlestown Neck to find uniformed dummies wearing horseshoe gorgets and shirt ruffles made from paper. After a 333-day siege, Boston, once again, was a town at peace. "The sun looks brighter," Abigail Adams wrote John. "The birds sing more melodiously." A Connecticut sergeant reported, "Females opened their doors and windows with decanters of wine in their hands to bid us welcome." Patriots who had remained for nearly a year to protect their shops or houses had become thin and their flesh wasted, but yet in good spirits, a selectman reported. Loyalists who chose not to flee with Howe, he said, to their thin visages added looks of guilt. On Monday morning, Washington rode into Boston for the first time in 20 years. He had last visited in 1756 as a colonel of Virginia provincials petitioning the British for a regular's commission. The conversion of Old South into a riding arena and officers' grog shop especially offended him. 7 years of repairs would be needed before the congregation could gather there again. Strange that the British, who so venerated their own churches, should thus have desecrated ours, he observed. In a letter to Joseph Reed, he estimated that the British had abandoned 30,000 pounds worth of goods, including loaded vessels that they failed to scuttle or sail away. He also conceded that Boston was almost impregnable, every avenue fortified. It was plain that the frontal assaults he had proposed would likely have ended in disaster. Washington reserved his deepest contempt for Americans who had thrown in with the British. "One or two have done what a great many ought to have done long ago, committed suicide," he told his brother. "For those obliged to flee so abruptly from their homeland, the last trump could not have struck them with greater consternation." A full accounting of insults to the town would take weeks. The houses I found to be considerably abused inside, where they had been inhabited by the common soldiery, Dr. John Warren told his diary. "The streets were clean, and upon the whole the town looks much better than I expected. Affluent patriots whose grand homes had been occupied by senior officers typically found their property intact. General Clinton had even replaced a missing backgammon table from John Hancock's mansion overlooking Boston Common, though the stable and coachhouse showed hard use as hospital wards. The family pictures, Washington assured Hancock, are all left entire and untouched. John Adams's townhouse was filthy but undamaged, unlike a neighbor's, where occupiers had reputedly hacked raw meat with cleavers on the mahogany tables. Reverend Samuel Cooper, who had fled Boston soon after the shots at Lexington, informed his diary, "A melancholy scene, found all my beds, bedsteads, sheets, blankets, quilts, and coverlids, all my china, glass, and crockery ware, etc., plundered." Some were even less fortunate. George Robert Twelves Hughes found that his cobbler's shop had been used first as a British washhouse, then burned for firewood. Henry Knox, seeing his London bookstore for the first time in nearly a year, discovered the windows broken, shelves smashed, and the floor littered with sodden volumes. General Greene ordered that furnishings confiscated from Loyalists' and customs officials' homes be distributed in restitution. Not every vandal escaped. Howe had appointed an Irish-born Loyalist lawyer named Crean Brush to handle civilian property during the evacuation. His vessel, Elizabeth, carrying 20,000 pounds in woolens, linens, shoes, and other plunder, as well as a dozen regulars from the King's Own, was captured off Cape Ann by the redoubtable Captain John Manley, who in November had seized the Nancy munitions ship. Brush would spend 18 months in a Boston jail before escaping disguised in his wife's clothes. Washington's troops dragged the harbor near Hancock's Wharf with grappling hooks, fishing out carriage wheels and other debris, according to a Connecticut lieutenant. A search of 16 wharves found 157 pack saddles, tons of salt and wheat, 45 vessels in varying degrees of seaworthiness, and General Gage's coach, a phaeton and harness complete. Enough medications were recovered to stock 40 regimental medicine chests and to replenish the Continental Army's hospital department. A Loyalist apothecary who owned one of the largest shops in America later claimed that his confiscated inventory filled from 20 to 25 wagons. Dr. Warren also reported that drugs found in the almshouse, used as a British hospital, had been maliciously spiked with 12 or 14 pounds of arsenic. Boston's deliverance inspired Thanksgiving sermons across the town. One divine drew his text from 2 Kings. Wherefore they arose and fled in the twilight, and left their tents and their horses and their asses, even the camp as it was, and fled for their lives. On Thursday, March 28th, Washington and his generals walked in procession with town fathers to the old brick meeting house, led by the sheriff carrying his staff of office. From the pulpit, Reverend Andrew Elliott recounted Boston's travails during the blockade. "Look upon Zion, the city of our solemnities," he said, reciting Isaiah. "Thine eyes shall see Jerusalem, a quiet habitation." Following the service, the generals strode to the Bunch of Grapes Tavern on King Street for a merry dinner, after which many proper and pertinent toasts were drunk, according to a newspaper account. Joy and gratitude sat in every countenance, and smiled in every eye. Harvard gave Washington an honorary degree, and Congress ordered a gold medal struck showing the goddess Liberty holding a spear and leaning on the commanding general's shoulder as British ships receded in the distance. "Under your directions," Hancock told him, "an undisciplined band of husbandmen in the course of a few months became soldiers." True, he had yet to fight a battle or demonstrate particular martial competence. Boston had been half a war, as John Adams observed. It remained to be seen how long and how well those husbandmen would fight under Washington's command. Among other small deceptions, he allowed Congress to believe that the Dorchester Heights gambit was his idea rather than a stratagem imposed by his War Council. Still, the British Army and the Royal Navy had been driven off by a rabblement of farmers and shopkeepers, led by low-born, ascendant men like the plowman Israel Putnam, the anchorsmith Green, and the book vendor Knox. Washington had displayed persistence and integrity as well as political agility. This revolutionary hour had passed, to be succeeded by other hours, some of them dreadful. But already the commander-in-chief was seen as the embodiment of purpose, in the phrase of his biographer Douglas Southall Freeman. He had showed those skeptics whom he dubbed chimney-corner heroes that he knew his business. Always eager for acclaim, he wrote his brother, "I am happy to hear from different quarters that my reputation stands fair." He also felt an aggressive confidence in America's future. "My countrymen," Washington wrote Reed, "will come reluctantly into the idea of independency. But time and persecution brings many wonderful things to pass." As usual, he read those countrymen well. They were indeed coming round to similar sentiments. "Great Britain cannot subjugate the colonies," Reverend Elliott declared. "Independence a year ago could not have been publicly mentioned with impunity. Nothing else is now talked of, and I know not what can be done by Great Britain to prevent it." Precisely what Britain intended was unclear. Reports had circulated for months that German mercenaries were bound for New York, and it seemed likely that Howe would also make his way there eventually. Washington already had sent off his quick-stepping riflemen to defend that town, and they were followed on March 18th by 5 regiments. Now he prepared to march the rest of his host down through New England on roads miry with spring. Aides and orderlies packed up Vassal House and ordered his campaign equipage from Philadelphia merchants at a cost to Congress of $434. 3 walnut camp tables with 18 stools, a large dining marquee, a baggage tent, and a second marquee with a chain tent of ticking, arched, tent pegs and poles, jointed and painted, 3 iron-banded packing cases with tableware, coffee mugs, tin plates, canisters and oval dishes, and leather-cased canteens. At Washington's request, Joseph Reed obtained a wagon to haul the general's kit, pulled by a pair of clever horses, same color. Soldiers stowed their precious powder horns and hogsheads for safe transport. 15 tons of gunpowder awaited the army in New York, with more expected soon. Several hundred wagons, including those abandoned by the British, would haul Knox's guns and military stores, although of the 300 pull teams expected in Cambridge, only 40 had arrived. Massachusetts officials responded by authorizing the impressment of livestock for the army. Moreover, Congress had failed to send cash to pay off the militia for services rendered. "They are gone home, much dissatisfied," Washington told Hancock. Most Continental troops received only partial pay for February and March, although several thousand men received not 1 farthing. Clerks hurried from wagon to wagon, recording each teamster's name and his bill of lading. The line of march would carry much of the army through Connecticut to the docks at Norwich, where transports waited to ferry them across Long Island Sound to New York. Bakers had been positioned along the route, although a shortage of bricks to build large bread ovens meant a few house chimneys might have to be demolished. At sunrise on March 29th, General Sullivan set out with the lead brigade to be followed over several days by the remaining ranks and their commander-in-chief. Colorful banners inscribed with battle slogans preceded each regiment as the men marched in single file or columns of two. South by southwest they hied to the sound of creaking wheels and tinkling cowbells and fifers playing Roslyn Castle, or that new battle anthem fairly won from the routed enemy, Yankee Doodle. Chapter 12. A Strange Reverse of Fortune. Quebec, April to June 1776. A large expectant crowd gathered along the St. Lawrence at the foot of Montreal's rough-cast walls late on Monday afternoon, April 29th. They watched a skiff work its way from the south bank across the turbulent spring current, carefully skirting the river shoals. When the boat drew close, a military guard presented arms, and Brigadier General Benedict Arnold stepped forward with a pronounced limp to welcome the burly old man with wispy gray hair now visible in the bow. Cannons crashed out a salute from the stone ramparts. Wind tore dirty smoke from the muzzles after each salvo and carried it downstream. The Canada campaign was saved, at least for the moment. Benjamin Franklin had arrived. He stepped onto the sandy beach, waving and shaking hands with a vigor that belied both his age, 70 as of January, and his exhaustion. He had traveled more than a month from Philadelphia to get here, by sloop up the Hudson, by country wagon over washboard lanes from Albany, by squat bateau with a blanket sail, including overland from Lake George to Lake Champlain, pulled on wheels by 6 yoke of oxen, and by 2-wheeled calèche in Canada over roads unworthy of the name. I begin to apprehend that I have undertaken a fatigue that, at my time of life, may prove too much for me, he had written a friend by way of farewell 2 weeks earlier. He had rallied, of course, shrugging off the swollen limbs, the vertigo, the faltering eyesight, and the painful boils, to pack up his own bedding, the better to avoid fleas and bedbugs, for another day's journey northward. Last night he had slept at St. John's on the floor of a battle-wrecked, pillaged house from which even the door hinges had been filched. All the while he kept his traveling companions amused with tales of a grand life well lived. He also recited a 16-stanza ballad of his personal composition titled The King's Own Regulars, which enumerated various British military mishaps during the past 30 years. Always sardonic toward fools and foes, he had estimated that Britain spent £20,000 for every American rebel killed, even as tens of thousands of American babies were being born. Just try, he said, to calculate the time and expense necessary to kill us all. An honor guard led the way through the Vaudreuil Gate into the city, past gawking fur trappers and Indians, scruffy habitants and priests in black cassocks with swinging pectoral crosses. The hobbling Arnold chatted amiably with his visitors, showing good taste and politeness, as one observer wrote, as well as delicacy, ease, and good breeding. He had arrived in Montreal from Quebec City earlier in the month, exchanging posts with the senior American officer in Canada, General David Wooster, who was now 160 miles downriver directing the tenuous siege of the fortress. Arnold was still recuperating, not only from the gunshot below his knee during the failed assault that had killed Montgomery 4 months earlier, but from a subsequent horseback accident. Franklin followed the general slowly down the Rue Notre Dame to the genteel Chateau Romizet, from which New France had once run its fur empire. A 3-story fieldstone mansion, with a river view and high gables to reduce the risk of roof-to-roof fires, the chateau had formerly been known as La Maison du Castor, Beaver House. Now it served as Arnold's headquarters. Inside, a throng of local worthies strained for a glimpse of the celebrated Dr. Franklin, who was handed a glass of wine, then ushered into a sitting room for tea. After unleashing his voluble, if flawed, French to charm a group of attractive young women, pulchritude always revived him, Franklin was led into the dining room for an elaborate supper. Sitting on Arnold's right, weary head propped up with his thumb, he endured one sequent toast after another. To him, to Congress, to the cause, followed by more handsome ladies, this time singing in concert. The recital proved very agreeable, wrote John Carroll, a Jesuit priest from Maryland traveling with Franklin, and would have been more so if we had not been so much fatigued with our journey. After the last brandy had been poured and the last santé exchanged, Arnold led his guest 100 yards down Notre Dame to what was described as the best built, and perhaps the best furnished, house in town, owned by a merchant prince. Here, behind a door that still had hinges, Franklin at last tumbled into the first real bed he had seen in weeks. Important work lay ahead, beginning tomorrow. General Washington himself had recently warned that if Britain managed to keep Canada, the American rebellion at best will be doubtful, hazardous, and bloody. But first, Dr. Franklin needed sleep. This mission to Canada was only the latest service Franklin had rendered his country since returning from London the previous spring. A day after the Pennsylvania packet docked at the foot of Market Street in Philadelphia, he had been elected to Congress, eventually serving on 34 committees. Some colleagues wondered if his long residence in England made him sympathetic to Britain, if not an agent of the Crown. But most soon agreed with John Adams that he displayed a disposition entirely American. He does not hesitate at our boldest measures, but rather seems to think us too irresolute and backward. Indeed, Franklin believed that British aggression against Lexington and other injured towns was simply murder. Britain and America, he told a friend, were on the high road to mutual enmity, hatred, and detestation. A separation will of course be inevitable. Appointed Postmaster General, he donated his £1,000 annual salary to care for wounded soldiers, then organized a system of mail riders every 25 to 30 miles from Maine to Savannah, ready to travel day or night. He sketched elaborate motifs for continental currency to thwart counterfeiters. He designed an infantry pike, organized Delaware River defenses, and urged unsuccessfully the use of longbows in combat, since an archer can discharge 4 arrows in the time of charging and discharging 1 bullet. Diligent in attending the various congressional committees to which he was assigned, Franklin immersed himself in the procurement of lead, saltpeter, and gunpowder. But it was as a diplomat that he was invaluable. Upon joining the Committee of Secret Correspondence in November 1775, he used his vast network of acquaintances abroad, scientific, political, and personal, to seek both intelligence and foreign assistance for the American cause, ever mindful of British counter-espionage prowess. With one Dutch correspondent in The Hague, he used a French cipher with 682 letters numbered consecutively to thwart Secret Service code crackers. Nor was he above subterfuge and artful deceit. Meeting a French agent in Philadelphia in December, Franklin purred assurances that the Continental Army grew stronger by the day and that the war was proceeding brilliantly. A message soon passed to Versailles. And it was as a diplomat that Congress dispatched him to Montreal. Under 19 paragraphs of instructions signed by Hancock, Franklin's task was nothing less than to restore Canadian faith in America's ideals, innocence, and military commitment after the debacle in Quebec. As leader of a small commission, he was to settle all disputes between the Canadians and the Continental troops, persuade Canada that their interests and ours are inseparably united, urge Canadians to join our union as a sister colony, and pledge the free and undisturbed exercise of their religion. His delegation included Father Carroll, who was to baptize Canadian children and give absolution to Catholics spurned by Toryfied priests. The cleric's cousin Charles Carroll, one of the wealthiest men in America, who was both Catholic and fluent in French, and Samuel Chase, a capable if irascible congressman from Maryland, known privately as Bacon-Face for his florid complexion. They were also to establish a free press, of service to the cause of the United Colonies. To that end, Franklin included in his party a French printer living in Philadelphia named Fleury Misplet, who had wasted no time unpacking his handpress and cases of type in the cellar of the Chateau Ramezay. Franklin and his fellow commissioners needed but a few minutes on Tuesday morning to realize how daunting their task had become. Around a large table in the Chateau Council chamber, Arnold convened a conference to explain why he had written General Schuyler 10 days earlier to tell him that without prompt reinforcement and resupply, our affairs in this country will be entirely ruined. The American force investing Fortress Quebec now included fewer than 2,000 raw troops, badly clothed and fed and worse paid, and without discipline. Nearly half were unfit for duty, mostly stricken with smallpox. They faced 1,800 defenders and 148 cannons at Quebec under General Carleton and Lieutenant Colonel McLean. American heavy artillery was trifling, a single 18-pounder. The Northern Army had been disfurnished in General Washington's delicate term, when all useful ordnance at Ticonderoga was removed to Boston. That hardly mattered, however, since the American magazines at Quebec held only 150 pounds of gunpowder. The ailing Schuyler had not been with his soldiers in Canada for 5 months, deepening the contempt many New Englanders harbored toward the Northern Army commander, despite his best efforts to keep them supplied from Albany. New troops had begun to arrive once ice on the lakes broke up, but many were badly armed and ill-dressed for Canadian weather. Some sported feathers plucked from a New York Loyalists' peacock flock. More than a few were animated with the pleasing thought of plunder, as one officer observed. Schuyler complained that reinforcements from Pennsylvania are greatly infected with the venereal disease. Soldiers often treated themselves by burning the sores with gunpowder or drinking powder mixed with spring water. Of 1,000 stand-of-arms ordered in New York, only 6 had been delivered by mid-March. A lack of forage meant a shortage of oxen to pull heavy loads like guns. The Army surgeon reported that most regiments in Canada had no medications or surgical instruments. Arnold had expected the commissioners to bring hard cash, specie like pounds, sterling, or Spanish doubloons, and he was visibly distressed to learn that Franklin had brought nothing. The war chest in Canada contained just $11,000 in paper currency, and the troops were owed 3 times that in pay. A paymaster without money is but a ridiculous animal, the deputy paymaster observed. Local merchants now shunned depreciated continental currency as a burnt child dreads the fire, in Schuyler's phrase. Even the caleche drivers, who delivered the commissioners from St. John's to the St. Lawrence on Monday, had demanded silver rather than dollars. Washington had directed Arnold to pay the full value for all provisions. But with what? For 2 months, the Army had been forced to requisition supplies, wagons, and even forced labor, issuing worthless scrip or invalid, often illegible receipts. Firewood was taken at bayonet point. Morale and discipline had collapsed. Soldiers stole horses and food or ransacked Canadian farms for the gold reputedly hidden in barns and under kitchens. Pilferage, malingering, and desertion were rampant. Rumors circulated that supplies shipped north from New York had been diverted to the British. Worse yet, General Wooster, an arrogant, despotic Yale graduate in a large gray periwig, had alienated many Canadians by arresting priests and loyalists, closing Catholic churches, meddling with the fur trade, and telling Montreal citizens, "I regard the whole of you as enemies and rascals." There could be little surprise, one American officer warned, that the Canadian clergy are unanimous, though privately, against our cause, and are now plotting our destruction, or that among both the French and English gentry, 7/8 are Tories who would wish to see our throats cut. Whatever zeal the habitants had once evinced for the American invasion had subsided, not to be roused again. Carleton offered pardons to most seditious Canadians willing to publicly shout, "Long live the King!" Appalled by Arnold's sorry tale, Franklin and his colleagues took another day for further inquiry and reflection. Clearly, they were months too late in coming to Canada. Dithering by Congress had undermined the American venture, perhaps fatally. Despite his cheerless report, Arnold impressed the commissioners. "He will turn out a great man," Charles Carroll predicted. "He has great vivacity, perseverance, resources, and intrepidity, and a cool judgment. His lameness does not prevent him from stirring about." But Arnold had been undermined by the scurrilous Wooster, by bad behavior in the ranks, and by lack of support from Philadelphia. On Wednesday, May 1st, the commissioners composed the first of 3 glum dispatches sent to Hancock over the next week. The American expedition needed at least 20,000 pounds sterling and 8,000 troops immediately. The force around Quebec had less than 10 days' provisions. "It is very difficult to keep soldiers under proper discipline without paying them regularly," they wrote. This difficulty increases in proportion to the distance the troops are removed from their own country. Most Canadians expected that we shall be driven out of the province as soon as the King's troops can arrive. Indeed, we have daily intimations of plots hatching and insurrections intended for expelling us on the first news of the arrival of a British army. It might be necessary to withdraw our army and fortify the passes on the lakes to prevent the enemy and the Canadians, if they are so inclined, from making eruptions into and depredations on our frontiers. Arnold sent his own simple message to Washington. "Should the enemy receive any considerable reinforcement soon, I make no doubt we shall have our hands full." Franklin was unsure what more could be done. He understood that a new commander would soon take over at Quebec, John Thomas, the physician soldier who had performed ably at Dorchester Heights, now promoted to Major General. But he also knew, as he wrote Hancock, that the smallpox is in the Army, and General Thomas has unfortunately never had it. Your commissioners themselves are in a critical and most irksome situation, he added, pestered hourly with demands great and small that they cannot answer. Franklin had even given Arnold 343 pounds in gold from his own purse. He felt tired and unwell. His years weighed on him, and he could not help but look south, toward home. 5,000 souls had spent a secure but tedious winter in Fortress Quebec. Wood grew so scarce that each hearth fire had to warm half a dozen families, even when the temperature outside dropped below minus 20 degrees Fahrenheit. The only mill in town could grind just 3 bushels of wheat an hour, so most grain was boiled and devoured whole. American gunners had fired nearly 800 cannonballs into the town. Let the shot be well heated, Arnold advised before leaving for Montreal. And while few casualties resulted, chimneys were decapitated, roofs perforated, and children terrified. Several hundred American prisoners captured on December 31st battled boredom and pestilence. The officers locked up on the seminary's 4th floor, and the enlisted men, now in Dauphin jail, described as a dingy, gloomy sepulchre. Scores of British-born American troops had sworn allegiance to the king in exchange for release from jail. But after several deserted while walking sentry duty, Carleton locked them up again. When Captain Daniel Morgan was offered a British commission, he replied, "I hope you will never again insult me." Lanterns and firepots still burned along the walls on moonless nights to reveal potential rebel infiltrators, and thorn bushes were heaped on the glacis. A sentry box was hoisted atop a mast 30 feet above the Cape Diamond rampart, so lookouts could watch for rebel troops massing. The garrison stayed busy clearing snow from walls and ditches, rearranging guns on the parapets, and walking guard duty. Carleton jailed militiamen who refused duty along the lower town wharves for fear of either American riflemen or the ghosts of men slain there on New Year's Eve. The governor was uncertain whether the Yankees had 5,000 troops in Canada or 25,000. All he could do was hold tight and hope for relief from London. The first swallows had been spotted darting above the St. Lawrence on April 21st, a good omen. Deliverance was nearer than he knew. Despite uncertainty over whether Quebec had fallen, Lord Germain worked tirelessly to assemble a rescue expedition of 9 regiments that would not only liberate Canada but provide the firepower needed to eventually invade New York down the Lake Champlain-Hudson River corridor. In contrast to the hasty star-crossed expedition to North Carolina, this mission was mounted deftly. Under Germain's plan, adopted in early January with the King's approval, an advanced detachment had sailed from England in March with 4 men of war, 3 victuallers, and several East Indiamen fitted out as transports to carry the 29th Foot. They would be followed by a larger convoy bearing the remaining regulars, siege artillery, and 3,000 German auxiliary troops. The long passage from the Gulf of St. Lawrence to Quebec could be exceptionally hazardous, with shoals, shifting currents, and treacherous winds. A British war fleet attacking Quebec in 1711 lost 11 ships and 900 men to the river. For the current expedition, the Admiralty sought navigation advice from Captain James Cook, the intrepid explorer, who had spent 4 winters in Canada charting the St. Lawrence, among other waters, and happened to be in London between Pacific voyages. In command of the expedition aboard the 50-gun Isis was Captain Charles Douglas, who had assured the Admiralty of his zeal in crushing this atrocious rebellion in America, the most insolent, the most ungrateful, that ever reared an opprobrious head against an indulgent parent state. Douglas, sent to sea at age 12, reputedly spoke 6 languages. He had served at Quebec with Wolfe in 1759, and later in Newfoundland before as a temporary Russian admiral helping Catherine the Great reorganize her navy. He had also invented a thermometer capable of measuring water temperature at 260 fathoms, and would be credited with designing better systems for aiming, stabilizing, and igniting naval guns. A very dignified and lovely man, one Hessian wrote of him. Douglas had often sailed these waters, and he was hardly surprised when Isis found herself wedged in pack ice south of Newfoundland on April 13th, the ship receiving many severe shocks, as her log recorded. The ice parted and then closed again, encasing the frigate and her companions, despite their efforts to ram floes 10 feet thick. Splinters of sheathing from the hull and the ship's cutwater littered the ice around the prow. "We thought it an enterprise worthy of an English ship of the line in our king and country's sacred cause," Douglas later told the Admiralty. Fog froze on the lines, by which means the ship appeared as if rigged with ropes of crystal near 4 times their usual diameter, Ensign John Innes on the nearby Surprise told his diary. Iron ballast was dropped from the Isis bowsprit to crack the ice, but had no effect. The drifting pack carried them backward 10 miles on April 15th. Sailors tossed grapnels from the bow to hook the ice, with the entire crew pulling on hawsers to haul the ship forward. "Unspeakable toil," Douglas wrote, but all to no purpose. When fresh gales blew from astern, Douglas set studding sails, which carried them only a few boat lengths before they again came to a dead stop. Carpenters nailed 3-inch planks to the ship's bows and attached fenders fashioned from scrapwood and old rope to protect the hulls. After almost 10 days, the ice finally relented. "A breeze getting up broke the ice," Ensign Ennis wrote. "About 1 o'clock, to our great joy, we got quite clear." Passing Anticosti Island on April 21st, the flotilla entered the mouth of the St. Lawrence in a snowstorm. Light airs and fog caused further delays. But on the evening of May 3rd, Isis anchored off the eastern tip of Île aux Coudres, to be joined a few hours later by Surprise, the sloop of war Martin, and other ships. Quebec lay 60 miles upstream. Unaware of his peril, Major General Thomas had arrived at the Quebec camp in early May to find his new command in shambles. Of the 1,000 Americans fit for duty, 300 refused to fight since their enlistments had recently expired. Another 200 had just received smallpox inoculations against orders and would be quarantined for weeks. The remainder held a perimeter looping more than 20 miles around the city. There was little food and less powder. "I find there is expected from me more than I think I shall be able to deliver, unless things were in better order," Thomas had written his wife Hannah. 6,000 American reinforcements bound for Canada remained mostly in the Hudson Valley or along Lake Champlain. A thief broke into Thomas's rooms during his second night at Holland House and stole his gold-laced beaver hat. He was reduced to announcing that if the headwear was returned within the day, the thief shall be entitled to the lace, even among his stout-hearted troops, and there were still some. A dark fatalism obtained. "If I die, you may depend upon it, I will die like a good soldier, to be a credit to you all," a Pennsylvania sergeant wrote his parents in late April. "Adieu, adieu." With Fortress Quebec all but impregnable a mile to his east, Thomas agreed to try a desperate measure concocted earlier by Arnold and refined by Wooster, now second in command. At 7:30 p.m. on May 3rd, as a full moon rose over the St. Lawrence, the brigantine Peggy appeared under full sail from behind the Ile d'Orléans, 3 miles downstream of the lower town. Lookouts tossed their hats and whooped in exultation. Runners raced uphill to the Chateau St. Louis to tell General Carleton the breathless news. The first relief ship from Britain was in sight. Under a northeast breeze, the brig glided toward the cul-de-sac anchorage where 60 vessels were moored along the quays. On Cape Diamond, sentinels hoisted a blue pennant on a flagstaff above the Union Jack and fired 5 guns, the secret recognition signal. Peggy gave no reply, and no one could be seen on her weather deck as she bent toward Queen's Wharf. "Who are you?" a British officer shouted from the waterfront. "Who are you? Answer or we'll sink you." A light gleamed on the quarterdeck, and someone carrying a lantern sprinted to the forecastle. Abruptly, flames licked up the foresail, 4 guns sprayed grape shot toward the lower town, and Peggy's ports flew open to ventilate the blaze, now seen raging below decks. Shadowy figures scrambled over the side into 3 dinghies, then rowed for Point Levy across the St. Lawrence with amazing speed, a witness reported. Drums beat to arms in the upper town. Bells pealed. Defenders rushed to the ramparts, shouting and fumbling with their firelocks. Shells and rockets now began to detonate within Peggy. Balls from several shore batteries skipped across the river surface. British tars in the anchorage made ready to fend off the fire ship. But no fending would be necessary. 50 yards from the wharf, the current and ebbing tide gently nudged the brig back to midstream, up higher to pale the rising moon. The tide had the sole command of her and carried her down below the shipping, a British gunner told his journal. The rebel arsonists escaped, although Lieutenant Ephraim Anderson of the 2nd New Jersey Regiment was badly burned and would make his way home swathed in bandages. Peggy drifted into the Beauport shallows northeast of the lower town. She afforded a very pretty prospect while she was floating down the river, every now and then sending up skyrockets, the British gunner wrote, and so continued until she disappeared in the channel. We passed the night in our usual tranquility. At 1 a.m., the fire winked out with a wet hiss. No sooner had the excitement subsided than another sail was seen approaching upriver at first light on Monday, May 6th. Again, soldiers and militia pounded for the walls amid the clamor of drums and bells, and again the recognition flags rose on Cape Diamond. This time the stranger gave a proper reply, a red pennant at the main topgallant masthead, a Union Jack at the mizzen topgallant, and a salute of 7 guns, spaced out as precisely as clock chimes. The spars and sleek hull of Surprise came fully into view, to the inconceivable joy of all who saw her, Captain Thomas Ainslie told his journal. She would be followed directly by Isis, Martin, and their sisters. Giddy cheers swept the ramparts. Civilians in robes and nightcaps dashed into the cobbled streets. The news soon reached every pillow in town, Ainslie noted. People half-dressed ran down to the Grand Battery to feast their eyes with the sight of a ship of war displaying the Union flag. Surprise dropped her anchors with a splash, and at 8 a.m. the 29th Foot began disembarking. Wobbly regulars tried to walk off their sea legs along Près de Vie, where Montgomery had died in the snow. General Thomas was dismayed, if not surprised. Reports of approaching British ships had reached Holland House the previous day. On Sunday, his War Council voted unanimously to evacuate the sick, and Thomas knew that he would soon be forced to abandon the blockade. In my ideas of war, he wrote Washington, it would have been highly proper to have made this movement some weeks past. Yet several hours passed on Monday morning after the regulars came ashore before Thomas ordered his men to shoulder arms and begin leaking westward. Now he risked the imminent destruction of the American army in Canada. At 12:30 p.m., lean and immaculate, Carleton emerged from the St. Louis Gate, leading 3 companies of the 29th Foot, followed by Marines, Royal Highland emigrants, sailors, and militiamen. Others spilled from the St. John Gate as more bells clanged, and soon 2 quick-stepping columns of 900 troops advanced onto the Plains of Abraham with 4 horse-drawn field guns. Scarlet-clad grenadiers in bearskin caps held the right flank with emigrants and fusiliers, Marines in redcoats with white facings massed on the left, along with British militiamen wearing green and buff. American pickets threw a few wild shots, then ran after their fleeing comrades, chased by a volley of 6-pound balls. Thomas would describe his men as coming off in good order, but the Continentals fled upriver as if tumbling across a landscape, abruptly raised and tilted west. Look which way soever, one could see men flying and carts driving away with all possible speed, a British diarist wrote. He added, "We found the roads strewed with rifles and ammunition, while clothes, bread, and pork all lay in heaps in the highway with howitzers and field pieces. So great was their panic that they left behind them many papers of consequence to those who wrote them, and to whom they were writ." Regulars expected the rebels to give battle on the plains, but, a British lieutenant concluded, it seems they had no stomach for it. Ailing Americans hobbled from their beds into the woods, including many disfigured with new smallpox pustules. Others were too ill to stir. In the most irregular helter-skelter manner, we raised the siege, leaving everything, wrote Dr. Center, who for 6 months had run the hospital in the St. Charles Convent. Most of our sick fell into their hands, with all hospital stores, etc. A few invalids found seats aboard skiffs or bateaux only to be evicted by healthy comrades, who dumped them on the beach. Some of them expired before our parties could get to their relief, Captain Ainslie wrote in his journal. British soldiers rooting through the American camps found scaling ladders, snowshoes, orderly books, brass guns captured in November at St. John's, and on the hearth in Highland House, General Thomas's dinner, still warm and instantly devoured by McLean's emigrants. Watching from the Isis quarterdeck, Captain Douglas described a flight perhaps the most precipitate ever heard of. He ordered Surprise and Martin upriver to scour the shoreline with gunfire to annoy their retreat. The balls made tearing work among the brush, an American private acknowledged, and to capture any loitering rebel rivercraft. Among the prizes seized was a bateau that had just arrived from Ticonderoga, with 2 tons of gunpowder and 500 muskets. The rebels, Douglas reported, were now for the first time exposed to their very buckles. By Tuesday, May 7th, most fugitives who'd escaped had reached the riverine settlement of Deschambault, 40 miles upstream. Oarsmen in the bateau chanted, "Row the boat, row," flinching whenever bow chasers on the pursuing warships tossed a ball their way. "Our men excessively exhausted," wrote Colonel Elisha Porter, who had only 2 loaves of bread to divide among 70 soldiers. Thomas convened a war council at 11 a.m., then ordered his troops to press on another 85 miles to Sorel, at the mouth of the Richelieu River. There they could turn south toward Lake Champlain. Chaplains privately debated the reason for God's unsparing judgment. "This is the most terrible day I ever saw. God of armies, help us," Reverend Ami R. Robbins wrote in his diary on Tuesday. "Distress and anxiety in every countenance, the smallpox thick among us." Unwell himself, Robbins sat in a boat with water to his knees as the retreat resumed. "Troops are in such confusion," he added. "Our days are days of darkness." The bad news flew swiftly to Montreal, prompting Franklin and his colleagues to write Congress on Friday, May 10th. "We are afraid it will not be in our power to render our country any further services in this colony." The next morning at 8 a.m., Franklin bolted south with Reverend Carroll after some difficulty in finding a carriage to rent. The arduous journey back to Philadelphia would take 3 weeks. The doctor's declining state of health and the bad prospects of our affairs in Canada made him take this resolution, Charles Carroll observed. As a souvenir, Franklin wore a soft brown cap of marten fur. Hobbled with gout and disappointment, he wrote bleakly, "I find I grow daily more feeble." Charles Carroll and Samuel Chase were not far behind. Lingering for a few days to inspect the American encampments along the Richelieu, they found all things in much confusion, extreme disorder, and negligence. Carleton had reined in his pursuit to await the arrival of more regiments from England. But few doubted that the British would soon advance in full force. Food shortages had grown so dire that some troops were put on half rations. Not even a dog cart could be hired on credit. Hancock had sent the last hard currency in the American Treasury, 1,662 pounds, 1 shilling and 3 pence, along with $300,000 in Continental paper currency, neatly stacked in 3 strong boxes, and virtually worthless. Especially dispiriting was news that a garrison of 400 New England troops at the Cedars, a stockade 40 miles west of Montreal, had been duped into surrendering by a force of regulars and Indians, barely half their number. A rescue force dispatched from Montreal was ambushed, and 100 more men captured and stripped of everything from their hats to their shoe buckles. Arnold hurried toward the Cedars in a white rage with more reinforcements, but then agreed to a negotiated prisoner exchange for fear that Indians were about to massacre his men. "I was torn," he confessed, "by the conflicting passions of revenge and humanity." Along the Richelieu, so many soldiers had inoculated themselves against smallpox without proper supervision or quarantine, usually with pus poked under the fingernails, that General Thomas made self-inoculation a capital crime. The practice continued anyway. Some men who relied on comrades to do the deed were blindfolded so they could not incriminate their inoculators. Reinforcements arriving in Canada from Lake Champlain were promptly exposed and infected by the hundreds. Troops were also short of tents, shoes, entrenching tools, and firelocks. 5 Pennsylvania companies had delayed marching north for want of weapons other than damned tomahawks, as their commander complained. "Men indeed we have," Arnold told Thomas, "but almost every other requisite for war is wanting." In their final dispatch to Hancock, the commissioners wrote, "We cannot find words strong enough to describe our miserable situation." The army was broken and disheartened, soldiers without pay, without discipline, and altogether reduced to live from hand to mouth. They were also soldiers without a leader. On May 21st, Thomas sent Worcester a woeful note. "I am at this critical period unfortunately stricken with the smallpox. I shall be for some time unable to discharge the duties of my office." Few victims of the King of Terrors suffered more. Blind and disfigured beyond recognition, Thomas was, by the time of his death at dawn on June 2nd, so rapidly decomposing that he was obliged to be interred that day, one of his pallbearers wrote. At age 52, he left a widow, 3 children, and an army reduced to a great rabble, as Arnold wrote from Montreal, adding, "I wish with all my heart we were out of the country. We had much better begin anew." Rumors circulated that Washington himself was coming to save the Northern Army, but instead a new commander arrived at Chambly just as Thomas was lowered into his grave. "No one thing is right," Brigadier General John Sullivan wrote Hancock. "Everything is in the utmost confusion. I shall do everything in my powers to rectify the disorder." Sullivan, alas, was hardly the man to conjure order from chaos, or to extract victory from defeat. The ruddy 36-year-old son of indentured Irish servants who had settled in New Hampshire, he was an opinionated, bombastic lawyer, rabidly anti-Catholic and notorious for suing his debtors. His high rank derived from political influence, of which he had much, rather than soldierly acumen, of which he had little. Washington's assessment in a note to Hancock was judicious. He does not want abilities, but he has his wants, and he has his foibles. The latter are manifested in a little tincture of vanity. Sullivan instantly misread both his political and his military predicaments. "I found joy in every countenance except some very few Tories," he wrote Washington from Sorel on June 6th. "It really was very affecting to see the banks of the Richelieu lined with men, women, and children, leaping and clapping their hands for joy to see me arrive." That they might leap and clap just as ardently for Carleton had never occurred to him. Spies assured Sullivan that only 300 British troops occupied the strategic post of Trois-Rivières, 35 miles down the St. Lawrence. To put a new face on our affairs here, he told Washington, he had decided to attack. With the assistance of a kind providence, he added, the Americans could even threaten Fortress Quebec again. To pursue this fantasy, Sullivan sent Brigadier General William Thompson with 2,000 of his healthiest Continentals across the St. Lawrence in 50 bateaux at 2 a.m. on Saturday, June 8th. Leaving 250 men to guard the boats 9 miles above Trois-Rivières, Thompson pressed a Canadian farmer, Antoine Gautier, into service as a guide and veered inland from the shore road to avoid British naval vessels seen on the river. Through ineptitude or guile, Gautier, described as a dirt-brown clodhopper, led the Americans into what Colonel Anthony Wayne called the most horrid swamp that ever man set foot in, so deep and thick with small timber as to prevent a man seeing 12 yards to front or rear. When the bespattered mosquito-mauled column at last stumbled back to the river, alert gunners aboard the sloop of war Martin opened fire, again driving them into a primeval bog. Full 3 miles, over knee-deep nearly at every step, another officer wrote. Some lost their shoes in the muck. The summer sun had fully risen by the time we got disentangled from this dreadful place, added Colonel William Irvine. The guide proved faithless. With supplies squandered and the Royal Navy astride the river, a prudent retreat was in order, but no one would propose it. Thompson ordered the attack forward. It was General Thompson's additional misfortune that the main contingent of British reinforcements had reached Quebec City in late May and was now approaching Trois-Rivières under Carleton's new deputy commander. General John Burgoyne, who had briefly returned to England after 7 months in Boston, again found himself in North America. Burgoyne had left a dying wife at home. "I never was put to so severe a trial as this separation," he wrote his friend General Henry Clinton. But he brought with him 8,000 regulars and German auxiliaries, more than 200,000 pounds in cash, 125,000 gallons of rum, and 40 tons of baggage. After disembarking at Quebec on May 29th, Burgoyne soon advanced westward in a cabriolet along the banks of the river over a most romantic wild country, his aide-de-camp wrote. It is quite Arcadian. Several dozen transports worked up the St. Lawrence, jammed rail to rail with soldiers. At 8 a.m. on Saturday, Colonel Wayne led the American van of 200 Pennsylvanians across a farm field just west of Trois-Rivières, near a wooden Ursuline convent and high-peaked habitant cottages. British light infantrymen gave way as more American regiments hurried past a grist mill in a 4-pronged assault that for an instant seemed to gain momentum. Then the attackers abruptly spied several thousand regulars and a pair of 6-pounders entrenched behind breastworks on the edge of the village. More enemy troops poured off newly arrived vessels, and flanking fire battered the Continentals from the left bank of the broad blue St. Lawrence. We had no covering, no artillery, and no prospect of succeeding, an American officer later wrote. 80 yards from the British line, the attackers faltered and fell back, blistered with a crossfire of bullets, field artillery shot, and grape from the ship's guns to the right. Grenadiers and light infantry, led by the 6-pounders, drove the Americans through the tree line, and gusts of naval gunfire once again cudgeled them away from the river and into the swamp. Chased by 1,200 British pursuers with Indian guides and, as a young captain later recalled, devoured by mosquitoes of a monstrous size and innumerable numbers, the Americans crashed through the marshes for another sleepless night. Nature perhaps never formed a place better calculated for the destruction of an army, a survivor wrote. The mantle of heaven was our only covering, another added. No fire and bad water our only food. General Thompson hid in the fens that night and the following day before surrendering. Generals Carleton and Burgoyne were both there, who treated us very politely, according to an officer captured with them. They ordered us refreshments immediately. Indeed, General Burgoyne served us himself. Others escaped singly or in furtive squads. Colonel Wayne, a 31-year-old surveyor and commander of the 4th Pennsylvania Regiment, managed to collect 700 fugitives and outflank the British pursuit a dozen miles upstream. He and his column straggled back to Sorel on Monday, despite being almost spent with fatigue, hunger, and difficulties, as Wayne told Dr. Franklin in a letter. Our army was a great deal cut to pieces, a New Jersey sergeant advised his diary on June 9th. American casualties totaled about 400, compared to 17 for the British. Carleton reported capturing 244 Americans, including 18 officers. Upwards of 50 American bodies were found at Trois-Rivières and in the bogs. Others simply vanished. Their attempt upon Three Rivers was founded in rashness and executed with timidity, two principles which, compounded, make a consummation of preposterous conduct, Burgoyne wrote Clinton with his usual magniloquence. Still, that assessment was difficult to deny. Our affairs look dark. Matters don't go right, and I don't know how they should, an American engineer lamented. Sullivan, in a long, babbling, and inaccurate letter from Sorel, told Washington on June 8th, I am almost certain that victory has been declared in our favor. The thunder of sporadic cannon fire drifting upriver shows that our men are in possession of the ground. This, with many other circumstances, induces me to believe our troops are victorious. But when a courier carrying a truce flag arrived to collect Thompson's baggage, Sullivan grew maudlin. I now only think of a glorious death, or a victory obtained against superior numbers, he wrote on June 12th. Nearly 300 miles south in Albany, Schuyler displayed the ignorance incumbent on a commanding general who had not seen his army for more than half a year. I am extremely happy to find that the chaos and confusion, which has reigned so triumphantly in our army, are on the point of being expelled, he wrote Sullivan on June 13th. We already owe you much, my dear general. The only expulsion likely was of the Northern Army from Canada. Early on Friday, June 14th, Carleton boarded the transport Rousseau at Trois-Rivières and ordered his host westward to crush the American invaders for good. 10,000 regulars, Canadians, and Indians crowded onto more than 60 vessels, or marched along a shoreline bright with summer blossoms and river reeds, nodding in the breeze. Gulls and herons wheeled overhead, and emerald woodlands stretched north, toward the Laurentian Mountains, in all appearance as old as the world itself, the lieutenant noted. White canvas sails bellied before the breeze, and the many masts were said to resemble a moving forest. Ensign John Ennis of the 29th Foot wrote, It was one of the most agreeable prospects I ever saw, the islands and shipping being so interspersed with one another. At 9 p.m., wind spilled from those sails, anchors splashed, and the Armada hove to half a mile off Sorel, at the mouth of the Richelieu. With his usual deliberation, Carleton had massed his forces and concocted a clever plan. Burgoyne would disembark here with 4,000 men to overrun the rebel camp at Sorel, then angle south along the Richelieu toward Chambly and St. John's, careful not to chase the Americans too ardently. Carleton would sail another 50 miles up the St. Lawrence with the rest of the army to La Prairie, across from Montreal, then lunge cross-country 15 miles to St. John's, cutting off the American retreat. He would provide the anvil for Burgoyne's hammer. Serenaded by crickets and frogs, Burgoyne and his regulars rowed ashore at 4 a.m. on Sunday with a half-dozen 6-pounders and 80 rounds for each gun. Scouts crept up the sand breastworks, bayonets poised, but found only bonfire embers and wagon tracks leading south, as well as drag marks on the Richelieu beach, where bateaux had been shoved into the water. The Americans had decamped 18 hours earlier. At dawn, the British formed 3 columns and began the pursuit, but the fleet remained in sight behind them. The wind had died, and the clouds of white canvas hardly stirred. Carleton's neat plan was already in peril. General Sullivan had no plan, neat or otherwise. On Thursday night, his war council had convened at Sorel to remind him of the many reasons to flee Canada immediately. Sorel was vulnerable to attack from both the right flank, defended by only an abatis of aspen saplings, and from the rear. By one tally of 8,000 Continentals north of the border, more than 3,000 were sick, mostly with smallpox, which was killing 30 men a day. Measles, dysentery, and other afflictions also took a toll. Of the 12 tons of salt pork and flour needed to feed the army every day, only a fraction had arrived from New York. Some colonels were uncertain where parts of their regiments could be found, and some regiments had not a single man fit for duty, as Sullivan himself conceded. 40 officers had asked to resign their commissions. Others simply walked south in company with enlisted deserters. Instructions from Congress to contest every foot of the ground were absurd, impossible. If the army was trapped at the mouth of the Richelieu, Sullivan's senior officers told him he alone must answer for it. After a long, tense pause, Sullivan agreed to withdraw to Chambly, 50 miles upstream. Hoisting guns, tents, and the infirm into wagons and river craft, the garrison abandoned Sorel at 10 a.m. on Friday, every man stealing glances over his shoulder. No one had been more insistent on retreat than Arnold, who, several days earlier, had traveled from Montreal to inspect the flimsy defenses at Chambly and St. John's. All hope for luring Canadians to the American cause was now gone, he wrote Sullivan. Let us quit them and secure our own country before it is too late. There will be more honor in making a safe retreat than hazarding a battle, he urged. I am content to be the last man who quits this country and fall so that my country rise. But let us not fall together. Under orders from Schuyler to bring away from Montreal all the goods you possibly can, Arnold seized woolens, silks, tinware, flour, molasses, and rum from Montreal merchants in exchange for dubious receipts. Nails were particularly needed at Ticonderoga for boat building. And American troops ransacked Chateau Ramezay, inflicting almost 1,200 pounds in damage. When residents balked at Arnold's demand for carts and wagons, he threatened to burn down the town. At 7 p.m. on Saturday, Arnold and 300 Continentals pushed away from Montreal in 11 bateaux, huddled together like cordwood and battered by raindrops the size of large peas, as a Pfeiffer recorded. The town had served as the capital of American Canada for 6 months, but with British troops reportedly only a dozen miles distant, it would be abandoned without a fight. Across the St. Lawrence, Arnold torched his boats, then led his men through mud half a leg deep to La Prairie and on towards St. John's, burning bridges and felling trees across the road behind them as they fled. 3 other corps, 2 British and 1 American, were now heaving toward the same destination. The capricious east wind had failed completely on the St. Lawrence, forcing Carleton to abandon his ships at Vichères, only 15 miles upstream from Sorel. On Sunday, June 16th, his army reached Varennes on the right bank, then pivoted southeast towards St. John's, at least a day behind schedule and more than a day behind Arnold. Carleton would be harshly criticized for dawdling at Trois-Rivières and in the subsequent pursuit, but he faced vexing obstacles. Most of his troops had not regained their land legs or toughened up their marching feet after the long voyage from England, and many were racked with the flux, diarrhea, from eating green fruit plucked from roadside orchards to supplement the salt meat diet. Burgoyne, advancing south along the Richelieu with the other British contingent, was likewise beset. A 20-mile march to Saint-Denis on June 15th left his brigade so enervated from the summer heat, flux, and paltry provisions that he was forced to rest for a day before resuming the march at midnight on Monday, June 17th, the anniversary of Bunker Hill. With drums rapping and fifes tootling, the regulars finally reached Chambly at 9 o'clock the next morning to find the square fort and sawmill in flames, and the rebels gone again. We began our chase with might and main, Burgoyne's aide wrote, but the nimble-heeled rebels had made too much way for us. General Sullivan had managed another narrow escape, but the final dozen miles to St. John's would be exhausting, he remarked, beyond anything that I ever went through. Upon fleeing Chambly, the Americans rowed 100 bateaux to Point Despair, where a long stretch of exceeding bad rapids tumbled with a current like that of a mill sluice, in one officer's description. Provisions and munitions were unloaded and portaged on the river road, while men immersed to their armpits shoved the boats upstream or pulled them with painters from the bank, pausing long enough to wolf down a meal of rancid pork and unbaked flour. Others demolished bridges and toppled trees. The sound of axes and crashing timber rang loud. A rumor of approaching redcoats triggered panic and sent some officers running off, leaving their men by the side of the river, Lieutenant Colonel Jeduthan Baldwin told his diary. Another lieutenant colonel wrote his wife in New Jersey, "Everything goes against us here." On Monday night, still a day ahead of their pursuers, the Americans staggered into St. John's to be reunited with Arnold's band from Montreal. Barns and sheds were jammed with smallpox victims, most unattended by medicos except occasionally to be bled. Some dead, some dying, others at the point of death. Some whistling, some singing, and many cursing and swearing, a New England physician, Louis Beebe, noted in his diary. Nothing to be heard from morning to night but doctor, doctor, doctor from every side. Add to all this, we have nothing to eat. Soldiers pried more than 2 tons of lead from the roof of a large house to melt into musket balls, while on Tuesday morning a war council agreed to abandon St. John's for Ile aux Noix, a small island 12 miles south near the mouth of Lake Champlain. Every available river craft began to shuttle cargo, from cannonballs to moribund men up the Richelieu. The boats were loaded as deep as they could swim, a New Englander wrote. Captain Charles Cushing of Massachusetts, whose 24th Continental Regiment provided the rear guard, told his journal that the confusion the Army was in was beyond description. When bateau crewmen balked at loading more passengers, Cushing added, "I took my gun and told them if they did not put on shore that instant, I would fire on them." They went on shore, damming their eyes and swearing very much. Late that afternoon, incendiaries set fire to the boatyard and the twin redoubts. Arnold saddled a horse and rode north on reconnaissance. Barely 2 miles from St. John's, he spotted 3 companies of British light infantrymen and Canadian volunteers loping along the river road, trailed by 6-pounders and a thick, sinuous column of Burgoyne's redcoats. Wheeling his mount, he galloped back to St. John's, stripped off the saddle and bridle, then shot the horse. The stink of arson and badly buried corpses wafted across the water. Smoke curled above the old British compound captured by Montgomery so long ago. Ordering his rear guard into the final boat, Arnold pushed the vessel into the stream himself before scrambling aboard, and thus indulged the vanity of being the last man who embarked from the shores of the enemy, his aide, Captain James Wilkinson, later wrote. Dusk draped the Canadian woods. From the muddy bank near the ruined fortifications, a British scout squinted upriver, thought he saw a skiff vanish round a bend through the trees. And then he saw nothing. Nothing at all. Ile aux Noix seemed to float like a low green raft in the Richelieu, 10 miles above the New York border. A mile long and a quarter mile wide, the island bore traces of both old French and British military entrenchments, now overrun with morning glories, cattails, and goldenrod. Even in the middle of a river, potable water was at a premium, and the place swarmed with mosquitoes, mice, and snakes. A stand of walnut trees had given Ile aux Noix its name, Island of Nuts, but soldiers called it Isle of Noise or Isle aux Noix. Thousands of American soldiers in 15 regiments now jammed this 200-acre malarial hell, perhaps half of them suffering from smallpox, described as the pestilence that walketh in darkness, or dysentery, the destruction that wasteth at noonday, or some other malady. Day by day, 20 to 60 more fell ill in each regiment. For want of tents, most of the sick lay uncovered on the marshy ground. The lice and maggots seemed to vie with each other, creeping in millions over the victims, wrote Captain John Lacey of Pennsylvania. Dr. Beebe described men unable to see, speak, or walk. No mortal will ever believe what these suffered unless they were eyewitnesses. Pathetic pleas from dying soldiers, he added, are as little regarded as the singing of crickets in a summer's evening. Another surgeon, Samuel J. Myrick, later wrote, "We had nothing to give them. It broke my heart, and I wept till I had not more power to weep." 2 burial pits were dug, one for New England and New York troops, bivouacked on the eastern half of the island, the other for New Jersey and Pennsylvania regiments to the west. 4 soldiers holding the corners of a blanket hauled each dead comrade to those open graves, rolling the corpse onto other corpses, with no other covering but the rags in which they died, Captain Lacey observed, then shoveling in a bit of dirt at the end of the day. Nearly all were buried in anonymity, nameless in the orderly books and journals of their commanders, their medicos, their divines. Some officers drank themselves into a stupor. but Arnold and others tried to impose military discipline on this last awful outpost in Canada. Quartermasters allocated real estate to each regiment. Baggage from St. John's was unloaded from the bateau and placed under guard, except for artillery stores, which would be dispatched quickly to Crown Point, near the south end of the lake, along with the first invalids. Colormen, laborers, were to dig vaults or latrines at a proper distance from the encampments, and all troops were to use the vaults instead of defiling the ground of their encampment. A drummer should accompany each regimental commander at all times, ready to rap out 24 various signals with rolls and flams. Among other afflictions, marauding Indians killed or captured almost 20 Continentals around Île-aux-Noix. On June 22nd, Pennsylvania soldiers seeking spruce beer at a farmhouse a mile from the island rode unarmed into an ambush. 4 were killed and 7 captured. Arnold sent a war party to retrieve the bodies. "Such a sight I never beheld with my eyes as to see men scalped," an officer confided to his diary. They too were laid uncoffined in a common grave, their epitaph carved on a wooden headboard, "Sons of America, rest quiet here." Sullivan seemed stupefied by the misery he commanded. "By a strange reverse of fortune," he wrote Schuyler in another prolix dispatch, "we are driven to the sad necessity of abandoning Canada." This nightmare seemed more like the effect of imagination than the history of fact. Men in his decayed and decaying army, he reflected, are daily dropping off like the Israelites before the destroying angel. Heaven sees at present to frown upon us in this quarter, and take off those by pestilence who have escaped the sword. Could my own life have been saved a retreat so fatal in all its consequences to my country, I would willingly have resigned it. Sullivan was as quick to disclaim responsibility as he was to propose self-immolation. "The grand post was lost before my arrival and put beyond my power to regain. I am sufficiently mortified, and sincerely wish I had never seen this fatal country." Although he recognized, as he wrote Washington, that loitering on the island will not leave us well men enough to carry off the sick, he resisted authorizing a full retreat down Lake Champlain, except for invalids, without explicit orders. "Farther than this," he told Schuyler, "I could not go." At last, pressed by his subordinates, Sullivan consented to an evacuation as more empty boats arrived from Ticonderoga. "I find myself under an absolute necessity of quitting this island for a place more healthy," he wrote Washington on June 24th. "Otherwise, the army will never be able to return." That was true enough. Some regiments had so few healthy men that oarsmen had to be drafted from other units. Even undiseased men were described as lousy, itchy, and nasty as hogs. Those with tents struck them at dawn on Tuesday, June 25th. A white banner raised from the stern of Sullivan's skiff signaled the embarkation. Then a boat with a blue flag led the procession south from the river into the lake, 2 vessels abreast, with 3 squadrons following, identified by yellow, red, and green flags, respectively. Each man received a pint of flour and 4 ounces of malodorous salt pork for his daily ration, cooked on blackened strips of bark when the boats put into shore each day at noon. A rear guard of 1,200 Continentals marched down the rim of the lake. "Worst traveling men never traveled," one of them wrote. "It rains exceeding hard, and night comes on." Those who died during the 100-mile journey to Crown Point were buried in as decent a manner as we could, in unmarked graves on the shoreline, a New England doctor added. Headwinds would keep some boats on the lake for more than a week before they reached their destination. "I never had an idea of pain equal to that which I felt at the evacuation of Canada," Sullivan wrote Hancock. "I hope Congress will not attribute it to my timidity or want of resolution." But the general's pain could not have been greater than that felt by the likes of Matthew Patten of Bedford, New Hampshire, an Irish immigrant who served on his local committee for safety. Patten told his diary of running errands nearby, delivering 26 yards of fustian to be dyed and dressed by a clothier, then buying a new axe handle, a snuff bottle, and 6 bushels of salt, before arriving home to find fatal news from Crown Point. His son John, who had survived a gunshot wound to the left arm at Bunker Hill, had taken ill in Chambly before being evacuated to Île-aux-Noix, where, on June 20th, he passed over. "I got an account of my John's death of the smallpox at Canada," Patten wrote. "He was 24 years and 31 days old." So ended a botched campaign of liberation and aggrandizement, laden with miscalculation and marred by mishap. As always in war, contingency played an outsized role, starting with delays the previous summer in marching north and in reducing St. John's. Carleton's narrow escape from Montreal, the disastrous attack at Quebec, and malady all contributed to the American failure. Even the healthy felt heartsick. I never had an opportunity to distinguish myself, but have ever done my duty in the most dangerous times, Major Richard Howell, a future governor of New Jersey, wrote his brother upon returning to Ticonderoga. I am convinced I cannot see a worse campaign than this. American losses would forever remain imprecise. Since the previous fall, at least 12,000 troops had marched into Canada, and probably fewer than 9,000 marched back. A rough American estimate in mid-July put battle deaths at 1,000, and disease fatalities at another 1,000. Several thousand others were at least temporarily unfit for service because of wounds or sickness, and still others had deserted. The only precision came from Carleton, who listed 1,374 prisoners in his custody, including 91 officers. Vivid accounts describe the beaten army returning home. The boats were leaky and without awnings. The sick being laid upon the bottoms without straw were soon drenched in filthy water, wrote John Trumbull, who had just arrived at Crown Point from Manhattan as a newly promoted colonel. I did not look into tent or hut in which I did not find either a dead or dying man. A chaplain wrote simply, "Their sorrows take hold of me." Dr. Beebe, also at Crown Point, concluded that God seems to be greatly angry with us. Some in the colonies could hardly hide their indignation. "The subject is disgusting to me," Samuel Adams said. "I will dismiss it." But John Adams insisted on an investigation. "For God's sake," he wrote Sullivan, "explain to me the causes." To Abigail he wrote, "Our misfortunes in Canada are enough to melt a heart of stone. The smallpox has done us more harm than British armies, Canadians, Indians, Negroes, Hanoverians, Hessians, and all the rest." His long list of supplemental reasons included our inability to procure hard money, indifferent generalship, and clumsy, fickle support from Congress. Others noted provincial jealousies, quarreling senior officers, and a misreading of Canadian enthusiasm for being conquered into liberty. Without question, an improvised military expedition had been undermined by an inept political and economic campaign. The American penchant for subjugating those deemed in need of deliverance was hardly extinguished by the calamity in Canada. As the historian Eliot A. Cohen has observed, that impulse would recur often in the centuries to come, with mixed motives and uncertain outcomes. Canada proved a foreshadow. Yet even in the summer of 1776, thin silver linings could be glimpsed. The failure to capture Quebec in December precluded having a large army trapped within the walls by enemy reinforcements in the spring. British plans for a thrust into New York were disrupted momentarily, and some combat strength had been diverted from Howe's main force farther south. If few American commanders enhanced their reputations, Canada has been a very unfortunate place for generals, Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Vose noted in his journal. The hard school of war transformed some amateur soldiers into warriors. The likes of Anthony Wayne and Daniel Morgan had shown their mettle. The Canada struggle was a dress rehearsal for the war, historian Justin Harvey Smith later wrote. It made plain some things that could be done and some that could not. Metal would be needed for the battle still to come on the northern front. News of the rebel rout delighted the king and his ministers in Britain, even as they demanded that the campaign continue until a complete victory had been won. In orders carried from London by Burgoyne, Lord Germain told Carleton that after driving the Americans from Canada, you will endeavor to pass the lakes as early as possible, and in your future progress to contribute to the success of the army under General Howe. Carleton should not feel sanguine, despite liberating Quebec, reclaiming Montreal, and scattering the rebel invaders. "I'm sorry you did not get Arnold," Germain would tell him, "for of all the Americans, he is the most enterprising and dangerous." Arnold certainly saw the danger ahead. The British, he warned Washington in late June, will doubtless become masters of the lake unless every nerve on our part is strained to exceed them in a naval armament. Not a moment should be lost in replenishing the Northern Army and assembling carpenters, timberjacks, shipwrights, smiths, sailors, and others needed to build an inland fleet capable of challenging the Royal Navy on Lake Champlain. A back door had swung open, imperiling New York and New England, and threatening the American cause. Chapter 13. Surrounded by enemies, open and concealed. New York, June 1776. Pretty little New York, perched on the southern tip of what the Indians called Mannahatta, the hilly island. The town now comprised 4,000 wooden and brick buildings within less than a square mile, linked by cobblestoned lanes and sidewalks of flat stone shaded with beech, locust, elm, and linden trees. Dutch houses with step gables and red or black glazed tile fronted the streets. Although so many brick townhouses with gambrel roofs and grand doors in the London fashion now intruded that one visitor reported, "Here is found Dutch neatness, combined with English taste and architecture." Already the narrow island had been widened with artificial land along the riverfronts for wharves and warehouses holding Indian silk and Irish linen, whale fins and seal skins, turpentine and spermaceti candles. Sail lofts, rope walks, breweries, a nailery, and foundries that made stoves and ironware pans could be found, along with coopers turning their casks and milliners stitching headwear in defiance of the British prohibition on colonial hat-making. As early as the 1720s, 16 distillers had converted molasses to rum, and the usual taverns, gin mills, and ordinaries now crowded the waterfront, serving sailors in tarred breeches and fear-not jackets. A census in late April counted 268 liquor vendors in Mannahatta. The last war had brightened the town's prospects. New York is growing immensely rich, Benjamin Franklin wrote in 1756, not least because merchants sold goods to both the British and surreptitiously the French. The metropolis continued to spread north, with new streets and churches. Lovely St. Paul's, Brick Presbyterian, Scotch Presbyterian, and the Lutheran and Methodist meeting houses had all been built in the 1760s. Milestones were purchased for the post roads in 1769, and lamplighters on their rounds each night illuminated the oil fixtures, now hung on every seventh house. Barges brought more than 20,000 cords of firewood from New Jersey and Long Island to the town every year, then hauled away dung and human ordure to fertilize farm fields upriver. Demand had increased for perfumers, glovers, cabinet makers, and other harbingers of affluence. The town's well water was so fetid that even horses allegedly refused to drink it. But a new reservoir with pumps and wooden pipes was under construction. In summer, the better sort drove their phaetons or one-horse whiskeys into the country for turtle feasts at the mansions sprouting along the East River. The lower sort still patronized cockfights and bull baiting. All sorts enjoyed the 24 legal holidays celebrated each year. The current war, however, had defaced New York. This haughty city is now subjected to all the inconveniences of a garrison town, Lieutenant Colonel William Tudor, the Continental Army's judge advocate, wrote a friend in the spring of 1776. The fife and drum are continually dinning our ears with Yankee music, and we have few sights more entertaining than the parading and marching of the ill-dressed ragamuffins who compose the army. Hardly a shot had been fired in anger around New York, but perhaps half or more of the 25,000 residents had fled their homes in fear of bloody things to come. The city looks in some streets as if the plague had been in it. So many houses being shut up, a loyalist pastor told his diary. Those who remained were confined at night by a military curfew. "We all live here like nuns, shut up in a nunnery," one letter writer complained. By early summer, more than 12,000 soldiers filled tent and duckboard cantonments near the Collect Pond, the East River ferry slip, and other camps. Not all the men arriving were disheveled. Delaware troops wore blue coats faced in red, white waistcoats and pewter buttons, black spatterdashes and black-jacked leather caps peaked in front. A few regiments could be seen in hunting shirts with matching leggings, or in gray surtout, striped waistcoats and castor hats with silver buckles. But most still looked like plowmen or barkeeps, their officers distinguished only by the colored cockades on their upturned hat brims. "At least 2,000 are destitute wholly of arms," wrote Colonel Joseph Reed, who had left his law practice in Philadelphia to return to the Army as Adjutant General after Horatio Gates took a combat command. "Nearly as many men carried firelocks and such dysfunction," he added, "as to discourage rather than animate the user." Since February, soldiers and civilians had toiled shoulder to shoulder with picks, shovels, and axes to fortify the town. Each morning fife and drum summoned work crews from every social class, including leather-aproned artisans and turtle-eating toffs with blistered hands. Slaves delivered by their masters worked every day, whites every other day. All were known as diggers in. Under orders from the Army High Command, streets leading from the waterfront were traversed and barricadoed. The whole island is to be redoubted. Trenches, breastworks, tree-trunk ramparts, redans, flèches, and sod parapets scarred the town. Orchards were hacked into abattis. Demolished wharves became log barricades, chinked with rocks and broken bottles. By early June, Colonel Henry Knox reported that 19 mortars and 121 cannons, from 3 to 32-pounders, many trundled from Ticonderoga via Boston, had been mounted in more than a dozen batteries as far north as King's Bridge, at the upper knob of the island. Even the royal governor, William Tryon, who since late fall had taken refuge on a British merchantman, was impressed by the rebels' industry. "The streets in the city of New York are barricaded with breastworks," he wrote Germain, "and every headland and commanding spot of ground in its environs are fortified." The fortifications extended well beyond Manhattan. Across the East River, a defensive line in Brooklyn ran from Wallabout Bay to Gowanus Creek, with a redoubt at Red Hook, and an additional line snaking inland for 2 miles in the direction of Flatbush and Bedford. On a rainy April night, 1,000 men with entrenching tools had swarmed onto Governor's Island, separated from Brooklyn by narrow Buttermilk Channel. By dawn they had raised breastworks and emplaced 10 heavy cannons to keep British ships from ascending the East River. More batteries sprouted at Paulus Hook, later called Jersey City, to block access to New York's other big river, the North, also called the Hudson. Sparks flew night and day as smiths made musket barrels, bayonets, and ramrods. The upper floor of the Bridewell, a new almshouse and prison on the New York Common, was converted into an armory and a munitions plant. A New Jersey sergeant wrote 18 diary entries in late March and April, each succinct and identical. Made cartridges. A rifle regiment took post at Denise's Ferry on the western end of Long Island, overlooking the Narrows, which linked New York's upper bay with the lower bay and the open sea. A half-dozen horsemen served as a corps of observation on high ground along the coast to watch for enemy ships. Rebel cannons and gunmen had forced Governor Tryon aboard the Duchess of Gordon to move beyond range outside the Narrows, along with Asia, Phoenix, Mercury, Lively, and several transports. Rebels used hatchets to chop holes in Loyalist boats suspected of smuggling provisions to British crews. "May God increase their wants," a Continental colonel declared. Armed sloops, whaleboats, and schooners patrolled as far south as Egg Harbor on the New Jersey coast. 2 of the governor's servants were nabbed while bringing his laundry ashore for washing. To discomfit British navigators, rebel raiders smashed the beacon atop Sandy Hook Light and carried off the lamp oil. 400 raiders also pounced on the British compound at Bedloe's Island, later home to the Statue of Liberty. They burned a hospital and, Tryon complained, killed a number of poultry I had reserved for General Howe's expected arrival. That Howe was coming from Halifax, perhaps soon, no one doubted. Every report of approaching sails, a recent sighting proved to be a fog bank, sent more frightened New Yorkers fleeing in carts and coaches piled high with baggage. New York was considered the least disloyal of the 13 colonies, and those well affected to the crown lay low and waited for their hour to come round. At noon on Tuesday, June 4th, Tryon's small squadron fired a protracted salute to honor the King's birthday. Loyalist churches lighted candles that evening to pray for His Majesty's good health and continued wisdom. For now, however, allegiance was best whispered. Those heard singing "God Save the King" were marched to jail. Meanwhile, more rebel trenches were dug, more ramparts built, more cannons pointed. Precisely how the mighty Royal Navy was to be defeated, along with General Howe's army and whatever other legions were en route from Britain, remained uncertain. "Great numbers of angels," a Connecticut preacher assured his flock, "no doubt are encamping round our coast for our defense and protection." His Excellency George Washington had no intention of relying solely on angels. At 1 p.m. on Thursday, June 6th, he returned to New York after more than a fortnight's absence in Philadelphia. To welcome him back, a New England brigade paraded down Broadway in passable military step. 4 regiments marched under the double row of trees around the bowling green at the foot of the town, then circled the oversized equestrian statue of George III, depicted as a bare-legged, bug-eyed Marcus Aurelius in a Roman tunic with a laurel crown. Cast in lead, brilliantly gilded, and enclosed by a black iron fence, the statue had been raised on its marble pedestal 6 years earlier as a now-lamented tribute to the king for repealing the Stamp Act. Striding back up the avenue past St. Paul's Chapel, the troops filed onto the common before the bridewell and arranged themselves in regimental ranks for inspection. Washington strolled across the head of the formation, swapping salutes with his officers. In Philadelphia, he had been persuaded by Hancock to sit for the artist Charles Wilson Peale, who depicted the commanding general, left hand thrust into his partially unbuttoned waistcoat, against a background of liberated Boston. The portrait showed a stiff middle-aged man with a paunch, a walking stick, and a double chin. But here in the flesh, ever impressive in his epauletted uniform, Washington was animated, graceful, and trim. He was pleased to find the town all in a state of peace and quiet, as he would write John Hancock. Many of these troops had believed a Tory rumor that he had gone to Philadelphia to resign his command. In fact, he passed his days discussing grand strategy with Congress. Always careful to pay obeisance to his political masters, he had consulted delegates individually, in committee, and with the entire assembled body in the Pennsylvania State House. The news from Canada was disquieting, of course. Also, an enterprising American rifleman captured at Quebec and shipped in chains to England had just escaped, and then made his way home with documents hidden in his waistband that confirmed reports of Britain hiring thousands of German mercenaries to fight in America this summer. But all in all, Washington had reason to consider his trip to Philadelphia a success. Congress had lauded his achievement in Massachusetts and affirmed his plan for defending New York. He intended to further strengthen fortifications in Brooklyn and secure the East River while building fire rafts and row galleys to safeguard the Hudson. On the assumption that Britain would fling 10,000 men against Ticonderoga and 12,500 at New York, American commanders would be reinforced to provide a 2-to-1 advantage, 20,000 men for the Northern Army and 25,000 for Washington's force. The colonies were to provide another 30,000 militiamen, a third of whom would form a strategic reserve called the Flying Camp, the term derived from the French Camp Volant, that would also help defend the New Jersey coast. Congress also seemed to be moving toward a proclamation of independence. That would give Washington a clear strategic objective, an American definition of victory, formal separation from Britain, and the creation of a new nation. Such clarity in war was invaluable. If the country was asked to sacrifice, the purpose would now be evident. If men were asked to die, they would know why. The sun had begun to dip over New Jersey when Washington rode more than a mile north through Lisbonard's Meadows to the Abraham Mortier Mansion, previously owned by the British Deputy Paymaster General. The Washingtons had lived here since shortly after their arrival in Manhattan, almost 2 months earlier, and now the commanding general had decided to shift his headquarters into the mansion from a townhouse on Broadway. Built on rising ground amid baronial oaks, the 26-acre estate stood a few hundred yards from the Hudson and offered the sort of river vista that seemed to soothe Washington. Yet the Mortier house could hardly supplant Mount Vernon in his heart. He had not been home in more than a year, and only through correspondence with his overseer could he see the new master bedroom and study, completed after his departure for Cambridge, or the new plantings of dogwood, poplar, and weeping willow, the clever kind of trees, as Washington called them, or the northern addition begun this year. Nevertheless, he and Martha had tried to settle in here, making extensive household purchases from local merchants of china, glassware, a carpet, a feather bed, Chinese porcelain teaware, wine glasses and decanters, mahogany knife cases, and a damask tablecloth. The general kept his military papers in a large red trunk covered with a bearskin. Washington's entourage now included a lifeguard, composed of 50 handsomely and well-made soldiers, 5 feet 8 inches to 5 feet 10 inches tall, chosen before he left Boston, for their sobriety, honesty, and good behavior. Dressed in dark blue coats, with buff trim, single-breasted red vests, and buckskin breeches, they adopted the motto, "Conquer or die." "We expect a very bloody summer of it at New York and Canada," he had written his brother 2 days earlier. "I am sorry to say that we are not, either in men or arms, prepared for it." The Grand Army under Washington had yet to fight a general action, but in the past year, hundreds of American troops had died of disease, misadventure, or wounds incurred in various skirmishes, plus the thousands lost in Canada. What would casualties be like once the fighting began in earnest? Congress had made clear its determination to defend New York to the death. John Adams described the city as a kind of key to the whole continent, and Washington agreed it was a post of infinite importance. Should the British get that town in the command of the North River, he added, they can stop the intercourse between the northern and southern colonies, upon which depends the safety of America. By now, he had sufficiently scouted the terrain on Staten and Long Islands, and along the rivers to confirm the difficulties that Charles Lee had identified when Washington sent him to oversee New York's defenses in late winter. "What to do with the city I own puzzles me," General Lee had written him. "Whoever commands the sea must command the town." The city of New York was set in an archipelago with almost 800 miles of waterfront, carved by the advance and retreat of glaciers 50 millennia earlier. The Hudson, nearly a mile wide at New York and navigable for 150 miles to the north, would be difficult to barricade against a determined Royal Navy assault. So too the East River, a twisting 16-mile tidal strait connecting New York Bay and Long Island Sound. Manhattan's 600 hills also complicated defenses. Although among the conundrums Washington faced was the fact that Brooklyn's high ground loomed above lower Manhattan. Should British gunners seize those slopes, they would have the same advantage the Americans had enjoyed on Dorchester Heights in the struggle for Boston. In war, as in farming, topography was fate. Washington still yearned for decisive battle. Bleeding the enemy in New York would dampen support for the war in Britain, while emboldening France and other potential American allies. But where to find favorable ground here? Britain's maritime mobility allowed Howe to keep the initiative, landing where and when he chose. Washington also knew that New York's defenses still lacked depth. Many of Knox's heavy guns were obsolete, honeycombed, and badly undermanned. The Continental Army was raw at best, led by callow commanders. The 21 American generals who would serve the cause in New York averaged 2 years of military service apiece, compared to 30 years for their British counterparts. Still, if the troops fought with brio, the enemy will have to wade through much blood and slaughter before they can carry any part of our works, Washington told Hancock. To his brother he suggested a further advantage. If our cause is just, as I do most religiously believe it to be, the same providence, which has in many instances appeared for us, will still go on to afford its aid. And if angels with flaming swords descended to protect the coast, so much the better. Washington's time in Philadelphia gave him a sharper view of the logistical difficulties in waging a continental war. "We resolved to raise regiments," Congressman Joseph Hughes of North Carolina had written in May, "but it is a melancholy fact that near half our men, cannon, muskets, powder, clothes, etc., is to be found nowhere but on paper." The National Fathers in Congress displayed a gift for debate and committee work, but only a modest aptitude for organized war-making. A 15,000-man force required 100,000 barrels of flour and 10,000 tons of meat annually by Washington's calculations. Where that would come from, and how it should be purchased, transported, and distributed, was unclear. The same held true for 100 other vital commodities, from flints and wagons to shoes and blankets. Congress had sensibly, if belatedly, acknowledged that the 1774 policy of restricting imports and exports was a failure, hurting the American cause far more than the British economy. Overseas trade had plummeted to less than 40% of pre-war levels. Prices on many goods would jump 25% this year over last. In the coming year, they would more than double. In April, American ports were open to all nations except Britain and her dominions. Congress authorized both its secret committee and colonial governments to export goods, except for staves and empty casks, in exchange for imports, except for slaves and East India tea. A brisk trade had resumed. Gunrunners carried rice, flour, fish, candles, indigo, beeswax, and tobacco to France, the Iberian Peninsula, and the West Indies, eager to swap for what British intelligence called warlike stores. Gunpowder, that unum necessarium, had become relatively abundant by the summer of 1776. Virginia sent at least 7 vessels on powder cruises. Massachusetts sent 32. Many were given French names and phony papers. Every few days, a ship managed to elude, outrun, or outwit Royal Navy pursuers to bring powder into American ports. 5 tons into Charleston from St. Eustatius in the Caribbean, 11 tons into Newburyport from Bordeaux, 7 tons into Philadelphia from Le Havre aboard the Morris, along with 5,000 pigs of lead, 100 bolts of tent canvas, and 20 chests of arms. Raiders aboard the Lady Catherine and Savannah Packet sailed to Bermuda, waited until the British governor and his 14 children were asleep, then lowered a Confederate through a roof vent into the magazine so that he could unlock the door from within. The men rolled a ton of powder in barrels down the lawn to their waiting boats without even waking the watchdogs. In a 3-week period in the spring, over 60 tons of powder arrived in the colonies. In early summer, it was reported that more than 100 additional tons could be had in Martinique and St. Eustatius, where the supply was ample enough to push down prices. British agents concluded that French bottoms carried Dutch powder from Amsterdam to Nantes and Bordeaux for transfer to American merchantmen. Powder was also leaking through Bilbao in Spain and Ostend in Belgium. Inevitably, some ships were lost. 4 of 8 vessels loaded with cargo for France by the Philadelphia merchant Robert Morris were captured. The Atkinson, bulging with flour to trade for gunpowder in Nantes, instead surrendered to the Royal Navy in Bristol on April 8th after the Loyalist crew mutinied. Most smugglers got through, although few voyages would be as dramatic as that of the American brigantine Nancy. Returning in June from the Virgin Islands with rum, sugar, and 386 barrels of gunpowder for the Pennsylvania Committee of Safety, she was sighted through the haze off the New Jersey coast by the British 32-gun frigate Orpheus and the 14-gun sloop Kingfisher. Chased onto a shoal in Turtle Gut Inlet, 7 miles north of Cape May, Nancy's 11-man crew, aided by rebel sailors from several nearby vessels, manhandled all but 100 barrels into the dunes, while enemy gunfire tore Nancy's sails to rags, riddled her hull, and sheared off the mainmast. Seamen dumped the remaining powder in the hold and fashioned a fuse from a spare sail and a hot coal. Just as British tars and a longboat pulled up to take possession of the brig, Nancy detonated with the blast reportedly heard in Philadelphia. The pieces of the vessel was falling all round for some time, a midshipman on Orpheus recorded, and the air was totally darkened with the explosion. 7 British sailors died, and the shower of debris included 2 laced hats and a leg with a garter. Particularly devastating to the British was the loss of another ordnance ship, the 400-ton Hope. Sailing from Cork, she parted company from her convoy in bad weather and was captured off Boston by the armed schooner Franklin. Her cargo, worth at least 40,000 pounds, included 1,600 muskets, 2,000 entrenching tools, 30,000 nails, and 1,500 copper-hooped barrels of powder, 75 tons. The king, furious again, decreed that every ordnance ship henceforth must carry at least a dozen carriage guns, with ample cannoneers and naval officers aboard. Domestic powder production in America also increased, if fitfully. Newspapers printed formulas from the new chemical dictionary for making powder and saltpeter. Learned debates raged over whether the best charcoal was made from pine or other woods. Pennsylvania expanded from 1 powder mill to 10. "We are better supplied with powder than formerly," Robert Morris wrote. "Our mills make it fast, and some colonies have had great success in making saltpeter. Even so, about 90% of the 1,200 tons of powder acquired by late 1777 would be sent from overseas or made with imported saltpeter." A midsummer tally of Washington's ordnance stores showed that he had 10,353 round shot, 30,000 flints, and 114,000 musket cartridges. 12 months ago, we were distressed, to a degree that posterity will scarcely credit, for powder. This is now over, John Adams wrote, prematurely, in late June. Yet other critical wants plagued the war effort. Colonel Knox calculated that the Army needed at least 250 more field guns of various calibers. Despite collecting church bells and brass door knockers for scrap, American foundries lacked the high-temperature air furnaces needed to cast strong bronze cannons. There were also too few pattern and charcoal makers, woodcutters, limestone miners, banksmen, smiths, brickmakers, and masons to operate both brass and iron furnaces effectively. In May, of nearly 200 new guns test-fired at 2 Pennsylvania foundries, typically by loading them with double charges, not one stood proof as battle-ready. Of another 24 tested in New Jersey, 8 burst on firing. Of 42 naval 12-pounders cast in one furnace, 18 failed. Philadelphia furnaces proved so deficient that a report in the fall would warn, "There is not guns in this city for one ship." Building a navy without guns would be difficult. Making bullets was hard without lead, which by early June had grown so scarce that no pains should be spared to procure it, Congress warned. Virginia's governor was given authority to retain as many miners, slave or free, as needed to work the lead pits in that colony. In New York, more than 100 tons of weights from fishing nets, clocks, and window sash cords were collected, along with lead from downspouts, glass cames, often pried from stained glass, and pewter dishes. New York's finest homes yielded thousands of bullets. 1,658 pounds of lead was collected just from Robert Livingston's houses, for which he was paid 62 pounds. In warfare, salt was almost as much a unum necessarium as gunpowder. Without the preservative, armies and navies could not stockpile meat and fish. 2 bushels of salt, more than 100 pounds, were needed to cure 1,000 pounds of pork. Beef required even more. Salt also was used to tan leather, fix the dyes in military uniforms, churn butter, and supplement livestock feed. Before the war, Americans had imported 1.5 million bushels annually, half from the West Indies and half from Britain or Southern Europe. The British trade embargo strangled 2/3 of those imports. Profiteers and hoarders drove up the price, from 2 shillings a bushel to 14 by late summer. It would soar as high as 75 shillings by July 1777. Salt bandits were reported in Virginia. "This article is exceedingly scarce," a diarist wrote. "If none comes in, the people will revolt." Pamphlets gave instructions for making salt. To encourage salt works along the coast, in late May, Congress authorized $0.33 for each bushel. "All the old women and children are gone down to the Jersey shore to make salt," John Adams wrote. "Salt water is boiling all around the coast, and I hope it will increase." But 400 gallons of seawater were needed to boil off a bushel of salt, requiring great stacks of firewood. New York offered $4 a bushel to the Iroquois nations, admired for their salt works. Virginia spent more than 6,000 pounds to build evaporation ponds along the Chesapeake Bay, but collected only 50 bushels, perhaps the most expensive salt in the world. Although smugglers ran cargoes from Bermuda and the Turks Islands, severe shortages would lead to rationing and price fixing. For each shortage momentarily slaked, others appeared. Officials in New York begged farmers to raise hemp for rope and flax for linen. Spinners were exempt from militia service, though Connecticut ran short of barrels because so many coopers marched off to fight. Shoemakers were offered 18 shillings a pair. Wool was so critical that those who ate lambs or ewes were denounced as public enemies. Congress pleaded for bolts of various durable fabrics: Ticklenburgs, Osnabrigs, Hamburg dowlas. Paper made from rags and critical for currency and cartridges grew so desperately short that papermakers were also excused from army service. Washington often complained that artificial scarcity had inflated prices of firewood and forage. Now it seemed evident that avaricious, ill-designing men were manipulating supplies of salt, wheat, and other vital commodities. The commanding general also battled the cheats who preyed on every army: cobblers using green shoe leather, millers short-weighting their flour, teamsters who lightened their wagon loads by draining the brine from salt pork, spoiling the meat. So much thievery plagued the army in New York that Washington on Tuesday, June 18th, ordered the quartermaster general to stamp every tool with CX111, Roman numeral 13, denoting the 13 colonies. That proprietary brand would soon be amended to United States, and subsequently shortened to U.S. That same Tuesday afternoon, Washington rode to the Queen's Head Tavern, a former warehouse at Pearl and Broad Streets. His staff and regimental commanders joined him in the Long Room, the town's most spacious public hall, for a banquet arranged by the New York Convention, the Provincial Congress, in gratitude for defense of the colony. Accompanied by fife and drum, the officers belted out campaign songs, though everyone was sorry when General Putnam fell ill and retired to his quarters, before leading them in Maggie Lauder, his favorite ballad. Innkeeper Samuel Francis kept the libations flowing into the night. He would bill New York 91 pounds for 78 bottles of Madeira and 30 bottles of port, as well as cider, beer, and punch. He also charged 16 shillings for wine glasses broken. 31 toasts were raised, starting with the Continental Congress and the American Army. On and on they went, to the colony of New York, number 4, to the patriotic citizens of London, number 10, and to the memory of the brave Montgomery, number 30. The final toast was drunk to civil and religious liberty to all mankind, that is, except Tories. Civil liberty for Loyalists had become another rare commodity. Throughout the colonies, partisan belligerence increased as the insurgency metastasized into a civil war. Congress had resolved that anyone in America who professed allegiance to King George was guilty of treason. Rhode Island required males over 16 suspected of being inimical to the United American Colonies to swear an oath of allegiance. Those who resisted could be fined and disenfranchised. Connecticut law now punished inimicals who defamed Congress with fines and imprisonment. Loyalists could be barred from traveling, running a tavern, or operating a ferry. Their property could be taxed at double normal rates. Loyalist teachers, Lawyers, doctors, and apothecaries had trouble keeping their jobs or their clients. Blacksmiths in Massachusetts refused to shoe the horses of suspected inimicals. Some were tarred and feathered, and in one case a Loyalist's horse got the same treatment for good measure. For a brief period in June 1776, mail to or from anyone in Albany whose last name began with Mick was examined, apparently on the theory that the Scots and Irish were especially suspect. A mob threw rocks at Loyalist women on Cape Cod. Rhode Island outlawed prayers for the king. One New Yorker wrote that for those still true to the crown or simply indifferent to rebellion, taciturnity is the greatest safety we have, and we are obliged to observe it. John Adams, never taciturn, later would be quoted as saying, "I would have hanged my own brother had he taken part with our enemy in the contest." Few were hanged, at least not yet. Incivility rarely turned to bestiality, but no one could say how brutal the war would become. Conformity, censorship, and zealotry now flourished. Even small sins, such as speaking diminutively of the country Congress, might be punished with forced public apologies, boycotts, ostracism, or property confiscation. A mild word of praise for the British government, or simply being suspected of thinking loyal thoughts, could provoke a beating. Militia served as a political constabulary, bolstered by the Continental Army. When Queens County, a Loyalist stronghold on Long Island, voted 788 to 221 against sending representatives to the provincial Congress, the names of those in the majority were published in the newspaper. They were forbidden to travel, hire a lawyer, or practice a trade. More than 1,000 militiamen and Continentals then swept through Queens, arresting opposition leaders, seizing weapons, and extracting allegiance oaths, except from the 250 obdurate men who fled into the swamps to await General Howe's arrival. Such measures spread. In mid-March, the Continental Congress had authorized the disarmament of notoriously disaffected Americans. Confiscated firelocks went to the Army. In New York, where hundreds had been arrested, those who refused to attest that all of their weapons had been surrendered were fined 5 shillings a day. Washington had long favored seizing Tories who might be active against us. To him, that seemed a sensible expedient. Why, he asked, should persons who were preying upon the vitals of their country be suffered to stalk at large? Several dozen recalcitrant Loyalists were sent to the abandoned Simsbury copper mine in Connecticut, previously used to jail robbers and counterfeiters, but now known as the Catacomb of Loyalty. Inmates were lowered by windlass, 70 feet below ground, to rock-walled cells in sections L and M, also called Hell. Simsbury, described as the first national penitentiary, was said to be a place where the light of the sun and the light of the gospel are alike shut out. Scores of other Loyalists and Quakers who refused to swear allegiance to the rebel cause would be confined to the Fleet Prison, several scows anchored on the Hudson below Albany and later described as fetid cesspools of disease, suffering, and privation. "I can tell a Tory by his looks," Lewis Howell, a surgeon with a 2nd New Jersey Regiment, wrote his father in late June. The good doctor evidently had remarkable diagnostic powers, given the physical resemblance of Loyalists and revolutionaries. Both breeds were drawn from all strata of their society, high, low, and middling. The war, as the historian Edmund S. Morgan wrote, cut sharply across nearly all previous divisions, whether regional, ethnic, religious, or class. Moreover, loyalty was a fluid concept, ebbing and flowing with circumstances and convictions. "No man knows his nearest friend's real sentiments," observed William Smith, the Loyalist chief judge in New York. Many good men were divided in their own hearts, but ambivalence in a civil war was a limited virtue. Political moderates confronted a harsh internecine calculus. Those not with us are against us. Perhaps 500,000 Americans remained committed to the crown. One scholarly computation asserted that Loyalists made up 16% of the total population, or about 20% of white colonials. Of roughly 3.2 million Americans alive from 1775 to 1783, 513,000 demonstrated loyalty by supporting the British cause, fighting with one of 200 Loyalist units, or eventually going into exile. Other estimates posited that as many as a third of all Americans remained loyal. Although that was probably an exaggeration, their numbers without doubt ran high in certain belts and pockets, along the frontier from the western Carolinas through western New York, for instance, and along the coast of the Middle Colonies, from the lower Chesapeake to Long Island, as well as in the Hudson Valley. Loyalists often had shallow roots in America. Many were recent immigrants rather than native-born. Others had ties that bound them to the mother country as placemen or merchants trading with London or Glasgow. The height of my ambition, a New Yorker wrote, was and is to live and die a British subject. Anglican churchgoers tended toward loyalism, where they were a minority, as in New England, but not where they were dominant, as in South Carolina. All Anglican clerics were ordained in Britain and swore allegiance to the king. Families could be sundered just as painfully as communities or colonies, like the Eastchester, New York clan of Judge Jonathan Fowler, who personally immigrated to Nova Scotia, but left behind 3 sons serving in the American Army. Another loyalist who migrated to Pennsylvania from his native Connecticut in search of greater tolerance described feeling like a saint of old, as a pilgrim and stranger in the earth, having no abiding city. Loyalists typically abhorred both civil disobedience, once begun, where would it end, and mob violence, including rogue committees of safety formed by half a dozen fools in your neighborhood, as one man put it, with the arbitrary authority to wreck the lives of their political opponents. Which is better, the Boston clergyman Mather Byles asked, to be ruled by one tyrant 3,000 miles away or by 3,000 tyrants not a mile away? Most loyalists believed in law, stability, and beneficent British rule, against which a deluded and hysterical mass, led by demagogues, threw themselves in a frenzy, as the historian Bernard Bailyn wrote. Yet with each passing month, loyalist weaknesses became more evident, including the absence of national leaders and an inability to match the rebels in organization, propaganda, or emotional pitch. By the summer of 1776, it had become clear that only massive British support could prop up the loyal cause. New York would now become the central battleground, politically and militarily. Determined to purge Torytown of residual loyalists, radical mobs had rampaged through the city and its outer precincts, breaking windows, rustling livestock, and smashing a loyalist printing press before carrying off the type to melt into bullets. During a violent spasm in the second week of June, some accused loyalists were jailed until they pledged allegiance to the American cause. Others were singed with candle flames. We had some grand Tory rides in this city this week, in particular yesterday, a letter writer reported on June 13th. Some of them were handled very roughly, being carried through the streets on rails, their clothes tore from their backs. There is hardly a Tory face to be seen this morning. 2 days later, a committee appointed by the Provincial Congress convened at noon in the City Hall Assembly Chamber on Wall Street to begin rooting out conspirators against American liberty. Led by the lawyer John Jay, a future Supreme Court Chief Justice, the tribunal held daily hearings to interrogate the disaffected and those suspected of equivocal character. Over the next several years, similar inquisitions examined hundreds of New Yorkers accused of inimical habits. Presumed guilty, they usually were given a chance to prove their innocence, although, at least in Albany, without calling witnesses or retaining legal counsel. Most were paroled after posting bond, some were exiled or incarcerated in places like the Kingston Courthouse, whose jail cells were so insalubrious that officials in meeting rooms upstairs were permitted to smoke to mask the nauseous and disagreeable effluvia rising from below. Hardly had Jay's committee begun work than a grand conspiracy came to light, undone by a loquacious counterfeiter. Counterfeiting was a cottage industry in the 18th century. Up to half of the copper coins circulating in England in 1753 were believed to be dross slugs, sometimes fried in a pan to provide a dark patina of authenticity. Some convicted counterfeiters were banished from Britain to the American colonies, where they resumed their art by making phony Spanish and Portuguese gold or silver coins, despite legal penalties that ranged from the loss of a right thumb to death. The proliferation of paper currency in the colonies provided new opportunities for shoving the queer, passing counterfeit bills of credit. In recent months, the British government had also seized on the chance to undermine the rebel economy by using forged plates. Beginning in January, a printing press aboard Phoenix in New York Harbor was suspected of turning out phony bills in a campaign to depreciate American currency that would persist for years. But ordinary criminal gangs posed the more immediate threat. A public notice in a New York newspaper in April warned of counterfeit 40-shilling notes, adding, "They are, upon the whole, a good imitation of the true bills." Before turning to crime, the English-born engraver Henry Dawkins had made a fair living in Philadelphia turning out book plates, maps, and even an elaborate astronomical plate to illustrate the transit of Venus across the sun in 1769. Apparently, the lure of printing money rather than earning it proved irresistible. Dawkins and several cronies installed a rolling press in the attic of a house in Huntington, Long Island. To obtain good paper, often the most difficult obstacle to counterfeiting, A Confederate named Isaac Ketchum made enough indiscreet inquiries among Philadelphia stationers to arouse suspicion. Ketchum was arrested and interrogated, and at 2 a.m. on May 12th, an Army patrol raided the Huntington house. A secret stairway to the garret revealed the press, a bogus 20-shilling Connecticut note, and other incriminating evidence. Ketchum, Dawkins, and their cronies found themselves confined by leg irons in New York's City Hall. Incarceration in a cell block known as the Dark Hole showed Ketchum the folly of shoving the queer. In a petition to the Provincial Congress, he confessed his shame and confusion, noted that he had 6 children to feed, and then revealed that he hath something to observe, entirely on another subject, a bit of jailhouse gossip. Released long enough to spill his story to investigators, Ketchum returned to the Dark Hole to collect more information as a secret informant. Arrests soon followed. By June 20th, John Jay's conspiracy committee was conducting a full docket of interrogations about a plot against General Washington. Those implicated, rough men but with a very pale countenance, one guard noted, included farmers, tavern keepers, a shoemaker, a tanner living in the swamp, a school teacher, a pensioner with one arm, a former constable, a fat man with a blue coat, and a man described only as a damned rascal. Gunsmith Gilbert Forbes, a short, thick man with a white coat whose shop stood on Broadway across from Hull's Tavern, was jailed in fetters. After being threatened with summary execution, Forbes confessed to sending rifles and muskets to Governor Tryon on the Duchess of Gordon. The Loyalist mayor of New York, David Matthews, was arrested at 1 a.m. on June 21st at his Long Island summer house in Flatbush. He acknowledged passing 114 pounds in cash from Tryon to Forbes, supposedly for guns, and to enlist pro-British agents within the city. "The town is in a good deal of uproar and confusion this morning," a Continental officer wrote his father on June 22nd. 40 designing children of the devil were in custody, as one lieutenant called them, with many more arrests expected. 200 soldiers now guarded the cell blocks at City Hall. Extra sentries were placed on gun batteries and at Knox's artillery park. Precisely what these conspirators intended remained murky. Rebel hysteria undoubtedly inflated their designs. Lieutenant Colonel Tudor, the judge advocate, wrote on June 23rd of a plot to assassinate the commander-in-chief, murder all the general officers, blow up the principal magazine, and spike up the cannon. Bloody measures to help the British seize New York. It was said that a drummer planned to stab Washington and that a housekeeper aimed to feed him poisoned Long Island peas, a plot discovered only when the pods were instead fed to chickens, which died, clucking in agony. It was said that arsonists would set fire to the city in 9 places, that plans existed for capturing Red Hook and the Long Island ferry slip to permit British men of war to sail up the East River, that Tory battalions waited under arms in woodlands outside the city, that saboteurs planned to destroy the bridge leading from northern Manhattan to Westchester County. Whatever the particulars, a newspaper assured its readers that the plot was most barbarous and infernal. A Maryland rifleman told his journal that the soldiery now can scarcely be kept off from murdering those prisoners. One prisoner aroused particular indignation. Thomas Hickey had been arrested on June 15th and charged, yet another one, with passing counterfeit bills. Stocky and dark-complected, Hickey described himself as an old countryman born in England. It was said that he had deserted from the British Army before settling in Connecticut and joining the Continental Army. Sobriety and good behavior led to his selection in Boston for Washington's lifeguard. But locked in a city cell, he had talked Tory, according to Isaac Ketchum and other informants, claiming to be among almost 700 turncoats in New York secretly ready to fight for the British, including 8 lifeguardsmen. As a soldier, Hickey was subject to court-martial, and on Wednesday, June 26th, 13 officers convened in a large room at No. 1 Broadway to mete out justice. 4 witnesses appeared against him. "He informed me that the army was become damnably corrupted," Ketchum, his former cellmate, reported, that the British fleet was soon expected and that he and a number of others were in a choir to turn against the American army when the King's troops should arrive. Hickey had supposedly received 2 shillings to secretly enlist in the Crown service. A William Welch testified that the defendant met him in a grog shop in early June, swore him to secrecy on a Bible, then offered $1 by way of encouragement if Welch would sign up to help the British. Hickey defended himself and proved to be both a poor lawyer and a hapless witness. He told the court that he had engaged in the scheme at first for the sake of cheating the Tories and getting some money from them. The court deliberated briefly before unanimously finding him guilty of sedition, mutiny, and holding a treacherous correspondence for the most horrid and detestable purposes. He was sentenced to be hanged by the neck till he is dead. Washington's War Council confirmed the sentence at his headquarters the next day, and the commanding general promptly signed the death warrant. There was a vast concourse of people to see "ye poor fellow hanged," a doctor wrote his brother. By one estimate, the sportive crowd grew to 20,000, packed around the gallows erected early Friday morning with great hammering in a field off Bowery Lane. 4 brigades assembled as instructed at 10 a.m., then marched in formation to bear witness below the scaffold. 13 other conspirators would be sent to prisons in Connecticut and Westchester County, but most of those arrested were released without trial for lack of evidence. Only Hickey would pay with his life. 80 Continentals with good arms and bayonets escorted the prisoner from his cell. Offered the comfort of clergy, Hickey at first snarled that they were all cutthroats, then consented to have a chaplain accompany him on his final walk. He seemed much more penitent than before, Samuel Blakey Webb, Washington's aide, noted in his diary. A blindfold was knotted over his eyes and the noose tightened under his ear. Death by hanging in the 18th century rarely came from a broken neck. Strangulation was more likely. Because the condemned would expect to dangle in agony for half an hour, sometimes his friends would tug on his feet to hasten the end. Hickey had no friends, but perhaps he was fortunate anyway. He suddenly sank down, a witness reported, and expired instantly. The body was hardly cold before Washington's general orders for the day sought to draw a moral lesson from Thomas Hickey's short, sad life. Soldiers were urged to avoid lewd women who, by the dying confession of this poor criminal, first led him into practices which ended in an untimely and ignominious death. Whether that advice was heeded, the tawdry venal details of the so-called Hickey plot, often exaggerated in retelling, blackened the reputation of the Loyalists throughout the country, the historian Carl Van Doren later wrote. The affair put Washington on edge. "We are indeed, sir, surrounded by enemies, open and concealed," he wrote a friend. "It is next to impossible to know how deep the plot is laid." But with his usual bluff confidence, he added, "The all-wise dispenser of events will shield me from such diabolical designs." For several days, British deserters had warned that the fleet from Halifax was expected hourly. But it still came as a shock at 9 a.m. on June 29th, a sultry, overcast Saturday, when lookouts watching the sea from a Staten Island hilltop hoisted 3 red and white striped flags, the signal for an approaching fleet of at least 20 ships. Warning guns barked from the Grand Battery on the southern tip of Manhattan. American sloops, schooners, and fishing smacks skittered across the upper bay to seek refuge up the Hudson. Panicky civilians who had lingered in New York tarried no longer, but crowded the ferries to New Jersey, often still called the Jerseys since the colony had once been divided in two, or hurried north by wagon, horseback, or on foot. Henry Knox, who boasted that any British ships within range of his batteries could expect the finest fight that ever was seen, was enjoying Saturday breakfast with his wife Lucy in a window alcove on the second floor of No. 1 Broadway when the tumult began. "You can scarcely conceive of the distress and anxiety," he later told his brother. "The city in an uproar, the alarm guns firing, the troops repairing to their posts. My God, may I never experience the like feelings again." Lucy hurried off to pack and flee. "I scolded like a fury at her for not having gone before," Knox wrote, along with other officers' wives, including Martha Washington, who had just returned from Philadelphia after successfully undergoing smallpox inoculation. A Maryland soldier recorded in his diary on Saturday, "As I was upstairs in an outhouse, I spied, as I peeped out the bay, something resembling a wood of pine trees trimmed. In about 10 minutes, the whole bay was as full of shipping as ever it could be. I do declare that I thought all London was afloat." At 2 p.m., a messenger arrived at the American headquarters in Mortier's mansion to report that more than 100 square-rigged vessels had now congregated off Sandy Hook. With each subsequent dispatch, the number crept up, eventually exceeding 130. Samuel Webb, Washington's aide, told his diary, "A warm and bloody campaign is the least we may expect." That was General Howe's expectation as well. Standing on the quarterdeck of Greyhound, he watched more troop ships with inapt names like Felicity, Good Intent, and Friendship clew up their courses and drop anchor Saturday afternoon. Each vessel was crowded with regulars keen to get ashore and avenge the insults to king and country. Pugnacious frigates tacked around the anchorage, breasting an indigo sea spangled with summer sunlight. Every transport flew signals to identify its purpose or passengers. A pennant with a blue ball from the main topsail for artillery vessels, a broad yellow vein from the fore-topmast for hospital ships, a red ball and 2 white balls for the 10th Regiment of Foot. A detachment of Marines and sailors pattered onto the beach at Sandy Hook with a new lantern and casks of oil to revive the 7-story lighthouse. Howe had slipped unnoticed into the lower bay on June 25th with a small naval vanguard, and while awaiting the rest of the fleet, he spent several days scrutinizing the American coastline with his spyglass while questioning Governor Tryon and other loyalists about Washington's troop strength, fortifications, and river defenses. The British commander was as eager as any grenadier to launch the offensive that would smash the insurrection. Hoping for a full campaign season in New York, he had wanted to arrive sooner, but the delayed arrival of British victuallers at Halifax and the need for extensive naval repairs following the helter-skelter flight from Boston had made an earlier removal impracticable, he wrote Germain. The time in Nova Scotia had been spent profitably in training for North American combat, reorganizing regiments, shortening coats, and otherwise tailoring uniforms for woodland battlefields, and even ensuring that each soldier had 2 new flints of a better sort. Shortages persisted: shoes, camp kettles, canteens, woolens, and Howe, a voracious reader of American newspapers, found appalling tidings from New England. Despite frantic efforts in London to warn westbound ships that General Howe with the army have quitted Boston, hapless transport captains carrying troop reinforcements kept blundering into rebel ambushes. On June 8th, after a long, stern chase, American schooners captured Anne and over 100 soldiers from the 71st Highlanders, a new 2-battalion regiment in bonnets and kilts raised especially to fight the Americans. Also, the rebel-armed brig Andrew Doria bagged more than 200 Highlanders aboard the Oxford and the Crawford without firing a shot. Other marauders seized a Highlander Grenadier Company on the Lord Howe. Worse yet, the George and the Annabella fought off rebel attackers on June 16th, only to run aground outside Boston Harbor. After a brisk cannonade killed a Highland major and 7 privates, both ships struck their colors. Another 200 Highlanders were captured, including Lieutenant Colonel Archibald Campbell, though he would one day be counted among Britain's greatest generals. With a tomb in the south transept of Westminster Abbey, Campbell would first spend part of the American War in a Massachusetts jail. Over the course of a few weeks in American waters off Boston, British losses included 6 vessels and crews, plus nearly 600 soldiers with full kit, including bagpipers. This is a capital blunder, an outraged Britain wrote, the result of the most impenetrable stupidity. Howe could only sigh. He had intended to land his force promptly at Gravesend Bay on the southwestern rim of Long Island, but reports that rebels infested the ridgeline above the landing beaches caused him to reconsider. Being drawn prematurely into battle would be a mistake. He intended to wait for the arrival, soon he hoped, of the British and German reinforcements now crossing the Atlantic with the armada commanded by Admiral Lord Richard Howe, his brother. He also expected to be joined before long by General Clinton with the force dispatched to Cape Fear earlier in the year, although precisely what had happened to them was unclear to General Howe. The assembly of these legions in New York would give him more than 30,000 soldiers and an immense fleet, the greatest expeditionary force Britain had ever dispatched. Simply the sight of this host would no doubt intimidate the enemy and draw thousands of loyalists to the Union Jack. But I am still of opinion, Howe wrote Germain, that peace will not be restored in America until the rebel army is defeated. At 8 a.m. on Tuesday, July 2nd, the first 3 men of war, Phoenix, Rose, and Greyhound, eased from the lower bay through the Narrows, carefully skirting the east bank sandbar that made this channel so treacherous, along with the tides, the currents, and the fickle winds. A few random shots from rebel riflemen whizzed above the spars or into the water. Lumbering transports followed, Felicity and her sisters, each requiring 3 hours to make the short passage into the upper bay. A few rebel 9-pounders finally banged away from Denise's Ferry, but the gunners, baffled by moving targets, fired wildly, and a snarling broadside from Asia soon hushed them. One by one, the transports swung toward Kilvencull along the upper edge of Staten Island, where Howe knew he would find spring water, summer produce, and citizens well affected to the crown. With sails brailed and furled, tars hauled out the flat-bottoms brought from Halifax and helped by 20 local hayboats, shuttled the army to shore in a soaking rain. They were welcomed by gleeful loyalists and fugitive slaves who offered to serve as guides, teamsters, orderlies, and harbor pilots. More than 500 Staten Islanders, nearly all of the adult male population, would swear allegiance in oaths administered by Governor Tryon. Grenadiers and light infantrymen set up an encampment around a lush oasis called the Watering Place. White tents sprouted in neat rows, and sergeants doled out a generous rum ration. "We are in the most beautiful island that nature could form or art improve," Major Charles Stewart cheerfully wrote his father. "We have everything we want." The British Army had reclaimed the first corner of New York for the Empire. General Nathanael Greene, commanding the American defenses on Long Island, had closely watched these developments. With information extracted from 4 careless British prisoners captured at the Narrows, he sent Washington a remarkably accurate intelligence report, including a list of the 5 British generals now camped on Staten Island. The fleet sailed from Halifax the 10th of June and arrived the 29th. The fleet consists of 120 sail of topsail vessels. They have on board 10,000 troops received at Halifax, besides some of the Scotch Brigade. 4 days before the fleet sailed from Halifax, a packet arrived from England that brought an account of Admiral Howe's sailing with a fleet of 150 sail, on board of which was 20,000 troops. They are expected in here every day. A cascade of orders in Washington's name spilled from the Mortier House. Fire rafts were to be built. All surplus sandbags and empty hogsheads should be sent to General Putnam for use in fortifications. Small craft, including rowboats, would assemble at docks along the Hudson. Troops should rehearse moving from their bivouacs to their alarm posts by routes that are least exposed to naval gunfire. The general expects all soldiers to load for their first fire with 1 musket ball and 4 or 8 buckshot. If the enemy is received with such a fire at not more than 20 or 30 yards distance, he has no doubt of their being repulsed. In truth, the general had many doubts. "We are to oppose 30,000 experienced veterans with about 1/3 the number," Washington would later write Governor Trumbull in Connecticut. Fearful of being caught in a crossfire, the population of New York had dwindled to perhaps 5,000 civilians, an uncertain number of whom hoped to be liberated by the British. Frightened towns along the coast flooded his headquarters with pathetic pleas for help, like the desperate message just received from New York. "As the King's troops are in possession of Staten Island, our wives and children are unprotected either from the enemy without or the Tories and Negroes in the midst of us." Some American commanders favored an immediate attack on Staten Island, or at least spoiling the British water supply, perhaps with stove black. Neither proposal seemed practical. Washington was beginning to understand the merits of strategic defense, outlasting the enemy's will to wage war, even if that meant giving battle only on the most favorable terms. Personally aggressive, convinced of the need to keep the British off balance, he would watch for chances to turn on his foe with great violence. But he also had begun to grasp the agility and initiative provided Howe by his navy. As he subsequently wrote Hancock, "The amazing advantage the enemy derive from their ships and the command of the water keeps us in a state of constant perplexity and the most anxious conjecture." For now he would draw strength from the determined men around him, like the Presbyterian chaplain, who, while staring from Brooklyn at the enemy fleet, wrote in his journal, "We fear not Tory George and his war-torn army. We fear them not." To his overseer at Mount Vernon, Washington declared, "They are in possession of an island only. This is but a small step towards the conquest of this continent." Still, he quietly sent off his official papers in a large box, nailed up for safekeeping in Philadelphia. More orders flew into the field. Sentries were to watch for deserters. The works at Kingsbridge on Manhattan's northern tip needed to be strengthened. New Jersey militiamen were told to reinforce Greene's brigade on Long Island. And in this unsettled hour, Washington offered his men a glimpse inside his heart. The time is now near at hand which must probably determine whether Americans are to be freemen or slaves. The fate of unborn millions will now depend under God on the courage and conduct of this army. Let us therefore animate and encourage each other, and show the whole world that a freeman contending for liberty on his own ground is superior to any slavish mercenary on earth. Chapter 14. A Dog and a Dancing School. Charleston, South Carolina, June 1776. Charleston claimed to be the London of the Low Country, the richest, most sophisticated town in North America's richest colony. 8 of the 10 wealthiest men in America were said to be South Carolinians, and Charleston's collective worth was supposedly sixfold that of Philadelphia. Every tradesman is a merchant, every merchant is a gentleman, and every gentleman one of the noblesse, a local newspaper boasted. 3,000 broad-wheeled wagons a year rolled into the port with rice, indigo, and other exports. Its master shipwrights had long built sloops, schooners, and brigs for merchant houses in Europe and America. By the early summer of 1776, the town had grown to 12,000 residents, half white and free, half neither. Every farthing of Charleston's affluence derived from slavery, as plain as the blue-stained palms of the indigo pickers sold on the Custom House auction block, or the ships packed with shackled Gambians and Angolans at Fitzsimmons Wharf, or the pillory near Sobeat Lane, for Negroes, mulattoes, and mestizos, who are apt to be riotous and disorderly, according to a town ordinance. In recent years, rumors of war and then war itself had brought cucumber times, hardship and disquiet, to noblesse and chattel alike. But the town maintained a cosmopolitan swank. 3 theaters produced the likes of King Lear and John Dryden's All for Love. Music societies sponsored frequent concerts, and specialty shops sold toothpick cases, scented pomatum, gilt wallpaper, and Poland hair powder in violet musk or civet. Although plagued with malaria, yellow fever, and an infamous climate, in the spring a paradise, in the summer a hell, and in the autumn a hospital. Charleston countered with grace notes. Georgian brick homes wore iron balconies angled to catch the sea breeze, and the new exchange on the waterfront, among the handsomest public buildings in the colonies, featured Palladian windows, beveled Portland stone, and an octagonal cupola. The town's most singular landmark, St. Michael's Church, had taken 11 years to build, with Dutch tile in the vestibule. A Schnetzler organ and 6,000 cypress shingles lapped across the roof. 8 bells hung on oak frames in the loft, cast in London and weighing up to a ton each. They bore names like Seraphim, Gabriel, and Cherubim. The white steeple, soaring 186 feet above Meeting Street, was capped with a gilded vane emblematic of the Archangel's sword. It was the first thing mariners saw as they beat for Charleston Harbor. That steeple and a glint from the vane was the first thing General Henry Clinton saw at noon on Tuesday, June 4th, when the British squadron from North Carolina hove to at Charleston Bar, 6 miles southeast of the waterfront. Fighting the nausea that always distressed him at sea, Clinton stood at the taffrail of the transport Sovereign, admiring the emerald shoreline rimming the oblong bay. 50 vessels flying the King's colors now fill the anchorage after a final 8-furlong run this morning down the coast from Bull's Bay. Together they brandished nearly 300 guns and bore 2,500 soldiers and Marines, plus a couple thousand seamen. From Long Island, far to the right, to Lawford's Channel on Clinton's left, sailors and tenders and yawls from Delegate, St. Lawrence, Ranger, and the 20-gun Sphinx were busy sounding various shoals and laying buoys to mark the gaps. The 50-gun flagship Bristol swung at anchor a few cable lengths away. She carried not only the squadron's naval commander, Sir Peter Parker, but also General Charles Earl Cornwallis, my friend Lord Cornwallis, Clinton called him, and 3 floating governors, each driven by rebels from his terrestrial domain. Josiah Martin of North Carolina, William Campbell of South Carolina, and James Wright of Georgia. The Southern expedition, ill-conceived and star-crossed from its inception, now hoped to find coherence and good fortune in American waters. Clinton had waded through much of the spring at Cape Fear, slurping oysters, watching for whipping snakes, and sawing away on his precious fiddle. With North Carolina beyond redemption after the rebel victory at Moore's Creek, there was little he could do but fret about the unhealthy season approaching us with hasty strides. On April 18th, the first British transport from Cork appeared, just as we had given up all expectations of ever hearing from England or seeing anybody that came from that country, in the exasperated words of Clinton's secretary. In early May, 6 months after they were initially scheduled to leave Ireland, Parker and Cornwallis arrived with most of the battered squadron, fiddlers, ordnance ships, men of war, and more than a dozen transports, after a ghastly crossing that left his passengers very sickly and required quarantining half a dozen foot companies with various fevers. While the men recuperated and scouts tacked around Frying Pan Shoals to search for ships still missing, Clinton, Parker, and Cornwallis debated what to do next. As the senior commander, Clinton advocated abandoning the South in favor of a quick foray up the Chesapeake Bay before consolidating forces with Howe. No pinprick attacks in the Carolinas were likely to gain hearts and subdue minds. But after 4 months of silence from Howe, a dispatch from Halifax carried by the courier Nautilus brought little coherent guidance from the commander-in-chief. Howe wrote that he intended to make for New York, though he disclosed no timetable and implied no urgency in Clinton's return north. He did mention that Charleston was an object of importance to His Majesty's service, and Commodore Parker agreed. 2 men-of-war sent 150 miles down the coast to scout the South Carolina shoreline returned on May 26th to describe Charleston's defenses in an imperfect and unfinished state. Uncharacteristically tractable, Clinton had agreed to venture farther south, writing Howe that he intended only to put his troops on shore for a few days. As the squadron sortied from Cape Fear on a fair wind in late May, another belated dispatch arrived, this one from Lord Germain, who ordered the expedition to avoid great loss and to proceed immediately to New York if nothing could be soon effected that would be of great and essential service. Already under sail, beguiled by the hope of a cheap victory just over the horizon, Clinton, Parker, and Cornwallis concluded that pouncing on Charleston was precisely that great and essential service. They sailed on. Now, with Charleston sprawled before them in the distance, confusion, indecision, and tempestuous weather, hallmarks of the Southern expedition, again returned. As they drew near the town, Parker suggested quickly flinging troops onto the north end of Sullivan's Island, a 4-mile-long barrier spit outside the port. 3 small warships would provide covering fire while his frigates made diversionary noises farther south. Clinton bridled immediately, decrying such a hasty move as rash and absurd, and insisting that for any assault the fleet must give their great assistance in full measure. Clinton told Cornwallis that the army ought not attempt anything blindfolded. "I must reconnoiter the object before I attempt it." Shifting winds and heaving seas complicated both reconnaissance and the timing of the landings. The expedition's objective also remained inchoate. Capture Charleston? Blockade it? Burn it? Could South Carolina loyalists be inspirited without then leaving them in the lurch? Clinton would later assert that it never was my intention to attack the town without a moral certainty of rapid success. But certainty, moral or otherwise, seemed to recede with each passing hour. On Tuesday afternoon, Commodore Parker climbed down a ladder from Bristol's rocking deck and stepped into his barge. Now 55, his face carved by 1,000 gales, he had fought at sea in various scraps against the Spanish and French, with enough swashbuckling panache over nearly 4 decades to be knighted. This assault, on a feebly defended provincial town at the edge of the world, did not faze him. Bargemen leaned into their oars, sculling through the anchorage, and in a few minutes Parker stood in Clinton's cabin aboard Sovereign. The Royal Navy was prepared to give every assistance, the Commodore assured him, but there were several complications that required finesse. One of his 2 bomb ketches had been dismasted in the Bay of Biscay after leaving Cork, reducing by half the mortar firepower needed for a high-trajectory bombardment. 6 submerged passes traversed the Charleston bar, yet only 2 could accommodate, barely, deep-draft vessels. Bristol, for instance, drew 17 feet 6 inches. Even lightened with her guns temporarily removed, her keel would scrape sand. But Parker wanted those 50 cannons to reduce the enemy defenses. Neither the Commodore nor his officers knew the South Carolina seaboard intimately. A British map labeled the landmass beyond the coastal islands as simply the continent. Only 3 local pilots were willing to guide his frigates over the bar, and they disagreed about how to do so. Moreover, his shipmasters were still uncertain, once across, how many vessels the crucial anchorage at 5 Fathom Hole would accommodate, or whether inland waters were deep enough for his largest gunships to range rebel fortifications. These nautical puzzles could be solved, but it would take time, particularly given heavy seas or a deviant wind. Parker, this afternoon, would signal his captains that the men of war should prepare to cross the bar in a couple of days, weather permitting, and make such attacks as may be necessary to possess themselves of the harbor. In the meantime, would General Clinton consider moving to a cabin on the flagship for easier collaboration? Much of the planning and bickering, to date, had been by messenger and signal flag. Candid tete-a-tete exchanges would be simpler, surer. Bristol was crowded with governors, but a comfortable berth could certainly be found for the commanding general. Clinton politely declined, citing his chronic seasickness. My exceeding bad state of health at sea, he told Parker, would make it inconvenient for me at this time to move. While waiting for the Navy to position itself, he would further ponder a flanking attack from Long Island across Breach Inlet to Sullivan's Island, striking the American rear. He would also compose a proclamation, stern but merciful, to be carried ashore by a small boat under a white flag, advising the deluded people of the miseries ever attendant upon civil war. I do most earnestly entreat and exhort them to return to their duty to our common sovereign. No British gasconade was likely to cow Charleston, although the town had surely been stunned when a lookout cried, a fleet, ho!" The enemy squadron beyond the bar resembled a wilderness of ships, one South Carolinian wrote, hanging like snow-white clouds from the northeast sky. For several days the wildest confusion prevailed. Men sprinted about in search of horses, carriages, boats. Dispatch riders galloped up country to summon militiamen, who collided with women and children fleeing toward Goose Creek in their drays and jolt wagons. Public records were carted for safekeeping to Dorchester, 20 miles distant, and printing presses dismantled for reassembly inland. Bullet smelters pried a few more pounds of lead from sash cords and church window panes. Guards stood post on every road to discourage deserters. A recent law empowered any free white person to detain any soldier without a pass and to claim a reward. Charleston had long been the most heavily fortified city in America. The town sat on a peninsula formed by the confluence of two rivers, the Ashley and the Cooper, which provided natural moats on either flank. Millions of bricks had been laid in defensive work since the early 18th century, reinforced with tabby, a mortar made from crushed oyster shells, lime, sand, ash, and water. A brick wharf wall extended for half a mile along the waterfront, with several redans. In the past year, rumors of a British southern expedition and the obliteration of coastal towns like Falmouth and Norfolk had inspired more defenses, mostly constructed by slave gangs. Warehouses on the wharves were leveled for better fields of fire. Traverses and flèches sprouted in the streets. Heavy cannons were mounted along South Bay, East Bay, and James Island. A plan to obstruct two channels leading to the docks was scrapped when engineers concluded that more than 30 hulks would have to be sunk to blockade the harbor. Instead, channel markers were obliterated and more guns positioned. Thousands of palm trees, sabal palmetto, were felled. Palmettos had long been used against sea erosion, but no one was certain if the spongy trunks could stop a 32-pound cannonball. Building log barricades of sabal palmetto was an act of faith, if not desperation. Two sand caves a mile and a half apart bracketed the harbor entrance, Sullivan's Island to the northeast and Morris Island to the southeast. Because of the lower middle ground, a wide obstructive shoal where one day Fort Sumter would be built, ships making for the Charleston waterfront had to tack close to Sullivan's Island. And here, for months, the Americans had been raising their most ambitious works. An Arcadian preserve of pelicans and porpoises, Sullivan's had also served as the reception station for nearly 100,000 slaves after the passage from Africa. Now, some of those slaves and their descendants were toiling on rustic Fort Sullivan, ferrying thousands of palmetto logs from the mainland, then stacking them into two parallel walls along each face of the square fort, secured with yellow pine dovetails. Sand filled the 16-foot gaps between the rampart walls, which rose 7 feet and were crowned by a parapet of 2-inch oak planks, with sniper loopholes and platforms on brick pillars. The works were sturdy enough to support 31 cannons, confiscated British 18-pounders and French 26-pounders, taken from a captured ship in the last war. A blue flag with a white crescent and the word Liberty flew above the southeast bastion. Gorgeous detailed maps later printed and sold in England depicted Fort Sullivan as a great crenellated fortress like Windsor Castle or the Tower of London, rather than the homely palmetto pen roughly an acre in size that remained unfinished when the British squadron assembled at Charleston Bar. Though large enough to hold 1,000 defenders, the garrison numbered less than half that and was commanded by militia colonel William Moultrie. A planter politician who had fought Cherokees on the western frontier, Moultrie at 45 was thick-set and ruddy, with high cheekbones and a receding gray hairline. "When the enemy shall come within the reach of your guns," he told subordinates, "you are to distress them in every shape to the utmost of your powers. To hold the vulnerable northern end of Sullivan's Island against possible British flankers, 800 defenders dug in with 2 cannons, although few of the gunners had ever fired a weapon larger than a rifle. Under Colonel William Thompson, another Cherokee fighting planter, whose nickname was Old Danger. Colonel Thompson, considered the best shot in South Carolina, arranged his men among the dunes and myrtles overlooking Breach Inlet, and, a mile distant, Long Island. Like their two colonels, many South Carolina militiamen had been blooded in brutal combat against the Indians. Some had also fought in a recent campaign against backcountry loyalists, who'd been forced to disarm and sign loyalty pledges, or flee to British refuges in Florida. But for decades, South Carolina's militia had been designed primarily to suppress slave revolts. After the bloody Stono Uprising of 1739 left scores of blacks and whites dead, white men were required to carry weapons to church on Sunday, and plantations had to employ at least one white for every 10 blacks in servitude. Slaves now outnumbered whites in South Carolina, 104,000 to 70,000, despite efforts to curb chattel imports, and the vast majority lived in the low country along the Atlantic seaboard. British encouragement of slave defections and the emancipatory antics of Governor Dunmore in Virginia had sparked hysteria in South Carolina. It was said that King George had promised every slave who murdered a master the right to keep his plantation. When a new royal governor arrived in Charleston in the summer of 1775, it was also said that he brought 14,000 guns to distribute among slaves and Indians. In fact, Lord William Campbell's baggage included nothing more lethal than 2 mahogany 4-poster beds, a harpsichord, and 35 volumes of Voltaire. Still, Henry Lawrence, who would succeed Hancock as president of the Continental Congress and whose career as a merchant prince in South Carolina included handling the sale of more than 10,000 plantation slaves, insisted that a bondsman revolt was among Britain's dark, hellish plots for subjugating the colonies. "We cannot be too watchful," another Charleston resident wrote. "Our Negroes have all high notions of their liberty." 2 recent episodes in particular reveal the town's febrile state. Shortly after Campbell's arrival, a harbor pilot named Thomas Jerry Jeremiah, among the few free blacks in Charleston, was unjustly convicted of treason and hanged outside the workhouse. Jerry was a forward fellow, puffed up by prosperity, Lawrence explained, grown to an amazing pitch of vanity and ambition, and withal a very silly coxcomb. Governor Campbell, a former naval officer, had a different view. "The man was murdered, I can call it nothing else," and fled in the night to sanctuary on a Royal Navy sloop, rather than risk a similar end. The second incident had occurred in mid-December after several hundred fugitive slaves sheltered on Sullivan's Island in hopes of gaining passage aboard British vessels. South Carolina militiamen attacked with Catawba Indian allies, killing an estimated 50 blacks, capturing others, and scattering the rest. South Carolina law now made it a capital crime for slaves to seek sanctuary with the enemy. Anyone encouraging chattel to abscond would also be executed without the benefit of clergy. On Saturday, June 8th, as several British warships eased across the bar and reconvened in 5 Fathom Hole, Major General Charles Lee cantered into Charleston with a pack of yapping dogs at his heels and 2,000 Continental soldiers from Virginia and North Carolina close behind. Sent by Congress as commander of the newly created Southern Department, Lee, now 44, was deemed the first officer in military knowledge and experience in Washington's recent assessment, although rather fickle and violent, I fear, in his temper. Lee intended to prove the commander-in-chief correct on all counts. No more flamboyant figure ever served the American cause in uniform, whether he was wearing his hussar's black dress garnished with a fox pelt and gold-inlaid steel pistols, or his green Sherry Valleys with leather stripes and buttoned seams, or his Polish general's costume, bone-white, faced in blue, and adorned with the red ribbon and enameled star of the Order of St. Stanislaus. So slender that he seemed to lack shoulders, he had a receding chin, high forehead, tiny hands, and small, deep-set eyes. To call Lee homely was to insult homely men. "His nose is so large," a German officer wrote, "that its shadow darkens the other half of his face." Despite the fancy uniforms, he was habitually unkempt and reputedly owned but 3 shirts, each in such disrepair that he'd named them Rag, Tag, and Bobtail. The dogs trailed him everywhere, including a favorite Pomeranian called Spada, Italian for sword, who sometimes sat with him at table, where they communed in what he called the language of dogism. "He is a queer creature," John Adams had written of Lee, "but you must love his dogs if you love him, and forgive 1,000 whims for the sake of the scholar and soldier." When this letter was published after interception by the British, Lee assured Adams that he considered the reputation of being whimsical and eccentric, rather as panegyric, and my love of dogs passes with me as a still higher compliment. Besides, he added, I must have some object to embrace. He could be a lively if garrulous conversationalist, schooled in Shakespeare and languages, and given to vivid invective, as in his description of one former commander as a blockhead, so far sunk in idiotism as to be obliged to wear bib and bells. His habit of carrying Thucydides in the original Greek burnished his image as a military thinker. If learned, judicious, and penetrating, as a Boston admirer asserted, he was also restless, impulsive, and something of a poser. One early biographer called him a radical free thinker of the unripe, acrid sort, while another wrote that he took all the liberties of an insolent servant, eager, fickle, and violent in spirit. Without question, he bore prejudices against Irishmen, Baptists, Presbyterians, and George III, and he relished his image as an astringent misanthrope. The strongest proof of a good heart, he said, is to love dogs and dislike mankind. Lee was the sort who accumulated nicknames and epithets, from Indians, Boiling Water, and Loyalists, Liberty Boy, and from former comrades in the British officer corps, Rebel Lee. He was also Mad Lee, a querulous clown, a furious upstart hero, and most unkindly, Naso. General Burgoyne told Lord North, with some insight, the foundation of his apostasy I believe to be resentment. All in all, Lee was said to be a man who thunders, lightnings, opens graves, and roars. That such a boiling, rebellious, beaky grave opener had become Washington's most senior lieutenant reflected both Lee's credentials and the fluidity of high command in the young American Army. The son of a British colonel, Lee was commissioned in his father's regiment at age 14, sailed to America to fight the French, survived a gunshot to the chest that shattered 2 ribs at Fort Carillon, and found time to take a Mohawk wife, a chief's daughter who bore him twin sons. He never saw that family again after his unit left New York, and he never married conventionally. Lee later served in Portugal under Burgoyne, winning plaudits for an intrepid raid across the Tagus River to strike his Spanish foes from the rear. But the peace that followed the 7 Years' War left him bored and jaded. Reduced by his army to half-pay purgatory, he spent most of the next 8 years as an itinerant soldier of fortune in Europe, a vagabond in his description, frequenting spas in Hungary, Italy, and Switzerland between campaigns, and earning enough gratitude from the King of Poland to become a Polish army major general, sporting that Stanislaus star. Bouncing about in late 1773, he bounced to America. He toured the colonies for months, extolling what he called the last asylum of liberty. The circle of admirers grew ever wider for this witty, unorthodox warrior, who quoted Locke and Rousseau, reputedly sat his horse as if he had often ridden at fox hunts in England, and spoke with authority about redans, redoubts, ravelins, and counterscarps. One newspaper declared him to be among the greatest military characters of the present age. He built a literary name by publishing a widely read rebuttal to a Tory pamphlet, telling Americans what they longed to hear, that the empire was not invincible, that colonial militias contained excellent materials, and that yeomen protecting their homes and their liberty could outfight British regulars. Lee, more than most, could see the American clay grown tall. With his lacerating wit and intemperate opinions, he would call the king a damned perfidious tyrant who should be dethroned if not beheaded. He explained himself by claiming to be extremely democratical. John Adams and other radicals adored him, and when war flared in New England, Congress offered him a major generalship and subsequently agreed to indemnify him for losses up to £11,000 if the Crown confiscated his estates. Lee resigned his British commission, renounced his half-pay in the most public and solemn manner, then rode to Cambridge at Washington's elbow. His tactical and engineering experience proved valuable during the siege of Boston. General Greene praised his genius and learning. 2 weeks older than Washington, Lee presumed a familiarity that other senior officers avoided, calling him "my dear General" rather than "Your Excellency." For his erstwhile British comrades, he was a marked man. There is not a soldier or officer in the garrison, and especially in his old regiment, but would be happy to get a shot at him, one regular officer had written from Boston. Dispatched to New York in February 1776 to put that city in the best posture of defense, he was so crippled by gout that he had to be carried into the city on a litter, a most ridiculous figure by his own admission. The wine cellar Lee left behind in Cambridge was sold to settle the debts he also left. 2 weeks later, Congress told him to take command of the faltering expedition in Canada. "I am the only general officer on the continent who can speak and think in French," he told Washington, then abruptly rescinded the directive and ordered him south instead. South he skittered in his whirlwind fashion, first to Baltimore, then to Virginia for 6 weeks with his dogs, his gaudy sherry valleys, and his draconian military philosophy. He had proposed arresting every governor, government man, placeman, Tory, and enemy to liberty on the continent, asking, "Are we at war, or are we not? Are we not at war with the king?" When told of a shortage of horses to reposition field guns, he reportedly snapped, "Chain 20 damn Tories to each gun." In Virginia, he jailed unrepentant loyalists, confiscated their livestock and slaves, burned a few houses in hopes of intimidating the neighborhood, and proposed seizing women and children as hostages for the good behavior of the husbands and fathers. His methods, he conceded, were not quite consistent with the regular mode of proceeding. For all his scorched earth swagger, British naval mobility confounded him, as it was confounding Washington in New York. An enemy fleet could pounce on Virginia, then shift to the Carolinas or the Chesapeake, and just as quickly return to Virginia. Perhaps, inevitably, he used a canine metaphor in writing to the commander-in-chief. "I am like a dog in a dancing school. I know not where to turn myself, where to fix myself. The uncertainty of the enemy's designs and motions, who can fly in an instant to any spot they choose with their canvas wings, throw me, or would throw Julius Caesar, into this inevitable dilemma. I can only act from surmise, and have a very good chance of surmising wrong." He closed with an apology. "You will excuse, my dear General, the blots and scratches of this letter." Now he was squinting at those canvas wings, 50 sets of them in 5-fathom hole in the adjacent anchorages. With the help of accurate intelligence, including intercepted dispatches from Germain, he had surmised correctly. General Clinton and his comrades intended malice against Charleston. To save the town, the colony, and perhaps the South, Lee had 6,500 troops, about half of them Continentals. Wearing a blue sash as his badge of rank and given command over Colonels Moultrie, Thompson, and their militias, he dashed about by boat and on horseback, with 3 aides-de-camp, a secretary, and Spada. He personally drafted the schedule for sentries making their rounds 5 times each night in Charleston, and inspected every gun position, including one designed by the colony's senior judge. "He may be a very good Chief Justice," Lee sniffed, "but he is a damn bad engineer." He reinforced fortifications behind Sullivan's Island by positioning 1,500 Continentals on the mainland at Hadrill's Point. Condemned his riflemen for their childish, vicious, and scandalous practice of taking pot shots at a most preposterous distance. Moved Thompson's guns back from the water's edge for greater security, and given acute gunpowder shortages, imposed an eternal rule that no cannons were to be fired at ranges greater than 400 yards. He knew General Clinton to be a damn fool, he assured his men, and would challenge him to a duel if the British did not attack soon. His demand that white men do manual labor, usually consigned to slaves, offended some in Charleston, and his caustic manner ruffled others. Lee might be a strange animal, one South Carolina officer concluded, but we must put up with 10,000 oddities in him on account of his abilities and his attachment to the rights of humanity. Nothing worried Lee more than the vulnerability of Fort Sullivan, which he considered a flimsy palmetto slaughter pen for its defenders. "I never could understand on what principle Sullivan's Island was first taken possession of and fortified," he told John Rutledge, the newly elected president of South Carolina. He ordered construction of screens, breastworks, traverses, and an escape bridge built of empty hogsheads across the cove, an inlet that separated the island from the mainland. "Sir, when those ships come to lay alongside of your fort," he warned Moultrie, "they will knock it down in half an hour." He also had doubts about Moultrie himself. "For heaven's sake, sir," Lee told him, "everybody is well persuaded of your spirit and zeal, but they accuse you of being too easy in command. There is not a greater vice." Privately, Rutledge advised Moultrie, "General Lee wishes you to evacuate the fort. You will not without an order from me. I will sooner cut off my hand than write one." Unaware of this secret directive, Lee apologized for his incessant nattering in didactic style, then nattered some more. Moultrie took no offense. His coming among us was equal to a reinforcement of 1,000 men, he later wrote of Lee. He taught us to think lightly of the enemy and gave a spur to all our actions. If the Americans faced mortal peril in Charleston, the British encountered their own hazards. Getting the ships across the bar and into position was difficult enough, requiring calm seas and precise navigation. Commodore Parker nudged his frigates and transports over one by one, each to cheers from the squadron. But the Victualler Prince of Piedmont grounded, bilged, and broke into flinders on North Breaker. Treacherous winds also pushed a schooner aground near the Charleston Light, where rebel buccaneers promptly made her their own. 80 pigs of iron ballast were shifted into the forward hold of the man-of-war Active to even her keel for the short passage into 5-fathom hole. But the largest vessels required even greater pains. Sailors took several days to hoist the 50 guns from Bristol with block and tackle, lighter them inshore, then reassemble the frigate after she squeezed across the sandy bar during high water. More cheers followed. As Parker struggled with his ships, 500 regulars landed on the northeast shoulder of Long Island, pitching camp and ferrying supplies ashore through the thundering surf. This, Clinton had concluded, was the properest place to stage his attack on Sullivan's Island. It had been confidently reported by the pilots, he wrote, that at ebb tide the two islands were joined by a ford passable on foot across Breach Inlet. Once the rebel defenses at Fort Sullivan were overrun, Charleston would be exposed to assault. On June 14th, Clinton and Cornwallis joined the Long Island camp, followed the next day by soldiers from 5 troop transports. 3 more days would be needed until nightfall on June 18th to land nearly 3,000 men and 10 guns through squalls and a high swell from the Atlantic Fetch. "There is nothing that grows upon this island," a regular wrote his brother, "it being a mere sandbank and a few bushes, which harbor millions of mosquitoes, a greater plague than there can be in hell itself." Troops killed a 9-foot alligator after it attacked a comrade. An officer told his sister, "Broiled salt pork for breakfast, boiled salt pork for dinner, cold salt pork for supper." Even salt beef is now become an object of luxury. And then calamity. A closer inspection of Breach Inlet revealed a channel that even at low water was 100 yards wide and 7 feet deep, not the 18 inches Clinton expected. Officers waded up to their nostrils, scuffing for a ford that was not there. Easterly winds had piled up the tide, making the inlet deeper than usual and compounding apparent errors in charting the watercourse. "So much was the general prepossessed with the idea of this infernal ford," wrote Captain James Murray of the 57th Foot, a baronet and future general, that several days and nights were spent in search of it. Pilot boats sounded adjacent creeks and salt marshes with lead lines as rebel rifle fire cracked overhead. Clinton himself spent at least 3 nights reconnoitering those infernal bogs, as he put it, returning to camp each dawn wet and miry. To his unspeakable mortification and disappointment, he sent word to Bristol. The army could do little more than conduct a demonstration against Sullivan's Island in hopes of distracting rebel defenders. No landing on the mainland was feasible because of impenetrable swamps, and while the inlet was too deep to wade, it was too shallow for any man of war to provide gunfire support. The squadron had brought 15 flat-bottomed assault boats, but they could transport less than a quarter of Clinton's force at one time to Sullivan's Island, and would then land through treacherous surf in face of an entrenchment well lined with musketry. Such a fragmented attack without adequate firepower would easily be defeated in detail. Clinton believed that Colonel Thompson might have several thousand men at the north end of the island, and a brigade of Continentals also waited to counterattack from Hadrill's Point. "Time is precious," he added. "I heartily wish our business was done and we were on our way to the north." To Germain he also explained that no amphibious assault would be possible without a manifest sacrifice. If astonished and dismayed by this news, Parker was reluctant to concede defeat. The honor of the Royal Navy was at stake, even if the army had been neutralized. He believed that the rebels would crumple under a bombardment unlike anything ever imagined in these precincts. No doubt Clinton was correct that there was no time to lose. Navy crews had lived on 2/3 rations for a month and had not eaten fresh meat since North Carolina. Some sailors were already too weak to man their battle stations. Volunteers from the transports were recruited for duty aboard the men of war. Bad water and the broiling sun made conditions even worse on Long Island. Not only was the suffocating heat the most insufferable I ever felt, a surgeon told his diary, but the cay was infested with spiders, their bodies as large as my coat button. Confusion between the Army and Navy grew day by day, aggravated by the lack of personal contact between commanders. Parker notified Clinton of his intent to attack on June 21st and subsequently sent a convoluted list of signals to be hoisted from Bristol's fore topgallant masthead. Red and white flags, blue flags pierced with white, flags striped red, white, and blue, Union Jacks. The Army requested a delay. Clinton then proposed Sunday, June 23rd. Parker agreed, writing that he looked forward to the honor of taking you by the hand on Sullivan's Island and congratulating you on the success of His Majesty's armies by land and sea. The attack was fixed for 1 p.m., but by 11 on Sunday morning, the flattering wind needed to position the bombardment vessels adjacent to Fort Sullivan had failed. Another postponement followed. Neither commander was certain of the other's intentions. "I am not master of the extent of your plan," Parker wrote Clinton on June 25th, "or informed of the intelligence you have had and the observations you have made." Clinton began to pencil an answer on the back of the Commodore's note, not having candle, pen, ink, or paper, then gave the courier an oral reply instead. He and Cornwallis hoped to attack Hadrill's Point. Covering fire from the frigates would be welcome. He had little intelligence, since no American deserter had absconded in 3 weeks. But without doubt the rebels were everywhere entrenching themselves in the strongest manner. Rumors circulated within the squadron that no quarter would be afforded the Americans once the attack commenced, and that a 5,000-pound reward was offered for General Lee's head. Such sanguinary threats might once have unsettled the defenders, but not now. "The longer we are kept in the face of the enemy," a militia major wrote, "the less we dread fighting them." On Friday morning, June 28th, Colonel Moultrie rode northeast under a molten sun through the myrtles and live oaks to inspect old Danger Thompson's entrenchments at Breach Inlet. Stiff with gout, sweat beading across his florid face, Moultrie wore a blue coat trimmed in scarlet, white breeches, and a black feather in his cap. In recent days, General Lee had again chided him about discipline, about the rickety unfinished bridge across the cove, about promiscuous shooting, about this, about that. Moultrie had taken the censure in stride. Staying busy helped fend off the grief he felt over his wife's death the previous winter. But he shared Lee's worries about ammunition shortages. With barely 2 tons of powder in his magazine, Moultrie calculated that his guns could fire no more than 26 rounds apiece, with enough pinches left to make 20 firelock cartridges for each defender. As his horse trotted up to the inlet at 9:30, Moultrie spied a small flotilla of boats carrying redcoats down Hamlin Creek, between the western shore of Long Island and the mainland. No sooner had he asked Old Danger his opinion of this apparition than a shrill cry from a lookout in the dunes warned that British men of war in 5-fathom hole had loosened their topsails and were inbound on the rising tide. Moultrie yanked his mount around and pounded the 3 miles back to Fort Sullivan, shouting for his drummer to beat the long roll, summoning the garrison to their battle posts. The bomb ketch Thunder was the first to fire from 2,600 yards southwest of the fort. A 13-inch mortar shell traced a perfect arc across the summer sky before falling short with a frothy splash. More shells followed, again plumping the sea or bursting in midair in a brilliant spray of orange sparks. Gunners added powder and soon ranged the fort, but a shell that squarely struck the American magazine failed to detonate. Others were smothered by the soft sand. The only reported rebel casualties from mortar fragments included 1 man lightly wounded and 3 ducks, 2 geese, and a turkey slain. After 60 booming rounds, Thunder fell silent. The concussion had opened her seams, and crewmen would spend the afternoon bailing and caulking. Under Commodore Parker's battle plan, 4 frigates were to deliver the main bombardment: Bristol and Experiment, mounting 50 guns apiece, and Active and Solebay, each with 28. As instructed, the men of war glided into position at precise points opposite the fort's long curtain and the east and west bastions. Local pilots had assured Parker that his ships could close to within 70 yards of the parapets, near enough to rake the defenders with grape shot and for Marine marksmen firing from his tops to drive rebel cannoneers off their guns. But to Parker's incredulity, pilots now studying the riffles and water tints refused to move the larger men of war closer than 500 yards, even at flood tide, and would nudge the smaller vessels only slightly nearer. Whether immobilized by fear, ignorance or duplicity was never certain. After snarled threats and abject pleas, the Commodore reluctantly signaled for each ship to drop anchor. Sailors bounded across the decks, fixing spring lines to the cables for slewing the guns into position, then opened fire. The fleet was an eternal sheet of fire and smoke, Captain Murray of the 57th Foot wrote from Long Island. When for 4 hours the fire grew every moment hotter and hotter, we were lost in wonder and astonishment. Nimble jack-tars sponged, loaded, and ran their pieces forward, fingers plugging ears as a shouted command brought another monstrous roar and more flame spurting from the muzzles. Concussion ghosts rippled trouser legs across the gun decks. The weight of metal from each broadside was fearsome. Swarming balls flew in black flocks across the beach, smacking the merlons and bastions with enough thudding violence to make the palmetto walls tremble. 3 rebel gunners, serving an 18-pounder near the flagstaff, died with little more than a strangled gasp of astonishment when a British ball blew through an embrasure. The splinter from the handspike wounded a lieutenant in the cheek. Elsewhere on the battlements, the corpse of Corporal Samuel Yarbury, newly slain, was rolled into the sand and out of the way. A mortally wounded sergeant murmured, "I'm just expiring," and as he was dragged from the blood-slick gun platform, a comrade yelled, "Revenge this brave man's death!" General Lee had spent the morning in Charleston, where news of the British sortie brought thousands flocking to the rooftops and church steeples, craning their necks for a glimpse of the enemy canvas far down the harbor. Lee galloped to Hadrill's Point, gaping offshore at the most furious fire I ever saw or heard. Commandeering a jolly boat, he made for Sullivan's Island, but tide and wind confronted him. The boat went nowhere. Forced to direct his defenses from the mainland, Lee sent an aide by canoe to tell Moultrie that should he run out of ammunition, spike your guns and retreat with all order possible. Moultrie had no intention of spiking his guns, retreating, or losing the battle. Sable palmetto trunks embedded in deep sand proved pliable and sturdy enough, absorbing iron balls like a sponge. Rebel gun crews had opened their own deliberate fire even before the frigates finished setting their springs. The fort fired very brisk whilst we were placing the ship, Bristol's log recorded. Shouted orders carried down the bastions. Mind the Commodore, mind the 2 50-gun ships, along with a gratifying sound few Americans had ever heard, the crash of rebel cannonballs splintering English oak. Gray gun smoke draped the fort. Moultrie puffed his pipe, pointing out targets and demanding that every shot hit home. Stripped to their shirt sleeves, faces begrimed with powder, the men passed fire buckets of grog from hand to hand along the platforms. They drank and drew aim, more confident with each shot that the day was going their way, that brave men now dead would indeed be revenged. General Clinton soon recognized that the day, like the month and the season, was not going his way. As part of his promised diversion for Parker, he had launched the flat-bottomed flotilla seen by Moultrie that morning on Hamlin Creek. Led by a sloop and an armed schooner, the Lady Williams, the boats drew close enough to Sullivan's Island to pepper Thompson's breastworks with gunfire as cheering regulars on the southern tip of Long Island pressed toward Breach Inlet. But the rising tide forced Clinton to retract gun crews shooting across the inlet from an exposed oyster bank redoubt, and scorching fire from Thompson's riflemen and an 18-pounder firing grape shot soon swept the decks of Lady Williams and her sloop consort. Every ball took fatal effect, a South Carolina militiaman boasted. Their numbers diminished very fast. The 2 larger vessels briefly ran aground in shoal water, then scraped free and fled back up Hamlin Creek faster than they advanced, a witness recorded. The flatboats trailed close behind like anxious ducklings. It is impossible to conceive with what eagerness and satisfaction every soldier had stepped into the boats, Captain Murray wrote, equaled by nothing but the marks of vexation and disappointment which appeared upon our return to the camp. Clinton tried several more sorties during the afternoon, to no avail. Lee sent 700 Virginia Continentals to reinforce Thompson, doubling his firepower. The fire taught the enemy to lie closer behind their bank of oyster shells, observed Morgan Brown, a young North Carolinian. The unstitching of the British assault continued at the other end of Sullivan's Island. Parker had ordered 3 frigates, Acton, Sphinx, and Siren, to swing toward Rebellion Road, the anchorage within Charleston Harbor. They were to enfilade the rebel fort with crossfire, protect the bombardment force from fire drafts, disrupt Moultrie's retreat over the cove to the continent, and support any of Clinton's regulars who ventured toward Hadrill's Point. But pilots on the warships, again through error or cousinage, held course too far west, and all three abruptly stuck fast on the lower middle ground, the Sumter Shoal. Sphinx and Siren wrenched loose by mid-afternoon, the former without her bowsprit and some rigging, the latter missing a kedge anchor and 2 hawsers. But the 28-gun Actaeon, among the Royal Navy's newest, prettiest men of war, was wedged tight in the sand, despite heroic efforts by the crew to warp free. Her captain, Christopher Atkins, had vowed upon leaving England to give those fantastic scoundrels a good banging who have dared to treat the mother country with impunity and ingratitude. Now Captain Atkins faced his own banging. At 3 p.m., Moultrie ordered his guns silenced after hearing that Clinton had landed between Fort Sullivan and Thompson's outpost. For 90 minutes, until the report was disproved, all powder was reserved for the infantry to contest an enemy beachhead. Scores of frigate balls smacked the palmetto curtain and bastions unanswered, including one that snapped the flagstaff and brought down the garrison colors. "The Yankees have done fighting," a British sailor bellowed. Not yet. Sergeant William Jasper cut the blue flag from the broken pole, lashed the banner to a gunner's sponge staff, and planted it in the sand with a wave of his hat. At 4:30 p.m., the American guns erupted again, at a slower tempo but with better effect, since the clearing smoke allowed a sharper view of the targets. Good shooting and luck parted the cables on both Bristol and Active, causing the frigate's sterns to swing toward the fort. A renewed cry, "Fire at the Commodore!" echoed along the parapet. "The enemy raked us very much," Bristol's log noted. "The enemy's shot went through and through us. The flagship was struck fore and aft," a British surgeon added. "Twice the quarterdeck was cleared of every person except Sir Peter." The crack of splintering English oak again carried across the water, along with the screeching of wounded sailors. Lee finally arrived at Fort Sullivan late in the afternoon to find the defenders determined and cool to the last degree. Moultrie and his officers politely laid aside their pipes, answered his questions, requested more powder, and returned to the battle. "Colonel," Lee told Moultrie, "I see you are doing very well here, and you have no occasion for me." Describing the garrison in a note to Washington, Lee wrote, "Upon the whole, they acted like Romans in the 3rd century. 700 pounds of extra powder were lighted across the cove with a note to Moultrie from John Rutledge. Do not make too free with your cannon. Cool and do mischief." Mischief was done, as no man could attest better than Commodore Parker. Although he would describe the battle as by far the grandest sight I ever beheld, by early evening all hope for a British victory had vanished. His frigates would fire some 7,000 rounds and burn more than 12 tons of powder, 220 barrels between Bristol and Experiment alone, compared to 960 shot and 4,766 rounds for the Americans. Yet overwhelmingly the damage had fallen hardest on the King's ships. Experiment was so riddled that several gun ports had merged into one jagged hole. Her log noted, "Topsails shot to pieces, main topsail yard much wounded, courses shot to pieces." 23 men were dead and 56 wounded, including the captain, who lost his left arm. Sailors washed blood and brains from the lower decks. Bristol, struck 70 times, suffered worse yet. 3 rebel balls were embedded in her mainmast, and more in the mizzenmast. The former was shortened 22 feet by carpenters, the latter cut away completely. "We are in a shattered condition," an officer wrote. "No slaughterhouse could present so bad a sight, with blood and entrails lying about as our ship did." Every man serving on the quarterdeck was killed or wounded. Among the 111 casualties throughout the ship, 40 of them dead. When a young officer urged Parker to take cover, he answered from the poop ladder, "You want to get rid of me, do you?" He would acknowledge to the Admiralty's suffering several contusions at different times. In fact, an exploding shell wounded him in the knee and thigh, blew away his breeches, and left him able to walk only with support from 2 sailors. Governor Campbell, who volunteered to fight on the lower gun deck as if he were again a midshipman, took a painful splinter in the left side that would contribute to his death in England 2 years later at age 48. Bristol's Captain John Morris was wounded 4 times, but left his post only when chain shot mangled his right forearm. Helped below decks for amputation above the elbow, he was on the surgeon's table when a cannonball smashed into the cockpit, killing 2 medicos and wounding the purser. Morris had himself carried back to the quarterdeck only to be hit again, mortally, in the torso. A prodigious effusion of blood followed, a witness reported. In one of those dying epigrams for which British sea dogs were justly acclaimed, Morris said of his family, "I leave them to the providence of God and the generosity of my country." At 9 p.m., with June's long light fading, his ammunition dwindling, the tide ebbing, and fragments of his ships floating into Charleston Harbor for retrieval by rebel souvenir hunters, Parker signaled for the squadron to withdraw to their earlier moorings in 5 Fathom Hole. Actaeon, marooned and canting on her sandbar, was beyond salvage. Captain Atkins received permission from Parker to abandon ship, climbed into his yawl with the crew early Saturday morning, and set the frigate ablaze, her colors still flying. Watching this humiliation was Lieutenant Jacob Milligan, a rebel naval officer who led 3 longboats out to the burning frigate in time to fire several of her guns at Bristol as she hobbled into the 5 Fathom anchorage. Milligan and his men then snatched Actaeon's bell and spare sails before sculling back to Sullivan's Island, with the captured ensign flying upside down from the prow of the lead American boat. Half an hour later, Actaeon exploded in a cascade of oak planks and charred cordage. She burned to the waterline, and the rising pillar of smoke was said by some imaginative South Carolinians to resemble a palmetto tree. "We never had such a drubbing in our lives," a Royal Navy sailor wrote. British battle casualties exceeded 200, including men wrecked beyond repair. Numbers die daily of their wounds, a regular wrote his brother in July. Damage to British morale was also devastating. The miscarriage, one of Clinton's officers conceded, has greatly disheartened our troops. For the Americans, losses from the 10-hour bombardment totaled 26 wounded and 12 killed. The dead included a lieutenant's slave boy. Triumphant defenders at Fort Sullivan could be seen strutting like crows in a gutter, Lee reported. He sent Moultrie's men a hogshead of Antiguan rum as a congratulatory token, and was effusive in his praise of South Carolina's militia even as he strutted a bit himself. "It would take a volume to tell you how many clever things were said of you," the physician and Congressman Benjamin Rush would write Lee from Philadelphia. "It has given a wonderful turn to our affairs. Glorious news from South Carolina," a headline in the Virginia Gazette proclaimed. "Huzzah! Victory at Sullivan's Island was a welcome antidote to the disconsolate news from Canada." It further diminished the Loyalists, proved the Royal Navy vulnerable, thwarted British ambitions in the South, and boldly punctuated the new assertions of independence emanating from Philadelphia. Reports of Parker's shredded breeches provoked a savage snatch of doggerel. "If honor in the breach is lodged, it may from thence be fairly judged. Sir Peter's honor's gone." One brief battle would hardly defeat the Royal Navy or deflect the Empire's determination to remain intact. It was proverbial in war, Lee warned the garrison, that we are never in so great danger as when success makes us confident. To General Clinton, he sent hampers of fruit and fresh vegetables, which perhaps in your situation are not easily procured. Clinton reciprocated with English cheese and a cask of porter, addressed to Charles Lee, Esquire, Major General in the service of His Polish Majesty. Lee believed, as he wrote Washington, that the dilatoriness and stupidity of the enemy saved us. Had Shoalwater not snagged 3 flanking frigates, Fort Sullivan would surely have come in for a dreadful battering. British officers grappled for their own explanations. Captain Lord Rawdon, the Deputy Adjutant General, concluded that a long train of little accidents has entirely frustrated every purpose of this expedition. Many were convinced, as Captain Murray wrote, that misreading the depth of Breach Inlet was the fatal source of all our misfortunes. Yet even had the shallow ford existed, regulars would have been forced to wade across a broad swath of exposed water against entrenched defenders. Miscalculation and misjudgment marred the expedition from conception to conclusion, including Clinton's docile agreement at Cape Fear to swing toward Charleston against his better instincts. This will not be believed when it is first reported in England, one observer in South Carolina predicted. Both Parker and Clinton hurriedly wrote their respective dispatches, the better to influence what London might believe. The Commodore's account to the Admiralty evinced equanimity while omitting Clinton's offer of a diversionary attack and other salient details. If the troops would have cooperated on this attack, His Majesty would have been in possession of Sullivan's Island, he wrote. But I was satisfied that the landing was impracticable. and would have resulted in the destruction of many brave men without the least probability of success. Clinton's version went on for 8 pages in his tidy, nearly indecipherable hand, the runic words canting to the right as if into a headwind. He blamed Howe, Parker, and the gods of fortune and misfortune. His private secretary carried the narrative to Lords North and Germain, and thence, no doubt, to the king, who concluded that the assault on Charleston had by no means proved dishonorable, although perhaps I should have been as well pleased if it had not been attempted. Ever willing to castigate others to avoid self-reproach, Clinton would hold grudges against both Parker for wanton injustice and Germain, whose brief statement in the official Gazette implied a lack of initiative by the army at Breach Inlet. An inveterate brooder, Clinton now had more to brood about. "It is your fate, my dear friend," Captain Sir John Jervis, a future First Lord of the Admiralty, advised him, "to have your conduct left to the misapprobation of the public." Meanwhile, Clinton urged Parker to lose no time in conveying the troops under my command to William Howe. High summer was upon them, the devil's own climate, as a Navy letter writer observed. "The scurvy begins to make havoc among our little fleet and army. Contrary winds made havoc too, and difficulty in filling water casks, and delays in re-embarking the troops. Bristol and Experiment were so injured that only deft seamanship coaxed them over the bar again and into open water. One final indignity befell the expedition when the Glasgow packet ran aground and began leaking badly. American marauders aboard a 10-gun row galley attacked with a fusillade of grape and round shot. The British tossed their small arms overboard and surrendered, 30 officers and men from the ship's company, plus 50 Highland regulars. Rebels burned the boat. In What a Chaos Are We Embarked, Horace Walpole would write after learning details of the Charleston fiasco. 3 weeks passed before the expedition collected itself. Then at first light on July 21st, the squadron stood out to sea, steering north by northeast. Many comrades remained behind in watery graves, sewn into canvas shrouds, dead-weighted with iron shot. The Americans had demonstrated that they were trained to stratagem and enterprise, Clinton grudgingly acknowledged. They knew every trick of chicane. Yet the expedition sailed off with several convictions oddly intact, including the certainty that a faithful multitude of Southern loyalists still awaited liberation, and that defeat at Sullivan's Island, one of the most singular events that has yet conspired to degrade the name of the British nation, in Captain Murray's sour assessment, had resulted from bad luck and tactical blunders, rather than faulty intelligence and strategic misapprehension. Like their commanding general, many of the king's men had grievances to nurse and scores to settle. Like Clinton, they would be back. It might take years, but they would be back. 2 postscripts would complete Britain's rout in the southern colonies, strengthening the rebellion and guaranteeing a huge rebel sanctuary of more than 250,000 square miles, from the Chesapeake to Florida. In the first episode, disaffected Cherokee warriors, angry at white encroachment and swindles by villainous land speculators, slathered themselves in black paint before attacking white frontier settlements from Georgia to Virginia in July. More raids followed in the South Carolina backcountry. With the British threat on the coast conveniently dispelled, militia and continental regiments counterattacked in 4 expeditions, razing villages and killing some 2,000 Indians. "I have now burnt down every town and destroyed all the corn," Colonel Andrew Williamson, the South Carolina commander, reported. Captured Indians were declared the slave and property of the taker. The failed uprising eviscerated the Cherokees, stripping away an additional 5 million acres from their nation. It also gave pause to Creeks, Choctaws, and other tribes contemplating armed resistance against the colonists, even as British and American emissaries sought alliances with native chieftains to the north. Southern rebels blamed frontier barbarism on the British, who had generally urged restraint by the Indians, although some agents had provided munitions, war paint, and rum. The Cherokee threat unified Southern whites and discredited loyalists, some of whom had even fought with the Indians. Britain's influence waned still further. The second incident occurred at the last British toehold on the southern littoral. Lord Dunmore, the deposed governor of Virginia, had spent 3 months at Tucker's Mill Point, the noisome 4-acre promontory on the Elizabeth River where he had retreated following the incineration of Norfolk. Smallpox and other maladies tormented his garrison. 300 grave mounds eventually stippled those 4 acres. But runaway slaves continued to find Devil Dunmore and to replenish his depleted Ethiopian regiment. A small naval detachment under a capable captain, Andrew Snape Hammond, had also arrived with 100 Marines, giving the garrison about 200 regulars and 450 militia volunteers, black and white. Only when Charles Lee swept through southern Virginia on his way to Charleston did Tucker's Mill Point become wholly untenable. Lee evicted Loyalists from nearby Portsmouth, burned their stores and houses, further cut off British supplies, and harassed the asylum with cannon fire. On May 26th, Dunmore and Captain Hammond herded the refugees onto a rickety flotilla of 90 vessels, set fire to the shantytown, and sailed 50 miles up the Chesapeake to a new, final purgatory. Gwynn's Island spread for 2,000 marshy acres across the mouth of the Piankatank River, and here Lord Dunmore planted his flag to again proclaim the king's sovereignty. Sailors cleaned their ships' hulls, varnished the lower masts, tallowed the rigging, and fired a 21-gun salute on the king's birthday. They were joined by yet another floating governor, Robert Eden, who had fled his capital in Annapolis. A few volleys of Royal Navy grape and round shot scattered Virginia militiamen skulking several hundred yards across Milford Haven on the mainland shore. But the outpost at Gwynn's was doomed. Spring soon began to run dry, and Navy longboats sent out for fresh water filled only 6 casks in 4 days. Some blacks were inoculated against smallpox, but the disease continued to kill, abetted by fleet fever, typhus, and other maladies. Lord Dunmore still remains on Gwynn's Island, where, caterpillar-like, we hear he has devoured everything in that place, a Virginian wrote Charles Lee on July 6th. At 8 a.m. on Tuesday, July 10th, 10 rebel militia companies from Williamsburg massed along the shoreline, and half a dozen guns. Their commander, General Andrew Lewis, personally touched the first match to an 18-pounder. The ball slammed into the hull of the Dunmore, the governor's flagship, moored 500 yards away. More screaming balls followed across Milford Haven, killing a boatswain's mate, smashing china in the master cabin, and lacerating Dunmore's legs with wood splinters. "Good God," he roared, "that ever I should come to this!" The flagship briefly returned fire, then slipped her cables to be towed out of range by Navy longboats. The oarsmen bent low as shot flew overhead. 4 rebel 9-pounders bombarded the British encampments, flattening tents and scattering the garrison. Panicky cries rose from behind the breastworks. "The shirtmen are coming!" That night Dunmore ordered the island evacuated, abandoning guns, baggage, 3 tenders, and hundreds of dead or dying refugees. After his flotilla tacked deeper into the Chesapeake, Hammond wrote, "Impossible to describe the distress and confusion." 300 rebels crossed Milford Haven in canoes the next morning. A Virginia shirtman described finding a number of dead bodies in a state of putrefaction strewed all the way from their battery to Cherry Point, about 2 miles in length, without a shovelful of earth upon them. Others, dying, pleaded for help from the water's edge, beckoning to us. A child was found sucking at the breast of its dead mother. One officer counted 130 graves, many of them large enough to hold a corporal's guard. Rebel troops, terrified of smallpox, torched brush shanties on the island, reportedly burning alive those too sick to crawl from the flames. Captain Thomas Posey of the 7th Virginia Regiment later estimated that altogether at least 400 or 500 Negroes lost their lives on Gwynn's Island, mostly from sickness, along with 150 whites. Dunmore and his fugitives spent 3 more weeks wandering around the Chesapeake and up the Potomac River seeking recruits, stealing cattle, and pillaging rebel homesteads. "We landed, did what mischief we could, and re-embarked," Dunmore wrote Germain on July 31st. "We have nowhere to go." Another 200 people died aboard his floating town, as Hammond called it, to be tossed over the sides at night. Finding the shoreline cobbled with corpses, a Maryland militia officer reported, "We are poisoned with the stench." In early August, Dunmore divided the floating town into 3 detachments. The Otter would escort most surviving Loyalists to St. Augustine, where Britain's hold on Florida remained secure. The Fowey and 7 ships sailed for England with Governor Eden. Aboard the 44-gun Roebuck, Dunmore, Hammond, and barely 100 fit-for-duty regulars, Marines, and volunteer troops, white and black, prepared to join British forces in New York. Dunmore was intent on telling his story to General Howe and the High Command. Several dozen abandoned vessels, schooners, sloops, snows, scows, were left burning in the bay. Of the 1,500 runaway slaves who had reached British sanctuary since the previous fall, roughly 1,000 had perished. Dunmore ordered some black defectors returned to owners who swore loyalty oaths, a betrayal useful to rebel propagandists. The Ethiopian regiment, nearly obliterated by pox, war, and dreams of freedom, would soon be formally disbanded. Little had come of the Crown's adventurism in the American South. The diversion of Royal Navy ships to Virginia, Cape Fear, and South Carolina had hindered efforts to blockade the Delaware and Chesapeake bays, allowing American gunrunners virtually unimpeded passage for months. Rebels completely controlled 4 colonies that now call themselves states: Virginia, Georgia, and the 2 Carolinas. And for the most part, they would be left in peace for the next several years. Virginia Loyalists, shattered and dispersed, never again formed a potent force. Thousands of rebel troops, now free to reinforce the Continental Army, tramped off to help General Washington. As Roebuck bent eastward between Cape Charles and Cape Henry, then swept north toward New York, Captain Hammond took time to write a friend. "Our whole exploits have amounted to nothing," he conceded. But Hammond added, "These little miscarriages, I trust, will have a good effect in the end. Englishmen always rally when things are at the worst."
Chapter 15. A Fight Among Wolves. New York, July to August 1776. The fateful news traveled swiftly on the post road from Philadelphia, covering more than 90 miles and crossing 5 rivers in just a couple of days. Precise copies were then made of the 1,300-word broadside, titled A Declaration, that arrived at the Mortier Mansion headquarters, and by Tuesday, July 9th, General Washington was ready for every soldier in his command to hear what Congress had to say. In his orders that morning, after affirming 39 lashes for 2 convicted deserters, he instructed the Army to assemble at 6 p.m. on various parade grounds, from Governor's Island to King's Bridge. Each brigade major would then read, with an audible voice, the proclamation intended to transform a squalid family brawl into a cause as ambitious and righteous as any in human history. That evening, the commander-in-chief himself appeared on horseback at the Common with a suite of staff officers, not far from where Sergeant Hickey had tumbled from the scaffold 2 weeks earlier. Erect and somber, Washington rode into the middle of a hollow square formed by New York and Connecticut regiments, while a chirpy throng of civilians ringed the greensward. A uniformed aide spurred his horse forward. The crowd hushed as he unfolded his script and began to read. In Congress, July 4th, 1776. Even the most unlettered private recognized that something majestic was in the air. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. On and on it went, describing the long train of abuses and usurpations, then denouncing royal despotism, then enumerating 27 grievances. Those shifting from foot to foot as the reader droned through a condemnation of our British brethren would have been relieved to know that Congress had pruned the original draft by a quarter for the sake of concision and restraint. The primary author, a lanky, ginger-haired Virginia planter named Thomas Jefferson, was widely acknowledged even at age 33 to have a happy talent of composition, as John Adams conceded. Perched in a swiveling Windsor chair on the second floor of rented rooms at 7th and High Streets in Philadelphia, a compact, custom-built writing desk in his lap, Jefferson had sought, as he later explained, to place before mankind the common sense of the subject in terms so plain and firm as to command their assent. It was intended to be an expression of the American mind. Just so, despite what he considered the mutilations imposed by his congressional colleagues, sitting at tables covered in green baize in the Pennsylvania State House, lashing at horseflies with their handkerchiefs, while scratching up his draft with their quills. The leaner edited result remained a stirring manifesto of republicanism, a radical assertion that power derived not from God or through bloodlines, but from the people, and should benefit the many, not just the affluent or well-born. Of the 90 or more declarations and petitions drafted by the colonies in recent months, as counted by the historian Pauline Maier, none surpass this document in elegance, clarity, or breathtaking vision. that at least a third of the delegates who would sign the Declaration were slave owners — Jefferson alone had 200 — was a moral catastrophe that could never be reconciled with the avowed principles of equality and unalienable rights, at least not in the 18th century. But as Edmund S. Morgan would write, the creed of equality did not give men equality, but invited them to claim it, invited them not to know their place and keep it, but to seek and demand a better place. The reader finished his oration, a bit hoarse now, by proclaiming all political ties with Britain to be totally dissolved, and the colonies to be free and independent states. To this declaration the disputatious men in Philadelphia had pledged our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. A chaplain recited Psalm 80, "Turn us again, O God of hosts, and cause thy face to shine, and we shall be saved." Loud cheers washed over the common, and Thomas Mifflin, the adjutant general, reportedly climbed onto a cannon and shouted, "My lads, the Rubicon is crossed." Washington trotted back to his headquarters, but the rambunctious crowd meandered south on Broadway. Here George III identified that very evening in the Declaration as a tyrant unfit to be the ruler of a free people, sat atop his gilt horse on Bowling Green. Whooping vandals broke through the iron fence surrounding the statue, clambered onto the marble pedestal, and lassoed the equestrian figure. Scores of soldiers and civilians tugged on the ropes until the 2-ton statue capsized with a tremendous crash, leveled with the dust, a witness reported. The baying crowd decapitated the king, whacked off his nose, and clipped the laurels from his brow. Someone fired a musket ball into the head, and more balls punctured the torso. Others scraped away the 10 ounces of gold leaf that covered rider and mount. With fife and drums playing the Rogue's March, the severed head was first wheeled in a barrow to the Mortier House, then impaled on a spike outside the Bluebell Tavern. To one spectator, the scene evoked the fallen angel Lucifer, as described by poet John Milton. "Oh, how fallen, how changed!" The head would be recovered by British Army engineer John Montresor and shipped to England to further illustrate the disposition of the ungrateful people. The headless rider and horse were carted in fragments to a Connecticut foundry, where Patriot women melted the lead, ladled it into molds, and soon sent the Army 42,088 bullets. It is hoped, the Surgeon Isaac Bangs told his journal, that the emanations of the leaden George will make as deep impressions in the bodies of some of his red-coated and Tory subjects. Exuberant demonstrations erupted throughout the 13 new states as word of the Declaration spread. Salutes and toasts followed publication of the document in the same issue of the Virginia Gazette that listed bounties for runaway slaves. Savannah held a sham burial of King George accompanied by muffled drums. Other towns staged mock trials and executions. A Long Island village fashioned an effigy of the king with a wooden crown and feathers, wrapped it in a Union Jack packed with gunpowder, then blew it up on a gallows. In Dover, Delaware, rebels tossed George's portrait into a bonfire. Thus, they announced, "We destroy even the shadow of that king who refused to reign over a free people." In New Hampshire, mobs smashed tavern signs depicting a crown of the king's arms. Some merchants refused coins with the king's likeness. Other protesters settled for turning the monarch's image to the wall or hanging it upside down. Delaware troops marched from Wilmington to Newcastle, tearing down the royal coat of arms and other baubles of royalty, which were then stacked before the courthouse and burned to ash. Abigail Adams wrote John of listening as the Declaration was read from a balcony in Boston. Cheers rent the welkin, she reported. Bells rang, shore batteries boomed, and soldiers fired by platoons in celebration. Every face appeared joyful, she wrote. Thus ends the royal authority in this state, and all the people shall say, Amen. General Howe had an answer to the Declaration of Independence, and he sent it on Friday afternoon, July 12th. Shortly after 3 p.m., British sailors on 5 warships weighed anchor off Staten Island, loosened and sheeted home their sails, yanked the tampions from their gun muzzles, and sailed across the upper bay in brilliant sunshine, canvas clapping before a brisk southwest breeze. Led by the frigates Phoenix and Rose, with 64 guns between them, the squadron curled along the lower lip of Manhattan and opened fire at 4:05 p.m. The balls and bullets went through several houses, a pastor wrote, and the air was filled with the smell of powder. Continental soldiers struck their tents to make the encampments less conspicuous. Terrified civilians nipped into cellars or fled down by-streets toward the Bowery. The shrieks and cries of these poor creatures running every which way with their children was truly distressing, Washington later wrote. American gunners returned fire from the Star Redoubt and the Grenadier Battery, from Whitehall Battery and the Oyster Battery near Trinity Church, and as the enemy vessels heeled up the Hudson, from Paulus Hook in New Jersey. Flame stabbed through the gouts of smoke blanketing the river and its banks. A few of the 196 American balls hit home. Most fell short or flew wide. Some cannoneers reportedly were drunk or had failed to join their gun teams when the alarm sounded. Disaster struck at the Grand Battery, below Old Fort George, when a new cartridge was rammed down the smoking barrel before it had been properly sponged. Sparks ignited the powder, first tearing off the rammer's arm, then detonating with such violence that 6 men were blown all to pieces by imprudence, a passing mariner named Christopher Prince reported. Their legs, arms, and bodies were all separated, so much so we put them all on 2 hand barrels and carried them up to Bowling Green, and dug a hole and put their remains in it and covered them over. This affair, Henry Knox wrote Lucy, will be of service to my people. It will teach them to moderate their fiery courage. By 4:30 p.m., the ships had run a gauntlet of 11 American batteries and were reduced to popping at scattered farmsteads north of the city. Aboard Rose, officers had opened a celebratory claret when a final rebel ball smashed the frigate's pinnace and the captain's unoccupied cot. Still, the damage was light, both ashore and on the ships. Carpenters extracted a few balls out of the hull timbers. Phoenix had her sails and rigging perforated. Rose also took an 18-pound shot in the foremast. Colonel Knox drew precisely the wrong lesson from the encounter. It rained balls around them, he told Lucy, and proves to me beyond a doubt that their ships cannot lay before our batteries. In fact, the enemy had breezed unhindered up the Hudson past defenses many months in the making, and were now anchored in 7 fathoms at Tappan Zee, 30 miles into the American rear. Families fled from the river valley. Militia companies blocked defiles leading to the Hudson Highlands and shored up defenses in Poughkeepsie, 50 miles north, where American shipwrights were building 2 frigates of their own. British Marines raided rebel gardens for what one man called a handkerchief full of salad while snatching up an occasional hog or calf. Sailors rigged tarpaulins across their decks for shade against the pitiless sun and launched barges to sound the channel. And when snipers plinked away from the shoreline with their fowling pieces, British gunners answered with scalding cannon fire to show that the Hudson, for now, was a British river. William Howe had moved into the Rose and Crown, a tavern built by Staten Island Huguenots more than a century earlier. 3 miles from the Narrows, on a rise off New Dorp Lane, the rambling headquarters overlooked meadows now covered with rows of white tents that stretched toward the earthworks, raised by British soldiers along the island's southern shore. Beyond lay the crooked finger of Sandy Hook and the azure lower bay, which soon Howe hoped would be jammed with the greatest war fleet Britain had ever launched, carrying the largest expeditionary army the Crown had ever assembled. Until those reinforcements arrived, Howe was under orders from Lord Germain to delay his grand attack, in order that your force may be so increased as to render your success more certain. Yet each day that passed without the arrival of Clinton and Cornwallis from the south, and the German and British host dispatched from England, was another day lost in the campaign season. Germain had hoped the decisive battle would commence in the month of May or beginning of June. Now, late August seemed more likely. Howe had been skeptical of the southern expedition, but he was careful not to cross Germain. "I am amazed," he had recently written the American secretary in an obsequious dispatch, "at decisive and masterly strokes effected since you assumed conduct of war." Howe's army would eventually include 44 British battalions, 30,000 soldiers, if fully manned, plus 30 battalions of foreign auxiliaries, including almost 9,000 troops in the first wave. He would also have an artillery train of more than 200 field guns and 46 mortars. To move and supply these legions, the Navy Board now had more than 400 transports and victuallers in service, triple the number from 6 months earlier, and triple the tonnage employed at the peak of the 7 Years' War. But the campaign in Massachusetts had revealed too well how the caprices of shipping could impinge on battle plans. Only 8 of 40 transports dispatched from home the previous winter had reached Boston.
Difficulties in Cork and Halifax had already chewed into Howe's timetable this spring. And to save a little money, the Treasury had also delayed hiring some store ships. 7 major contractors in England were to feed the expedition. More than 1,000 tons of food a month would be needed, exclusive of the maritime forces. The government hoped that after the 1776 campaign, if the rebels had not surrendered, Howe could obtain supplies from America itself. Yet he knew better than anyone in London the complexity and expense of his logistical needs, which already were costing him more than £10,000 a week. In the past year, the government had shipped £560,000 in cash to America. The 1,000 tons of bread he required each month, often arriving from Cork, moldy, underweight, and most recently plagued with Irish rats, which now infested his storehouses on Staten Island. Among other necessities, his assembled force would require 48,000 blankets, 3,400 watch coats, almost 1,500 scythes with whetstones, and scores of carpenters, bricklayers, and wagon masters. The daily rum allowance of a gill for each soldier, about a gallon a month, cost both money and shipping space. Tons of medical supplies would be sent, including 2 straitjackets. It was hardly too early to consider winter requirements, which would include 64,000 cords of firewood and 70 tons of candles. And many of those tents, now neatly arrayed below New Dorp Lane, were found to be useless in the rain. Complaints had even reached the king, who was appalled to learn that English tentage stocks had not been inspected since 1759. Few issues would flummox the British more than how to move inland. Waging war away from the coast and navigable rivers required transport for artillery, baggage, and supplies. Otherwise, the rebels could simply dance out of reach, stripping the land of provisions and leaving the regulars like a cow catching a hare, as a London newspaper indelicately observed. A brass 12-pounder and carriage weighing more than 1.5 tons might require 6 horses to move down a country lane. Howe calculated that his Grand Army would need 3,662 horses and 277 wagons. The unfortunate loss of many drays in Boston had been compounded by delays this spring in shipping more than 205-ton wagons stored in the Tower of London and at Portsmouth. Hiring American teamsters was erratic and expensive, typically 15 shillings a day for each wagon, team, and driver. Forage was another enormous problem. 4,000 horses would devour 20,000 tons of hay and oats a year. Because living off the hostile land was uncertain, 2 horses typically were needed to pull the fodder eaten by 3 other horses on campaign. British supply officers also estimated that Howe needed 20,000 horseshoes, 1,100 harnesses, and a squad of farriers. Simply getting horses to New York was proving to be an ordeal. At Howe's request, 21 equestrian transports had been leased, some of them Dutch vessels with scuttled decks to allow greater air circulation. Each ship typically carried several dozen animals in narrow stalls, their legs sometimes padded with straw trusses, their hooves hobbled, and their bodies guyed to overhead hooks to prevent toppling when the transport rolled. Of 950 horses shipped to Howe this summer, 412 would die in transit, the carcasses hoisted with slings from the stinking holds and pitched into the sea. Scores more were so enfeebled by the crossing that they died soon after arrival. Some transports proved particularly lethal, like the Jean Peter, which had embarked 72 horses, typically costing 16 guineas each, and delivered just 16 alive. The French ambassador in London, who carefully tracked Britain's war exertions, calculated that these equestrian shipping costs alone exceeded £10,000. This ruinous and mad war, he wrote in a secret dispatch to Versailles, is the reverse of the Philosopher's Stone for England. Howe soldiered on, waiting for reinforcements and plotting campaign strategy in the Rose and Crown. He was cheered by the arrival, shortly after Phoenix and Rose sortied up the Hudson, of the 64-gun Eagle, carrying Vice Admiral Lord Richard Howe, his older brother, who would take command of Royal Navy operations in North America. The promised legions were on the high seas, Admiral Howe assured him. Moreover, 70 warships and 12,000 sailors, more than 40% of the entire Navy, would soon be in these waters. Lord North sent his own reassurance from England in a message written on June 25th, albeit with a slightly desperate undertone. War and peace, the honor and happiness of Great Britain and of British America are entrusted to Lord Howe and to you, the First Minister told him. If tranquility is restored to America, it will be in such a manner as to do credit to all those who are concerned in it.
On August 6th, the New York Convention lent Washington the fine telescope from King's College, with the hope that it would be useful to His Excellency in discovering the arrangements and operations of the enemy. Certainly there was much to see from a rooftop at the foot of Broadway. The 130 topsail vessels that had arrived from Halifax in June with William Howe, the 150 additional sails that accompanied Richard Howe in July, the battered squadron of 45 vessels, led by Bristol, that arrived on August 1st, reportedly carrying General Clinton from Charleston. As unexpected to us as if he had dropped from the clouds, admitted Colonel Reed, the adjutant general. And the 22-sail convoy that appeared on August 4th after a 4-month voyage from the River Clyde carrying 3,000 Highlanders, including the 42nd Regiment of Foot in feathered bonnets and the dark tartan kilts that had inspired the regimental nickname, the Black Watch. On the late afternoon of August 12th, yet another 107 ships slipped through the Narrows to be greeted with British cannon salutes. Aboard were 1,000 guardsmen drawn from elite foot regiments, often used to protect the monarch. In reviewing the departing Guards troops at Wimbledon Common, the king had reportedly removed his hat as a gesture of respect. Also aboard were more than 8,600 German troops, known collectively as Hessians, since most came from landlocked, impoverished Hesse Castle. They stood at the rails with their black mustaches and tallowed hair, overjoyed to see land after 14 weeks at sea. Hundreds suffered from scurvy and diarrhea despite treatment with seawater cocktails, chewing tobacco, and other transatlantic nostrums. Many required new musket cartridges. Rats had gnawed into the munitions casks and devoured them, besides eating tents and uniforms. Some still needed brogans, since the British shoes ordered in Portsmouth had proved to be fine, thin-dancing pumps, so small that no use can be made of them. They were capable troops, dutiful if homesick, and mostly illiterate, former weavers, cobblers, farmhands, foresters, and lacemakers who had turned to soldiering, a true pell-mell of human souls, in one description. Nearly 30,000 Hessians would be hired to fight in America, where a quarter of them were destined to die. Many more would deserve to be captured, and barely half would see their fatherland again. Starting with this tranche, each would swear an oath to the English crown. To rent that loyalty, Britain would pay over £4 million to them and to their princes. Despite the spectacle that swam into view through the telescope eyepiece, Washington had no idea what the Howe brothers intended. His only substantive intelligence came from deserters and escaped American prisoners, whose accounts often conflicted. Congress offered a $4 bounty to every deserter, plus $10 if he brought his firelock. Already it was clear that the enemy force in New York would be far larger than the 12,500 men assumed by Congress in late spring. Would the British continue to push up the Hudson, perhaps in hopes of joining Carleton's force from Canada? Or would they thread the East River to Long Island Sound, landing behind American fortifications in New York? Or launch amphibious landings on both Manhattan and Long Island? Alerts from the Mortier headquarters, rarely informed by good intelligence, warned of possible attacks up the rivers or on Long Island, or against Bergen, Elizabethtown, and Perth Amboy in New Jersey. In a broadside distributed in New York, Washington cautioned that an enemy assault may be hourly expected, and he urged women, children, and infirm persons to remove with all expedition. A depleted, skittish town grew emptier and more skittish. Washington now commanded just over 20,000 men around New York, in regiments from 10 states. Fewer than half were Continentals. It was a crude, unmilitary host, the 19th century historian Henry P. Johnston would write. The great mass knew nothing of war. Outrage over the arrival of German mercenaries helped further unify them. "O Britons," a Rhode Island officer wrote, "how art you fallen that you hire foreigners to cut your children's throats?" Although Britain had leased foreign troops in every war this century, Americans saw the practice as additional evidence of the king's depravity. "We, for our ally, have the great God, who requires no subsidy," a surgeon wrote his father in mid-August. Officers and rank and file alike steeled themselves for a death struggle. Colonel Edward Hand, an Irish-born physician whose Pennsylvania riflemen were posted at the tip of Long Island above the Narrows, wrote his wife Kitty on August 12th. "We are well prepared to receive them here. Kiss my dear little daughter for me." Every day Washington tried to make his host a bit less crude and a bit more military. He envisioned a disciplined army that would help bind the nation together and provide the American cause with moral fiber.
To preserve the liberty of our country ought to be our only emulation, his general orders declared in early August. And he will be the best soldier and the best patriot who contributes most to this glorious work, whatever his station, or from whatever part of the continent he may come. Toward that end, commands, pronouncements, and reprimands poured from Mortier Mansion against the foolish and wicked practice of profane cursing and swearing, against rivalries between New Englanders and Southerners, against soldiers constantly rambling about, against promiscuous shooting, which had again grown so flagrant that only sentries would be permitted to keep their firelocks loaded. Militia captains were ordered to inspect every musket to confirm that the cartridges fit the bore of the gun. Each musketeer was permitted to carry just 6 rounds, with a reserve of 18 kept in a small bundle labeled with his name to be issued upon alarm. Reward offers for shirkers again appeared in local newspapers, as in the New York Gazette's description of a missing New Jersey soldier. Had on when he deserted an old wool hat bound with yellow binding, a coarse blue coat. His shirt was very dirty. Soldiers were ordered to keep their canteens filled with 3 days of cooked rations at hand. We must resolve, Washington declared, to conquer or die. Some died even before the battle was joined, for summer diseases had lacerated the army. I am extremely sorry to inform Congress our troops are very sickly, Washington wrote Hancock in early August. Of his 17,225 privates, only 10,514 were present and fit for duty. Many were unfit, as an ensign informed his diary, because a dysentery prevails considerably in the army at this time. Typhoid and typhus also prevailed. The diseases respectively spread by fecal contamination and by lice would not be distinguishable until the next century. Malaria grew common too. The air of the whole city seems infected, an American doctor wrote. In almost every street there is a horrid smell, camp filth and fetid water. Some ponds were used for both drinking and washing, contributed to 1/3 of the army falling sick in the summer of 1776. General William Heath observed that in almost every barn, stable, shed, and even under the fences and bushes were the sick to be seen. Some regiments could hardly muster a shadow of themselves. The 17th Continental, mostly drawn from eastern Connecticut, was reduced in August to 214 present and fit soldiers of the 728 men authorized. Malaria then laid low their colonel. Disease often was misdiagnosed. Even the simple stethoscope would not be invented for another 4 decades. And treatment frequently was limited to bleeding 8 to 40 ounces from a sick man, regardless of his symptoms. Medical officers found too few nurses willing to work for the 50 cents a week offered by Congress. And for every caring doctor, another seemed to be accused of negligence, incompetence, peculation, or selling medical exemptions to healthy troops. In a fit of pique, Washington would condemn his regimental surgeons as very great rascals. Washington's disposition hardly improved upon receiving an alarming note on August 15th from Nathaniel Greene, newly promoted to Major General and the commander of American defenses on Long Island. I am confined to my bed with a raging fever, Greene wrote. Evacuated to a private home on Broadway in Manhattan, he would lie dangerously ill for 2 weeks, while the commander-in-chief scrambled to find a replacement who knew something about how the Army's left wing planned to fight. Sensing their mortality, some soldiers drafted wills and otherwise prepared for the worst. Don't grieve after me, as I am satisfied in my own mind that the cause I am engaged in is a righteous one, Captain Joseph Howell, Jr. wrote his father in Pennsylvania on August 14th. It is my will that all I have in this world be equally divided between my 4 sisters. Washington also recognized the threat to his right wing from the British sortie up the Hudson, and for weeks he had sought a remedy to this fluvial vulnerability. New fortifications were ordered at Fort Washington on Manhattan's northwest rim, as well as on the opposite Jersey shore above Burdett's Ferry, a redoubt soon named Fort Lee to honor the hero of Charleston. Armed row galleys were to be transferred from New England, joining others built in New York. 1,000 fire arrows were fashioned to ignite British sails. Hasten the sinking of vessels and other obstructions in the river at Fort Washington as fast as possible, the commanding general wrote on August 11th. Mimicking contraptions sunk in the Delaware River below Philadelphia, engineers began building enormous timber frames, ballasted with tons of stone and fitted with iron spikes called pricks to disembowel enemy ships passing overhead. Known as chevaux de frise,
These devices were originally intended to impede enemy cavalry. The name was variously mispronounced as Chevreau de Frise, Cheveux de Frise, Navy de Frise, and Shiver de Frises. One lieutenant preferred simply our contrivance with a hard name. Several old hulks also were chained together and sunk in the Hudson, though an officer advised Washington that positioning the obstructions involved the most abstruse problem in hydraulics. While these preparations advanced, a more direct attack was launched against the Royal Navy on the moonless Friday night of August 16th. A 100-ton sloop named Polly and a smaller schooner, each crewed by 10 Army volunteers, crept from Spuyten-Duyvil Creek near Fort Washington. They were towed by row galleys 8 miles up the Hudson on a rising tide toward the Phoenix, Rose, and 3 tenders, now anchored in a line under the Jersey Palisades across from Yonkers. Both American vessels were crammed with flammables, birch faggots dipped in rosin, bundled straw, wood shavings, barrels of pitch, and canvas strips soaked in boiled turpentine and draped on the rigging. Gunpowder lined the gutters below decks, and grappling irons were lashed to the tips of the yards and booms. Small doors had been cut in each stern to allow the incendiaries to escape into trailing whaleboats. John Adams, who took a keen interest in fireship design, had acknowledged that there seems to be something infernal in this art, but when it is to combat evil, 'tis lawful to employ the devil. With visibility barely 50 yards, the attackers almost passed the enemy unseen until the clang of a ship's bell at 11 p.m. and a sentry's "All's well" brought them about. The galleys cast off, and the fireships swung hard to port. The British spars now silhouetted ahead against the dark mass of the Palisades. The tension, one rebel wrote, was enough to awaken a panic in the stoutest heart. The American schooner under Ensign John Thomas of New London, Connecticut, made for the Phoenix, but instead grappled the Charlotta, a tender anchored in the way. Thomas fired his gunpowder gutters fore and aft. Flames leaped into the schooner's rigging and sails before jumping to the tender in an inferno bright enough to be seen on Staten Island, 22 miles south. Several singed American crewmen scrambled into the whaleboat to escape, but Thomas and 3 others dove into the Hudson and vanished. Gunners aboard Phoenix fired on the burning schooner from 200 yards, then abruptly spied Polly bearing down on the frigate's stern. As cannon and musket shot raked Polly's hull and masts, Ensign Thomas Updike Fosdick ignited the powder train and sprang into the whaleboat with his crew. Flame engulfed the cabin and loped across the deck. Polly smacked Phoenix on the starboard bow, her jib boom thrusting across the frigate's upper deck. Grapples tangled in the British rigging. For 20 minutes, Royal Navy seamen on the yardarms battled flames in the fore topsail and headsails, cutting away both the grappling irons and her own anchor cables, until the frigate finally wrenched free. Charlotta burned to the waterline. American scavengers later salvaged 4 guns, 10 swivels, and a few cutlasses from the charred hulk. But the only other British casualty was a sailor with a singed hand. The American fireship survivors returned to camp as heroes Saturday morning. At 10 a.m., Washington himself arrived to applaud their valor and to give each a $40 reward, plus an extra $10 to those who stayed last and were somewhat burnt. He lamented the men lost, especially the valiant Ensign Thomas. His bravery, Washington declared, entitled him to a better fate. Phoenix, Rose, and the 2 surviving tenders hoisted sail at 5 o'clock on Sunday morning. Riding the current and an ebbing tide, they slid past 11 rebel batteries that barked but had little bite, and by 7:30 the flotilla was again moored off Staten Island. Both frigate captains would be knighted for demonstrating that the Hudson could be traversed at will, Yankee guns, fireships, and Shiver de Frises be damned. A violent, portentous storm swept across New York on Wednesday, August 21st. Thunderheads that seemed as solid as marble loomed above the harbor at twilight, wrote Major Abner Benedict, and there followed a crash louder than 1,000 cannons discharged at once. Aboard Eagle, where the Howe brothers had gathered with senior commanders for a final planning session, "This evening turned out as bad as one as I ever saw," the frigate's captain told his journal. "Terrible thunder, lightning, and prodigious heavy rain. At a regimental camp near Bull's Head Tavern in the Bowery, an American captain and 2 lieutenants were killed by a single lightning bolt. The points of their swords melted off, and the coins melted in their pockets," Major Benedict recorded.
Their bodies appeared as if they had been roasted, so black and crisped was the skin. A newspaper account of the storm concluded, "When God speaks, who can but fear?" By early Thursday morning the weather had fared, and at first light crimson columns of British soldiers marched through the puddles, from their tent camps to the Staten Island shoreline below the watering place. Many had already moved to staging billets on the warships and transports. In the Guards Brigade each man carried a blanket, a haversack with an extra shirt, and 3 days' provisions, including 13 ounces of cooked pork, purser's weight per man per day. Bawling officers read out the Articles of War as sergeants measured 2 gills of rum into each canteen. Foot regiments assembled. Lapels trimmed in buff black, royal blue, green, and yellow, some men still wearing last year's uniforms because rebel pirates had captured the new ones. Highlanders appeared in short red jackets with belted dirks. They stored their cumbersome broadswords in the transport holds, and would soon swap their kilts for more practical breeches. The Hessians came on in dark blue tunics, or green for the Jaeger huntsmen. Officers had removed their rank insignia in deference to the reputed marksmanship of American riflemen. 75 flatboats had been assembled. Each could carry more than 5 tons while drawing only 2 feet, plus 11 large bateaux and 2 galleys. Every boat had a number slathered on the bow, and a flag denoting to which of 10 landing divisions it belonged. Field guns, their carriages and limbers painted gray, were wheeled onto boats with long gangplanks or hinged bows that dropped to make a ramp. Britain, more than any other naval power, had honed the skills needed for amphibious warfare, drawing lessons from failures earlier in the century against the Spanish and French. The Navy had developed specialized landing craft, combat loading and command procedures, fleet organization, naval gunfire and logistical support, and the reconnaissance of hostile shores. Assaults against Louisbourg, various Caribbean islands, the French coast, and a masterful operation at Quebec in 1759 all helped make Long Island look simple, although the Sullivan's Island debacle was a reminder that much could go wrong between sea and shore. Dawn, said to break with tropical brilliancy, revealed men of war standing up the bay under easy sail, their open gun ports leering. 2 bomb ketches and 3 frigates, Greyhound and the doughty Phoenix and Rose, warped into Gravesend Bay, where leadsmen took soundings in shoal water off the Long Island beaches. Fleet boats crisscrossed the anchorage, carrying couriers with dispatch cases clutched to their chests. Before daybreak, Admiral Howe had shifted his flag from Eagle to Phoenix to be nearer the action, and at 8 a.m., a blue and white striped flag appeared at the mizzen topmast head. A signal gun popped, and the invasion began. A stately procession of flatboats emerged from Staten Island, each packed with 50 soldiers holding their musket muzzles up to prevent the ball from tumbling out. 20 oarsmen stroked in unison, and a coxswain cradled the tiller. It seemed like a bridge of men from Staten Island to Long Island, one of the admiral's aides observed. More redcoats and more boats pushed off from ships in the anchorage, and at 8:30 a.m., a red flag sent the entire first wave sculling toward shore. A grapnel tossed from each stern served as a kedge anchor. Sailors jumped into the surf to steady the bow, and light infantry regulars spilled onto the sand, along with Highlanders, Hessian grenadiers, Jaeger, and more British foot regiments. In 10 minutes, some 4,000 soldiers were coursing across the beach. Empty boats pulled off to fetch the next wave of men, and empty transports swung away from the anchorage to clear room for those carrying more troops into battle. Before noon, 15,000 men had disembarked, including 500 gunners with 40 field cannons, 1,500 Germans, and 120 light horse cavalrymen. Howe put his field headquarters a mile inland at Gravesend, and Hessians began leveling a road to move their artillery, peppering the adjacent woodlots with musket fire to discourage snipers. Behind the invaders from the lower bay to the upper floated more than 400 vessels, including 30 men of war, their sails spread open to dry, the sun shining clear upon them, wrote Ambrose Searle, private secretary to Admiral Howe. The green hills and meadows after the rain and the calm surface of the water exhibited one of the finest and most picturesque scenes that imagination can fancy or the eye behold. Reports indicated that the British vanguard under General Cornwallis was pushing 6 miles inland toward Flatbush without the smallest opposition. Colonel Hand's Pennsylvania riflemen, in fact, threw a few desultory shots near Denise's Ferry at the Narrows, a kind of dirty firing in the opinion of Captain James Murray, who had returned with Clinton from South Carolina.
When the invaders replied with artillery, Hand pulled his men back through New Utrecht to the wooded slopes above Flatbush, burning forage and corn as they retreated, and shooting cows to keep the herds from British commissaries. 15,000 sheep, horses, and horned cattle occupied western Long Island, along with uncounted hogs. Militia companies herded them eastward, slaughtering the laggards and removing grinding stones from grist mills. Farm families also fled east in wagons, and on foot, lugging a few sticks of furniture, or in one instance a great Dutch Bible with its huge brass clasps and brass corners. Smoke from burning haystacks corkscrewed into the summer sky, and a lurid orange glow persisted even after the sunset faded. Women and children were running hither and thither, an elderly woman later recalled. Men on horseback were riding about in all directions. Long Island Loyalists emerged to greet the British and to serve as guides for the eventual drive on Brooklyn, a small village along the East River. The inhabitants received us with the utmost joy, a British captain wrote. They like our gold and silver better than the Congress paper money. General Howe pushed more troops ashore, occupying an 8-mile crescent from Denise's Ferry on the Narrows to the Jamaica Bay marshes in the east. They picked apples, raided abandoned wine cellars, and traded gunshots with rebel skulkers. The soldiers and sailors seemed as merry as in a holiday, Searle wrote. 2 more Hessian brigades, over 4,000 men, soon crossed from Staten Island, giving Howe more than 20,000 troops on Long Island, among a total Army and naval force of 34,000 at New York. I never saw better stuff, crowed Captain Lord Rawdon, and they are as keen for action as ever men were. Finally, the Empire's might seemed poised to deliver a mortal blow. After a few beatings, the people will begin to return to their senses, another officer predicted, wearied with disorder and panting after the sweets of peace. Washington struggled to sort through the breathless contradictory reports flooding Mortier Mansion from Long Island. The commanding general promptly sent 6 regiments of reinforcements, but he waited a day until Friday, August 23rd, before crossing the East River to judge for himself whether the British gambit was an uncaged assault or a feint. He guessed wrong, telling Hancock that 8,000 or 9,000 enemy troops had landed at Gravesend Bay, less than half their actual number. He surmised that a larger force remained on Staten Island, staging for a possible strike at Manhattan. He clung to that assessment after another visit on Saturday, reporting that the opposing lines were 3 miles apart and reasonably stable, with the foreigners, Hessians, still on Staten Island. Washington dispatched 4 more Continental regiments, but he kept back much of his army to counter a phantom British blow. Nathaniel Greene's desperate illness meant that command on Long Island had fallen to John Sullivan, recently promoted by Congress to Major General despite his wants and foibles, in Washington's arch phrase, which had been amply revealed in the Canadian rout. On Saturday, Washington concluded that Sullivan's wants were indeed disqualifying. The American ranks appeared disorderly and unsoldier-like, and given to a scattering, unmeaning, and wasteful fire, contemptible in the eyes of the enemy. He ordered Israel Putnam, who held no qualification other than seniority, to take over the battlefront, the 3rd American commander on the island in 5 days and the least fit for the task. Sullivan, irked at being superseded, would continue to oversee the forward outposts as Putnam's deputy. A constellation of 10 American forts and batteries stretched across western Long Island. Breastworks had been raised, fields of fire cleared, cannons emplaced, killing ranges marked with brush piles. 5 miles inland from Gravesend Bay, a rugged ridge called the Heights of Guana, a glacial moraine deposited 17,000 years earlier, loomed like a natural outer works above the dusty plain now bustling with redcoats. Roughly 4 miles long and up to 150 feet high, bearded with oak, ash, chestnut, tulip, and gum, the heights were traversed by 4 narrow passes, each held by Continentals. Greene had evidently intended to fall back from the Heights of Guana to stouter fortifications on Brooklyn Heights a couple of miles to the northwest. But Sullivan, and now Putnam, shoved more than 3,000 troops into 3 of the 4 gaps, which were too isolated for mutual reinforcement. The Guana line was thin and brittle. If punctured anywhere, it was vulnerable everywhere. Washington had only a cursory grasp of the terrain here and little sense of the risk in fragmenting his defenses. His surveyor's eye failed to take the measure of the land he intended to defend, nor had he considered how to fight a major battle on Long Island. He ordered Putnam to hold the wooded passes at all hazards,
and to put your best men there. Practical instructions on defending Guana Heights came almost as afterthoughts, the historian Edward G. Lengel later wrote. A careful survey could have shown him the difficulty of holding the ridge. Late afternoon shadows had begun to lengthen on Monday, August 26th, when Washington rode with his lieutenants to the heights, squinting through the pass above Flatbush at the enemy encampment that stretched to the sea. American riflemen drifted among the trees along the ridge crest, each man wearing a green sprig in his hat for easier recognition by comrades. An artillery battery popped away at the old Dutch tobacco and barley village, now crawling with Hessians. Axemen had felled an enormous white oak through the rough track leading from Flatbush to Brooklyn, paring the branches into an abattis. Far fewer tents could be seen on Staten Island, and the British fleet had concentrated in the Narrows. They mean to land the main body of their army on Long Island and make their grand push there, Washington told Hancock in a quick note. Or would they? This concentration, he added in a subsequent note to General Heath, may possibly be only a feint. He had dispatched still more reinforcements from Manhattan, including a fine Delaware regiment that was the largest in his army and a Maryland regiment that was among the best equipped, kitted out with both uniforms and bayonets. Both commanders, however, were ordered to remain in New York to serve on a court-martial board. Neither Putnam nor Sullivan knew precisely how many American troops now defended Long Island, perhaps no more than 8,000. The American line thinned severely to the east, particularly since militia troops were busy herding livestock. On the far left, only 400 rough-hewn Pennsylvanians guarded the road from Bedford to Jamaica above the easternmost gap in the Heights, which was considered too remote to be a threat. Sullivan had paid $50 from his own pocket, for which, he complained, I was never reimbursed, to encourage 5 mounted militia officers to keep watch within the pass itself. Washington took a last look at the teeming plain below. Hundreds of cook fires now spewed orange sparks into the heavens. Supply wagons rolled inland from the beaches. British and Hessian detachments marched and countermarched. Garbled shouts could be heard, and a few random shots echoed along the dense green face of the ridgeline. The commanding general turned his horse and headed back to the Brooklyn ferry. After returning to his headquarters, he would set aside the cares of this day by devoting a few minutes to Mount Vernon. In an 8-paragraph note to his overseer, Washington offered advice on where best to sell flour, when to plant new trees, and how to find nails to renovate the north end of the house. As for his British enemies here in New York, he confessed before closing the letter, "What their real design is, I know not." Sputtering gunfire could be heard on the American right flank shortly after midnight on Tuesday, August 27th. Pickets from a Pennsylvania battalion had fired on British foragers rooting through a watermelon patch near the Red Lion Inn, where Martent's Lane from Flatbush and the Narrows Road from Denise's Ferry met the Gowanus Road. The regulars returned fire, retreated, and came on again in stronger numbers, their muzzle flashes flaring in the darkness as they slapped the pickets aside. Under orders from Putnam at 4:30 a.m., Delaware and Maryland Continentals sortied toward the sound of the guns under Brigadier General William Alexander, a wealthy New Jersey merchant, slave trader, and amateur scientist who preferred to be known as Lord Stirling in deference to his disputed claim to a Scottish earldom. From the marsh-lining Gowanus Bay to the western knob of the Heights of Guana, 1,600 Americans formed a horseshoe defense in the morning twilight as enemy ranks pressed through apple orchards and up the roadbed. The sun rose with a red and angry glare, a witness recorded, revealing a British force swollen to 2 brigades of 4 regiments each, more than 7,000 men, including Highlanders and Loyalist volunteers. From the Grand Battery in Manhattan, a Connecticut militiaman watching the distant surge of redcoats reported that the motion of the men's bodies while under march gleamed like sheets of fire. Gunners above the Gowanus Road unlimbered 2 American field pieces to slash the British lines. Enemy cannons answered with round shot and grape from 300 yards, and Roebuck traded iron shot with the American battery at Red Hook, hard by the mouth of the East River. The balls and shells flew very fast, now and then taking off ahead, a Marylander wrote. A lieutenant colonel from Pennsylvania took a bullet through the skull and reportedly fell without a groan, much less a parting word for the 5 children he left behind. Soldiers darted forward to strip the British dead of cartridges, until a Connecticut regiment dragging an ammunition cart reinforced the line.
Enemy skirmishers probed the flanks. A thin red line of regulars raised up, sprayed another volley at the rebels, then stepped back to reload as a second line rose to fire. Battle in the true English taste, a Continental wrote. Another added, "Our men stood it amazingly well." After 2 hours, the gunfire faded, and the British retreated 200 yards. Lord Stirling nursed the delusion that the Continental Army, in open field battle for the first time against the British, had repulsed the Empire. General Sullivan in the American center was likewise deceived. German cannon fire had erupted from Flatbush at dawn, followed by a surge of 5,000 Hessians and Scots. Grenadiers and green-coated Jaeger advanced in skirmish order toward the Guana Wood line, trailed by regiments with flashing bayonets. Bullets chewed at the foliage around the white oak barricade, but here too the enemy tide soon faltered and receded, except for artillery and mortar salvos. Continentals peered south through their abattis and from behind tree trunks, bracing for the next assault. They were looking in the wrong direction. Since his humiliating return from Charleston in early August, Henry Clinton had badgered General Howe with ideas for destroying Washington's army, preferably by outmaneuvering the Americans. "My zeal may perhaps on these occasions have carried me so far as to be at times thought troublesome," Clinton later conceded. Always eager to study the ground, he undertook something no Continental general had bothered to do. He carefully examined the terrain on western Long Island, including the remote bottomland stretching toward Jamaica. Having spent his boyhood in New York, Clinton found the topography familiar, particularly with the help of fine British maps. His subsequent proposal, made 2 days before the attack from Staten Island, was as old as warfare. Fix the enemy in front with a robust feint, then attack his flank. That, once possessed, gives you the island, he promised. Howe and his staff at first demurred, condemning the maneuver scheme as savoring too much of the German school, and arguing absurdly that as the rebels knew nothing of turning a flank, such a movement would have no effect. But after a day of pondering the heights of Guana, which bore an unsettling tactical resemblance to Bunker Hill, Howe acquiesced. The British commander-in-chief did not expect any good from the move, Clinton later wrote, but he agreed to give his tenacious deputy full authority over 10,000 men. At 9 p.m. on Monday, after the last magenta streaks faded in the western sky, the British and their loyalist guides set off northeast from Flatlands, an old Dutch hamlet just inland from Jamaica Bay. Clinton left his campfires burning and his tents standing. Scattering flankers and skirmishers for security, he posted a regiment north of the road for the purpose of drowning the noise of our cannon over the stones, masking our march and preventing the enemy's patrols from discovering it. Even with the ranks closed up, the column stretched for nearly 2 miles under a rising moon 3 days from full. Cornwallis trailed Clinton and was followed in turn by Howe and General Percy. Grenadiers, light infantry, and the 17th Light Dragoons came on, along with 40 guns, including 3-pounders on agile new carriages and 4 12-pounders with the baggage train in the rear. So silent was their movement as they trudged past drove lanes and stone walls that it was said the army's footfall could scarcely be heard at 10 rods distance, 55 yards. Crossing a narrow bridge over a salt creek, the column slowed, stopped, started, and stopped again. Captain Murray of the 57th Regiment complained the delays were just long enough to drop asleep and to be disturbed again in order to proceed 20 yards in the same manner. At 2 a.m. on Tuesday, a quarter-mile from the Rising Sun Tavern, Clinton sent forward a mounted patrol under Captain Glanville Evelyn, whose faithful service in Boston and at Sullivan's Island had been rewarded with a position at the head of the column. Evelyn soon returned with 5 despondent prisoners. The equestrian officers paid to watch the heights of Guana's easternmost pass on Sullivan's left flank had been captured without firing a shot after mistaking the British horsemen for Americans. Clinton interrogated them, then rousted the tavern owner and his young son, whom he forced to guide his vanguard up a twisting wooded bridle path across the ridge. Engineers widened the trail with saws rather than noisy axes. Extra horses were hitched to pull gun carriages to the brow of the hill, and the column took 3 hours to move less than 2 miles. But by dawn, Clinton's lead brigade had crossed the heights to straddle the Bedford Road. Howe, reportedly wearing a herringbone cloak over his uniform against the chill, soon rode forward to join the front ranks. "The fortune of the day," Captain Murray wrote, "repaid us for the labors of the night." Stray shooting belatedly alerted the Americans to trouble on their left. Colonel Samuel Miles, who commanded the Pennsylvania Militia Rifle Regiment above Flatbush, hurried 2 miles through the woods to the Bedford Road. "To my great mortification," he later wrote, "I saw the main body of the enemy in full march between me and our lines. A British force had covered 10 miles in the dark to fall on the American rear by a route we never dreamed of," a rifleman conceded. Fighting a hapless rearguard action from hill to hill and tree to tree, Miles and more than 150 of his men would be captured. Others were shot dead or drowned trying to flee through mill ponds. "This plan succeeded even beyond our expectations," General Percy wrote his father, "for we were on their flank and in their rear before they knew what we were about." At 8:30 a.m., Clinton, Howe, and Cornwallis approached Bedford Village, only 2 miles from the main rebel defenses in Brooklyn. From this instant, Clinton reported, the enemy showed no disposition to stand. 30 minutes later, he ordered 2 guns fired in quick succession to signal British forces on the Gowanus Road and at Flatbush that the rebels were almost surrounded. The shots echoed and re-echoed like the sound of doom. The catastrophe had begun. No sooner had the double shots been heard outside Flatbush than the Hessians and Highlanders surged up the heights, this time in earnest. General Leopold Philipp de Heister, commanding all German forces in America, urged his Jaeger forward in loose order through the thick brush, searching for rebels in the coverts and lurking places. Blue-coated Hessian regiments followed with their lines dressed and their colors flying, drums and outboys playing as if the ranks were parading on the Landgrave's birthday, one witness reported. Several hundred Massachusetts troops buckled and broke, abandoning a damask flag embroidered with the word Liberty. When they caught only a glimpse of a blue coat, they surrendered immediately and begged on their knees for their lives, Heister reported. "I am surprised that the British troops have achieved so little against these people." With each surrender, the captors let out a triumphant bellow. A Hessian lieutenant told his diary, "The prisoners who knelt and sought to surrender were beaten. Some were harnessed to gun carriages and forced to pull enemy cannons across the ridge until dray horses could be brought up." General Sullivan had also heard the signal guns, and the crackle of musketry from Colonel Miles's beleaguered Pennsylvanians in the rear told him that his flank had been turned. Across the heights, hundreds of Americans leaked to the rear to find British dragoons and light infantry across their escape paths. "They lay in ambush for us in cornfields and behind walls and the like places," a Massachusetts captain wrote. Cannoneers tried to wheel 3 field guns to bear on the British ranks, but guardsmen swarmed over the battery. "The English gave little quarter to the enemy," a Hessian colonel reported, "and encouraged our men to do the same thing." A British officer, in turn, professed to be greatly shocked by the massacres made by the Hessians and Highlanders after victory was decided. Caught between Clinton's column on the Bedford Road and the Hessian and Highlander legions cascading over the heights, the Americans ran, hid, then ran some more, chased by whining bullets and braying foes. In a letter home, a soldier later described Sullivan in retreat. "He was in a cornfield close by our lines, with a pistol in each hand. The enemy had formed a line each side of him, and he was going directly between them. He was not going far. At noon, 3 Hessian grenadiers found Sullivan hiding in a grain patch and took him prisoner." With the collapse of the American left and center, only General Alexander's right wing remained intact. The moon-faced Lord Stirling in combat for the first time seemed a frail reed upon which to lean rebel hopes. Described by his biographer as an overweight, rheumatic, vain, pompous, gluttonous inebriate, he had run through several fortunes totaling almost £100,000 with his spendthrift ways and aristocratic pretensions, including expenditures for a heavily mortgaged 1,000-acre New Jersey estate with piazzas, a deer park, painted drawing rooms, a wardrobe holding 31 coats and 58 vests, and carriages embossed with the coat of arms he claimed as his patrimony. In an effort to raise cash, he had organized a private lottery. George Washington bought 60 tickets, yet still lost money and was forced to sell many household goods at public auction. Hounded by creditors, flirting with bankruptcy, he drank his way through the war, or so Aaron Burr claimed, attended by a faithful cupbearer named James Monroe. Nevertheless, he was courageous and devoted to the cause, and on August 27, 1776, as one regimental commander testified, General Lord Stirling fought like a wolf. The British horde pounding up the Gowanus Road under Major General James Grant had swelled to 9,000 men after Marine reinforcements with ammunition tumbrils landed in Bennett's Cove at 10 a.m. In the absence of orders from Sullivan, or a defensive plan from Putnam, Stirling began a fighting retreat, only to realize that enemy grenadiers and Highlanders from the 71st Foot blocked the route to Brooklyn Heights. Hessians soon appeared on the slopes to his left, manning field guns to scorch the rebels with plunging fire. Stirling's command began to disintegrate. The 17th Continental lingered too long on the high ground and found itself surrounded. Soldiers bolted down game trails or hid from the Germans in hopes of surrendering to the British, believed to be less cruel. Capitulation and shouts of "Pardon, pardon!" carried through the glens. A Pennsylvania regiment fled northeast. "We were obliged to run for near 2 miles," one officer reported, drawing Hessian volley fire not far from the Flatbush Road. The poltroons ran in the most broken, disgraceful, and precipitate manner, a regular later complained. Some of the Pennsylvanians hid in thickets or in swamp water to their knees. But by mid-afternoon most had clubbed their firelocks, lowering the muzzles with the butt held high in surrender, and were herded to British prisoner compounds near Jamaica. Reduced to less than 1,000 men, his command facing annihilation, Stirling quickly detached 400 Marylanders to fight as a rear guard. The rest, Maryland and Delaware troops whose regimental commanders had missed the battle while on court-martial duty in Manhattan, were to break through the British cordon as best they could. Off they marched with shot-torn colors in a double column, herding 24 enemy prisoners. Half a mile up the Gowanus Road, they veered left into a serene landscape of ponds and waving rushes. For more than a century, Dutch farmers had dammed the salt creeks to cultivate oyster beds and operate mills that ran every 6 hours as the changing tides coursed up and down narrow flumes. Wading through neck-deep water, the tide was in, they lost 7 unlucky men to drowning. But most escaped, clinging to driftwood or an old canoe, prodding their prisoners and encouraged by covering fire from riflemen on the far bank. When they came out of the water and mud to us, looking like water rats, it was truly a pitiful sight, Private Joseph Plum Martin later wrote. Stirling followed up the road with his rearguard Marylanders, breathing hard in the summer heat and lacerated by cannon and musket fire. Only the wind favored the Americans. A northeast breeze kept Admiral Howe's men of war from sailing up the East River, where they could have butchered the rebel flank with broadsides. Rather than crowd into the salt marshes with enemy gunmen on his heels, Stirling kept his men moving on the Gowanus Road. "Close up!" officers yelled at stragglers. "Close up!" Redcoats fell back to the Vecht farmhouse, a 2-story fieldstone building with brick chimneys poking above the gables. Here, the fiercest fighting of the day surged back and forth, as the Americans charged, fell back, and charged again in a maelstrom of smoke and singeing lead. On Cornwallis's order, British gunners hurried 2 field pieces forward to check the rebels with canister shot. But again the Marylanders heaved toward the house, forcing the enemy inside. Stirling, another officer reported, animated our young soldiers with almost invincible resolution. And then it ended. Cornwallis summoned reinforcements. Hessians and grenadiers pressed the rebel flanks with galling fire, and the unholy din faded to a few random gunshots and the usual pathetic cries from the wounded. Several score Americans scattered through the woods or splashed across Gowanus Creek. "We were drove with much precipitation and confusion," Major Mordecai Gist, the Maryland commander, later wrote. More than 250 others lay dead or were captured, including the lupine Stirling, who surrendered to General Heister. 3 of the 5 Maryland companies fighting in the rear guard had been obliterated, and the other 2 were dreadfully mauled. A chaplain watching from a redoubt in Brooklyn Heights told his journal, "Oh, doleful, 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 blood, carnage, fire." Lieutenant Enoch Anderson of Delaware, who escaped by wading to his chin past a mill dam despite a bullet wound in the neck, wrote simply, "A hard day, this." Washington had watched the final struggle from the crown of Cobble Hill, a conical elevation where a 4-gun battery had been emplaced a mile northwest of the Vecht house. "Great God," he was quoted as muttering, "what must my brave boys suffer today?" On this hard day they had indeed suffered. General Howe would list almost 1,200 American prisoners taken, including 3 generals, 3 colonels, and 4 lieutenant colonels, plus 32 cannons seized. The Hessian commander was astonished to find his enemy's officers to be so low-born. Among the prisoners are many so-called colonels, lieutenant colonels, majors, and other officers, who, however, are nothing but mechanics, tailors, shoemakers, wig makers, barbers, etc. Howe estimated the total American casualties, including killed and wounded, at 3,300. That was undoubtedly a considerable exaggeration, perhaps as a propaganda ploy. Battle losses, exclusive of the large number captured, likely amounted to a few hundred. British and Hessian casualties totaled 376, including 61 regulars and 2 Germans killed. The heights of Guana and the Gowanus Road grew ripe in the August sun. The woods near Brooklyn are so noisome with the stench of the dead bodies of the rebels, whom the Hessians and the Highlanders followed thither and destroyed, that they are quite inaccessible, Ambrose Searle reported. A German chaplain wrote home, "The slaughter was horrible. I went over the battlefield among the dead, who mostly had been hacked and shot all to pieces." Some American units were all but extinguished. The 17th Continental, already desolated by sickness, recorded 208 killed or missing of some 250 men engaged. After the battle on Long Island, Private Solomon Ingham later wrote, "Our regiment was much scattered and torn." Among Washington's brave boys was Colonel Philip Johnston, a Princeton graduate and the son of a judge, shot dead on his 35th birthday. Captain Joseph Jewett, a company commander, had been bayoneted in the chest and belly, reportedly after surrendering, and was then taken prisoner. Captain Jewett decayed gradually through the whole day, a captured American lieutenant named Jabez Fitch wrote. About 2 in the morning he was sensible of his being near his end, often repeating that it was hard work to die. Die he did at 5 a.m. on August 29th. Comrades buried him in an orchard. In a Bible found in the farmhouse that served as a jail for American officers, Lieutenant Fitch took comfort from an epistle to the Ephesians often attributed to St. Paul. I therefore, the prisoner of the Lord, beseech you that ye walk worthy of the vocation wherewith ye are called. Those who lived to fight another day were often astonished at their survival. My preservation I only attribute to the indulgent providence of God, a Pennsylvania rifleman wrote, for though the bullets went around me in every direction, yet I received not a wound. A Maryland officer spared drowning in a Salt Creek observed, my height was of use to me as I touched almost all the way. No battle in the 8-year war would be larger in the number of combatants, more than 40,000, naval forces included, and few would be more lopsided. American prisoners huddled in fields and along the shoreline, Searle wrote, so many that we are perplexed where to confine them. British commanders on Long Island swaggered and crowed. If a good bleeding can bring those Bible-faced Yankees to their senses, wrote General Grant, the fever of independence should soon abate. A Hessian captain added, after this day I think we shall hear no more of the riflemen. They have been exterminated from the face of the earth. When the news reached England a few weeks later, celebratory bells pealed and cannons thundered. A huge bonfire in Leeds made the town quite luminous, and in Limerick the bishop threw a celebratory dinner for the better sort. English stock prices rose in Amsterdam, and in London the king's ministers and their acolytes congratulated one another on the imminent end of the rebellion. For the Americans, defeat brought despondency and exhaustion. My ancient corporeal fabric is almost tottering under the fatigue I have lately undergone, wrote a New Jersey officer. Soldiers doubted their field officers doubted their generals. Finger-pointing abounded. Less generalship never was shown in any army since the art of war was understood, the lieutenant colonel charged. Nathaniel Greene, barely able to sit up in his sickbed, wept at the reports from Long Island. Gracious God, he wrote, to be confined at such a time. Faith in Washington plummeted. Would to heaven General Lee were here, is the language of officers and men, a Delaware colonel reported. Such doubts were justified. The commanding general had misread the battlefield and botched the battle. Though Congress wanted New York defended, Washington had failed to recognize that holding Long Island, the key to holding New York, would be impossible, with a weak, divided, overmatched army that lacked naval power. Once the fight began, he did little more than stand on his fortified hill and wait for the bad news to drift in. Even as darkness descended on Tuesday night, he neglected to realize that the heights of Guana had been completely lost. In the coming days, he would tell Hancock that he could still defend New York if the men would do their duty, an unseemly affront toward the troops by their leader. In his first true test as a battle captain, Washington was found wanting.
In general, John Adams tartly concluded, our generals were out-generaled. Washington's best, most redeeming qualities would have to emerge on another field on another day. For the moment, his country and his soldiers tried to regroup and effect a dogged determination. The panic may seem whom it will, Adams declared, it shall not seize me. Henry Knox mourned the gunners he had lost. They fought like heroes, he told Lucy, and are gone to glory. But he suspected there was more pain and sorrow to come. We want great men who, when fortune frowns, will not be discouraged, Knox added. It is, as I always said, misfortunes that must raise us to the character of a great people. After leading the flank attack that unhinged the American outer works, General Clinton had hoped to complete the rout by charging through rebel defenses on Brooklyn Heights to pin the enemy against the East River. But William Howe halted the assault in mid-career. The troops had for that day done handsomely enough, he declared. On Tuesday night, British tents sprouted 2,000 yards south of the Continental pickets. Howe wanted a cheap and complete victory, as one subordinate noted, but preferably without a headlong assault. Even now, rifle bullets from Yankee snipers on the ramparts continually whistled over our heads and lodged in the trees above us, a British captain reported. Fouled British muskets needed cleaning. The regulars had not eaten a proper meal since Monday, and the ranks were burdened with more than 1,000 enemy prisoners. Howe ordered the rebels reduced by regular approaches, a formal siege, and on Wednesday night 400 sappers began digging the first assault trench less than 700 yards from the American works. Some would accuse Howe of timidity, but as he later told Parliament, he believed Washington still retained his main army on Manhattan Island, available as reinforcements. Scrutinizing the American defenses on Brooklyn Heights with his spyglass, he found that they extended for 1.5 miles, with parapets, ditches, and an abattis. The enemy redoubts mounted almost 40 cannons, most with greater range and weight than British field guns. The regulars had no scaling ladders or fascines with which to cross the ditches. Howe estimated that a frontal attack would cost 1,000 to 1,500 British casualties, wastage he deemed inconsiderate and even criminal, given how precious combat troops were in transatlantic warfare. Cornwallis and other subordinates urged caution as well. Captain Montresor, an experienced engineer now serving Howe as an aide-de-camp, likened the current tactical disadvantage to the ill-conceived, bloody British assault against entrenched French troops at Fort Carillon in 1758. Howe no doubt also recalled Bunker Hill. Howe may have assumed that his brother could block the East River, severing the line of retreat from Brooklyn. The admiral had in fact ordered Sir Peter Parker, recently returned from Sullivan's Island with his wounds healed and his breeches repaired, to position 5 warships up the tidal strait. But the northeast wind persisted, and none could get closer than Roebuck, still trading shots with rebel gunners at Red Hook. Given the treacherous shoals and sluicing tides in the East River, no prudent captain wanted to run aground within range of American batteries. The memory of Charleston was too raw. The fireship attack on the Hudson 2 weeks earlier also gave them pause. The rebels have 6 fireships now in sight lying close under cannon of the town, Captain Sir George Collier told Admiral Howe. A sudden sortie through the British anchorage could cost half of our transports and merchant ships. The admiral ordered protective booms around his vessels, and 10 armed skiffs rode guard a mile above the fleet. For the moment, General Howe was content to tighten his grip on western Long Island. Flying columns extracted loyalty oaths and seized livestock. A British declaration threatened to lay waste the property of the disobedient, as persons unworthy of His Majesty's clemency. Some 5,000 Long Islanders fled, many to the wharves at Sag Harbor in hopes of passage to Connecticut. But thousands of Loyalists seemed eager to help the King's troops. When Howe requested 200 wagons to move British baggage, local men sent 300. By Thursday morning, despite heavy rain, the initial siege trench, 1,000 feet long, was finished. A second sap began that would carry assault troops and guns under the brow of the American defenses, as the historian Barnett